The words had already been spoken, and there was no taking them back. A line was crossed the moment they demanded a search of his soul. Now the only thing left is the chill of knowing what comes next. The calm ends here. The storm begins. "What did you say?" Young Waitian became enraged again. "You actually want my son to undergo soul search? Outrageous, absolutely outrageous." The profound handle soul search was indeed a special ability exclusive to the Yun family due to their profound handle. Normal soul searches were not only risky, if it backfired, the consequences were unimaginable. Even if it did work, the mind of the person whose soul was being searched would receive huge damage, and he might even turn straight into an idiot. For the profound handle soul search, even if it failed due to the target's mind being too strong, there would not be any side effects. Furthermore, when it succeeds, it would not cause mental damage to the target. When Yun Qi was originally attacking Burning Heaven Clan, he had used his profound handle to forcefully obtain another person's memories. Hence, he was very clear about the strengths of the profound handle. 20 years ago, the only reason Yun Qinghang and his wife knew about Yun Kanghai being locked within profound sky continent was also due to the profound handle soul search, stealing another person's memories. He, Duke Huiyi laughed slightly, asking, "Yun Qi, that is your so-called proof. Other than that, do you still have any other proof?" "Just this one proof is already more than enough," Yun Qi replied. "So that's it, very good." Duke Huiyi nodded slowly, and a smile that had a slight sense of ridicule appeared on his face for an instant before he turned to Yun Xinyu and said, "I have heard of the Yun family's profound handle soul search more than once, and I hear that it would not cause any harmful effects to the target. Now that someone is accusing you of harming a fellow clan member and the princess of the Under Heaven clan, and says that a profound handle would prove it, Yun Xinyu, do you dare to undergo the soul search in front of everyone to prove your innocence?" Yun Xinyu stepped out, his face darkened and his whole body trembled. It was obvious he was enraged to his breaking point, but had been suppressing his rage with his willpower as he said, "Why wouldn't I dare? I, Yun Xinyu, have a clear conscience, always treat my family honestly, and have never even had any thoughts of harming them. In my whole life, until now, the shame and anger I receive due to being accused and framed, I would rather die than carry the name of a traitor under the profound handle soul search. Everything I say would be true, and it would best prove my innocence. I plead the elders to allow me to undergo the soul search to prove my innocence." The words of Yun Xinyu were said with anger, determination, and without hesitation. The masses had not believed Yun Qi's words, and after looking at Yun Xinyu's attitude, which lacked retaliation against Yun Qi's suggestion of undergoing the profound handle soul search, even the slightest bit of doubt they originally possessed had disappeared, turning into anger and resentment against Yun Qi. "Good," Duke Huiyi nodded, as his voice seemed to have calmed down. "Being accused in public is not a good feeling. I can understand your anger and desire to clear your name. However, your reply has left me disappointed." Yun Xinyu was stunned. "This, I ask your highness to please enlighten me." "HMPH?" Duke Huiyi sorted heavily and said seriously. "I had originally thought that Yun Qi would be able to bring out some proof, but all he had was only a profound handle soul search. This is such a joke. Without any evidence, his accusations are merely a joke, and even an idiot would not believe them. With such accusations, he had wanted you to undergo profound handle soul search to prove yourself. How could there be such a ridiculous matter in this world? If such a thing were to happen, then I can also, without evidence, accuse the whole Yun family of treason. Then would each and every one of you undergo the profound handle soul search to prove yourselves. Furthermore, who are you? You're the son of the great elder of the Yun family and the person who's going to be the next patriarch. Your status is high and noble. And this Yun Qi, he's just a brat who nobody knows where he came from. If he wants you undergo profound handle soul search and you willing do it, would you still have any bit of pride and respect as a child of the Yun family? If you were to really undergo soul search and prove your innocence, from now onwards, the entire illusory demon realm would know that the respectable new patriarch of the Yun family had to undergo the profound handle soul search in front of everyone just to prove his innocence from some random brat's accusation. Ha 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 ha. That would be a joke that would shame all of Yun family, and don't you think it would even cause the whole illusory demon realm to look down upon the Yun family? In the future, wouldn't words from a child or some random beggar force the Yun family patriarch to use the soul search to prove himself? Duke Huiyi's words were shocking, and also caused all the disciples of the Yun family to awaken and feel indignation. Numerous younger generation disciples instantly shouted out. Duke Huiyi is right. Yun Xinyu cannot undergo the profound handle soul search. Otherwise our Yun family would become a laughingstock. The fact that Brother Xinyu was willing to step up to undergo the profound handle soul search without hesitation is enough proof that he's innocent. Who the heck is Yun Qi? Hurry up and chase him out. To accuse Brother Xinyu like this, crippling him right here and now isn't even too much. We know that Brother Xinyu is definitely innocent. He doesn't need to prove himself at all. This Yun Qi is really too despicable. Yun Xinyu trembled. After being stunned for a while, he looked down and replied with guilt. Your Highness has taught me well. I was only thinking of proving my innocence and did not think of the bigger picture. I nearly caused the entire Yun family to become a laughingstock because of my selfishness. Ha ha, Duke Huiyi faintly laughed. I know how you feel, but the fact that you were willing to undergo the profound handle soul search is enough proof of your innocence. The edges of Yun Qi's mouth twitched as he laughed coldly to himself. This two-man show is truly flawless. Even I was almost about to believe him. Yun Waitian cupped his fists toward Duke Huiyi and said agitatedly, Duke Huiyi had said everything that I wanted to say. How could my son's innocence be placed on the same level as the prestige of the Yun family? Even if he had to carry the name of a sinner who harmed his fellow clansmen, this profound handle soul search cannot be allowed. I thank your Highness for reminding my child about this. Although your Highness is not much older than my child, you are much better than my child in handling such situations. Duke Huiyi laughed slightly and said, Great Elder is too kind. As the accused party, it is no wonder that anger clouded his mind that he couldn't think properly. I am an onlooker and can naturally see the bigger picture more clearly. He. Just as Duke Huiyi finished talking, a sarcastic and inharmonious laughter rang out. Duke Huiyi glanced at Helian Peng and asked, Elder Helian, what are you laughing about? Helian Peng stood up and sarcastically said, Your Highness, don't you find this extremely laughable? Although the Yun family has been in decline, they are still one of the 12 guardian families. But at the family gathering of a guardian family, a wild brat actually appeared to cause trouble. What's even more laughable is that even now, he's still standing there perfectly fine, ha-ha-ha. If this were to happen in my Helian family, just the fact that he made such accusations. Let's not talk about the patriarch, but even if it were a normal disciple, if it was a light punishment, he would be crippled on the spot, and if it was heavy, he would be put to death immediately. But this Yun family, is really appalling, laughable, yet pitiable. Where is there any bit of their guardian family aura and greatness? It's hard for me even if I don't want to laugh. Although Helian Peng's words were sarcastic, they were straight to the point, instantly causing all the elders and disciples present to be embarrassed as they looked at Yun Qi with rage. Yun Waitian instantly walked forward and commanded, Enforcement Elder, hurry and capture this brat whose intentions are malicious. Hearing what was said, the Enforcement Elder flew and landed on the stage. Just as he was about to rush towards Yun Qi, a calm yet slightly authoritative voice sounded. Stop! Although the voice was not too serious and did not pack much feelings, it caused the Enforcement Elder to stop. That was because this voice had come from Yun Qinghang. Yun Qinghang, you finally talked. I thought you were going to watch this show until the end. Yun Waitian laughed, and he even called Yun Qinghang by his name. What is it? Are you going to protect this audacious and reckless so-called godson of yours? Or are his actions really your wishes? You're right. I am indeed going to protect him. Yun Qinghang said calmly as he looked directly at Yun Waitian. His calm gaze made Yun Waitian feel an authoritativeness that should not have existed, as his body uncontrollably tensed up. Enforcement Elder, step down, Yun Qinghang said. Hearing those words, the Enforcement Elder was stunned and looked at the Great Elder. Seeing that he did not move, Yun Qinghang frowned and his voice instantly became deeper. Step down? These two words were not harsh, but in the ears of the Yun family disciples, they were as deafening as thunder, and all the elders looked at Yun Qinghang in shock. After being crippled for more than 20 years, Yun Qinghang had led a reclusive life and rarely cared about family matters. He had also never scolded anyone. And this was the first time the disciples of the young generation had heard their crippled patriarch give such an authoritative command. The Enforcement Elder's body trembled and he frantically uttered, Yes, before quickly retreating. Yun Qinghang's gaze turned and landed on Yun Xinyu as he said in a calm yet undeniable tone, Yun Xinyu, step on stage and be prepared to receive the profound handle soul search. Once Yun Qinghang's words came out, everyone was stunned and the place grew restless. Duke Huiyi's brows twitched as he asked in a slightly angry tone, "Patriarch Yun, what is the meaning of this?" "What do I mean? Who are you to care?" Yun Qinghong coolly replied. "This is my Yun family's matters, and I don't need you to be gesticulating here." The mutters of the entire arena immediately turned into dead silence, and everyone stared in awe, wondering whether there was a problem with their ears. Yun Qinghong actually scolded this Duke Huiyi and actually scolded him without leaving him face. Duke Huiyi's face immediately darkened as he coldly laughed. "Patriarch Yun, you dare act so disrespectful towards me." "HMPH," Yun Qinghong laughed it off coolly. "So what if I'm disrespectful towards you? From the moment you stepped into my Yun family grounds until now, have you given me, the patriarch, any respect? I am from the same generation as your father, and my father is the reputable Demon King. His title of king is of the same seniority as your grandfather. In the past, when your father saw me, he still had to obediently call me Big Brother. Me teaching you a lesson only natural, and you, a junior, entered my Yun family, yet did not pay respects to me, the patriarch. Instead, you continuously interfered with my family matters in front of me. Your actions are wild and arrogant, and now you even question me for being disrespectful towards you. Is this how your father usually teaches you? HMPH, you're a disgrace to your father, grandfather, and the entire illusory demon royal family. In fact, you've lost all their face." Yun Qinghong's angry rebuke carried an incomparably shocking aura. Every word that came from his mouth was accompanied by an ostensible pressure which took the air out of the entire building. Every single person present could feel the weight of this oppressive aura, and all the Yun family members present, from the elders to the young disciples, every single one of them had been stunned into silence. Even Yun Zio's mouth was gaping open, and he looked at Yun Qinghong with a gaze which scarcely could contain his disbelief. The father he was familiar with was a courtly and peaceable man, and on most days he did not speak much, nor was he willing to interact with other people, to the point where he rarely even left his own courtyard. He had seemed to have reached a state where he was detached from all worldly affairs. He could scarcely believe that his own father, facing the respected Duke Huiyi, would utter such strong, unyielding words. And these words even carried such a tyrannical power. Duke Huiyi would never even dream that Yun Qinghong would deliver such a furious denunciation. Yun Qinghong was clearly a cripple, but facing his current gaze, even he as Duke felt his heart skip a beat. And he, as an esteemed Duke, when had ever been lectured so harshly in the public eye. He pointed a finger at Yun Qinghong, and in a voice which faintly trembled, "Yun Qinghong, you... How impudent!" Yun Qinghong's voice sank an octave further as he directly cut off Duke Huiyi's words. "The three words, Yun Qinghong, are they for you to say? I, Yun Qinghong, made a name for myself in the demon imperial city at the age of 14. At that time, your royal father was not even born yet, and even the little demon emperor would address me as brother. Who do you think you are, to dare to address this patriarch's name so casually? To have no regard for one's seniors, to show such lack of courtesy, to be so utterly lacking in breeding, and to be filled with such foolish conceit. To top it all off, you have such an exaggerated opinion of yourself that even when you have thrown your royal father's face all over the ground, you do not even know it. The entire illusory demon royal family has truly been shamed to the ground because of you. Such an inferior child, even this patriarch can hardly even be bothered to correct you. HMPH. You... Duke Huiyi's entire body trembled. His eyes grew dark, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He, Duke Huiyi, after arriving at the Yun family holdings, had been welcomed with respect by the great elder himself, and the gazes directed towards him were filled with reverence. When he spoke, everyone echoed his words, and not one had dared to put a foot wrong. What an impressive spectacle that had been. As for this patriarch, Yun Qinghong, a cripple, he had not even deigned to give him a single glance. He was currently being scolded miserably by this cripple for the entire world to see, and every single rebuke was impossible for him to refute. The present scene had become blanketed in dead silence, and everyone's ears were still buzzing with the sound of Yun Qinghong berating Duke Huiyi. His words had caused some of the seniors to recall the memories they had of Yun Qinghong. He was the son of the Demon King, and his innate talent had been even higher than the Demon King at the same age. Amongst all those of his generation, including the illusory demon royal family, none were his equal. At the age of 14, he had caused shockwaves throughout the entire demon imperial city, and all the seniors knew this fact intimately. And the fact that he and the little demon emperor called each other brother was also an unimpeachable fact. At that time, no one would doubt that Yun Qinhang would succeed Yun Kanghai as the second demon king. After a silence which lasted more than 20 years, people had nearly forgotten just what kind of figure Yun Qinghang used to be. But his sudden crippling could not wipe away his past glories. And his title as the youngest ever monarch in the history of the illusory demon realm was something that no one could take away. His splendor was so dazzling that it practically burned the eyes, and up till this day, no one had surpassed it. When Yun Qinghang was at the same age as Duke Huiyi, his accomplishments were something that Duke Huiyi did not even have the right to discuss. Once these memories were jolted back to life, these seniors immediately felt that the wanton rudeness that Duke Huiyi showed Yun Qinghang was just too ridiculous. "Patriarch, this is truly our patriarch." An elder stood up excitedly. "Is the patriarch, is he coming back?" His excitement was not allowed to continue, as the one who sat beside him restrained him and dragged him back into his seat. The other person, who bore a solemn expression, gave his head a heavy shake. The excited elder's expression suddenly tightened, and he swiftly curbed his exuberance as he settled down. Among the core elders and normal elders, a large majority of them displayed looks of astonished joy and emotion on their faces, but they swiftly smothered their expressions. And amidst the raucous and rowdy environment, no one had noticed this particular point. But Yun Qi just happened to be facing the direction where the elders were seated, and he took note of the temporary change in expression amongst those seated there. His gaze grew concentrated, and a deep astonishment emerged in the depths of his eyes. Could it be? After Yun Qinghang had finished his stern rebuke, he gave a cold snort and no longer paid any attention to Duke Huiyi. With sunken brows, he looked towards Yun Xinyu, who had an overcast and uncertain expression on his face. He said, "Yun Xinyu, what are you still standing there for? Come forward immediately and prepare yourself to receive the profound handle soul search." Yun Qinghang's sudden explosion completely caught Yun Waitian by surprise. Once he heard Yun Qinghang's words, his eyes narrowed, and he swiftly said, "Yun Qinghang, you do not go overboard." "Overboard? How am I going overboard?" Yun Qinghang replied in a sedate voice. Yun Waitian in a tone that was unyielding and stubborn. "We already clarified before that Xinyu will definitely not be allowed to submit himself to the profound handle soul search, or else our Yun family will become the laughingstock of the entire illusory demon realm. Are you, for the sake of protecting your godson, willing to even disregard the sanctity of our clan's honor?" Yun Qinghang's gaze was calm and tranquil. Being held directly under that gaze, Yun Waitian suddenly felt like it was difficult to breathe. He faintly began to feel that the previous Yun Qinghang, the previous Yun family patriarch, after a long hibernation of 22 years, was finally back. If we go solely by the words of an outsider, there is indeed no real reason for us to subject Xinyu to a profound handle soul search. Yun Qinghang's voice suddenly grew more serious as he continued. "But now, it is this patriarch's command. Has it come to this, that I, as the head of this clan, cannot even order a junior in the family to do such a simple thing? Erg." Yun Waitian's throat violently contracted as he was left speechless. "Yun Xinyu, come on stage to receive the profound handle soul search right now. This is an order," Yun Qinghang commanded. Yun Xinyu's hands started to shake. His forehead was covered with a sheen of cold sweat. He threw a pleading gaze towards Duke Huiyi, but he discovered instead that Duke Huiyi's expression was also extremely ugly. Even though he saw Xinyu's silent cry for help, he could not force any words out of his mouth. Yun Qinghang's fierce and cruel criticism had choked him up to the point where he felt like he was going to explode. "Ha ha ha ha, this is pathetic. It is simply too pathetic. Yun Qinghang, do you really still think that you are the Yun Qinghang of old? Right now, all that you truly are is a mere cripple." Helian Peng once again let out his shrill, mocking laugh. "Even if I am a cripple, I am still the Yun family patriarch." "Yun family patriarch? He. Helian Peng's mocking laugh arose once again. "What evidence can you bring out to prove that you are the Yun family patriarch? What right do you have to call yourself the Yun family patriarch? Even an outsider like myself knows that the one symbol which proves the status of a Yun family patriarch is the patriarch's crest that has been handed down since the time of your ancestor. Only if you have the patriarch's crest can you be the Yun family patriarch. It is just like how, within the illusory demon royal family, only the one who holds the demon emperor's seal is the true demon emperor. Yun Qinghang, since you call yourself a patriarch, then you must have the patriarch's crest. All those years ago, because he did not have the demon emperor's seal, The little demon emperor did not dare to assume the title of demon emperor, and the little demon empress could only be called that very title. Even the little demon emperor and empress did it in such a way. So Yun King Hong, if you do not have the patriarch's crest, what right do you have to call yourself the Yun family patriarch? And what right do you have to order your clansmen around? 100 years ago, as the demon King Yun Kanghai left and never came back, the Yun family's patriarch's crest disappeared along with him, and it was only after these events that Yun King Hong succeeded him as patriarch. The Yun family's patriarch's crest had been lost for 100 years. This was something every single person in the demon imperial city knew, because this patriarch's crest could be said to be the most important artifact to the Yun family, and within it contained the most original form of the purple cloud art. It even held the power imprint and soul imprint of every single person who had ever held the title of patriarch. Once it was lost, it was impossible to duplicate or replace it. After Yun King Hong had finally emerged from his silence of 22 years to once more forcefully proclaim his status as patriarch, Helian Peng had deliberately chosen to mention the patriarch's crest that had been lost for 100 years. It was truly an insidious assault against Yun King Hong's weak point. But Yun King Hong was not the least bit flustered. The corners of eyes slanted, and he coldly laughed. Helian Peng, you are rather attentive to the affairs of the Yun family today, especially our Yun family's Yun Xinyu. You have been quite protective over him, but since you want to see my Yun family's patriarch's crest, let me fulfill your desire. As Yun King Hong's voice fell, the arm that had always been pressed down on the armrest of wheelchair steadily rose up, and within his palm, a purple jade tablet that fit nicely into the hollow of his palm released a clear purple radiance. Once this purple-colored jade tablet had made an appearance, every single Yun family disciple present clearly felt the purple cloud art within their bodies start to throb involuntarily. Even the blood within their bodies began stirring restlessly. All the present Yun family members who were older than 100 years of age began to stand up one after the other. Even the three grand elders Yun Jiang, Yun He, and Yun Zai stood up as one, their faces displaying an expression that was deeply moved and astonished at the same time. It is the patriarch's crest. It is our Yun family's patriarch's crest. Grand Elder Yun Zai directly blurted these words out. A stately Grand Elder had actually lost control of his emotions, so one could imagine just how agitated he was. The patriarch's crest, it is not possible. Wasn't the patriarch's crest lost those 100 years ago? But this aura, we can't be mistaken. This is without a doubt the patriarch's crest. It is definitely not possible for another one to exist in this world. The heavens have had mercy on us. Our Yun family's patriarch's crest has finally returned to us. The young generation did not truly understand the significance of the concept behind the patriarch's crest. But for all of the seniors who were older than 100 years of age, it was the one thing in the Yun family that nothing could be compared to. A sacred artifact which was valued above all. And for the patriarch's crest to see the light of day once more, and in Yun King Hong's hand no less. These Yun family seniors were moved to the point where they were besides themselves, as tears began to flow from some of their eyes. The most shocked of all was undoubtedly the person beside Yun King Hong, Mu Yuru. But even though she extremely anxious to know the answer, she did not inquire, because now was not the time for questions. King Hong, just where did the patriarch's crest pop out from? Or could it be that, in these 100 years that have gone by, the patriarch's crest was actually never missing all along? Yun Jiang asked as he stood up, his white beard shaking with every word he said. Yun King Hong calmly replied, "The patriarch's crest is our Yun family's sacred artifact. I would definitely not dare to conceal or bluff regarding the matter of whether it had been lost or not. It has indeed been lost 100 years ago, but due a trick of fate, it has been found once more. And as for how it came back, this is an internal matter for our Yun family alone. Because there are so many outsiders present today, it is better if we postpone this discussion to a later date." The three grand elders nodded their heads in unison and did not pursue the matter any further. The return of the patriarch's crest. This was the most blessed thing to ever happen to the Yun family in these 100 years. Compared to that, the matter of how it was recovered was truly secondary. Helian Peng. Yun King Hong deliberately flashed the patriarch's crest in Helian Peng's direction. "Am I now allowed to call myself the Yun family patriarch?" Helian Peng ground his teeth, and his face had turned even greener. He had never ever thought that the patriarch's crest, which had clearly been lost those 100 years ago, would once again see the light of day, and in the hands of Yun Qinghang no less. And even if he was not a member of the Yun family, he could tell that it was the genuine article in a single glance, with absolutely no chicanery involved. This was simply much too strange of an occurrence. The events which had happened today, the first half of the festivities, all went according to expectations. But after that, the situation had morphed into something completely different from what had been arranged. Yun Xinyu, enter the sacred cloud arena immediately and prepare yourself to receive the profound handle soul search. This is an order. If you are truly as innocent as you claim to be, then why should you be afraid of the profound handle soul search? If you continue to show signs of hesitance, then that can only be the product of your guilty mind, Yun Qinghang harshly declared. Yun Xinyu clenched both his fists tighter and tighter, to the point where it seemed like he was going to fracture the bones in his hands, and the sweat on his forehead began to stream down his face in little rivulets. He raised his head and said in a voice filled with willpower, "Patriarch, it is not that I do not dare, it is that I cannot accept this. I, Yun Xinyu, have always been devoted and sincere. On what basis do I have to submit to the profound handle soul search in public just because an outsider launched a baseless accusation against me? Is it because he is the Patriarch's godson? If the profound handle soul search proves my innocence, will this matter be swept under the rug after that, and this foster son of yours, will he just be let off with a slap on the wrist? Is that the way things are going to be? I cannot accept this, Patriarch. If you behave in this manner, you will only discourage our entire clan. I truly cannot accept it." "You cannot accept it," Yun Qinghang gave a humorless laugh. "Since this is the case, this Patriarch will make it so that you can accept it, Chair." "Godfather," Yun Qi responded. Yun Qinghang declared solemnly, "The matter of Yun Xinyu having to undergo the profound handle soul search is entirely due to you. After the profound handle soul search has been done, if he is truly involved in the assassination attempt on Xiaor and number 7 under heaven, then you have indeed helped our Yun family deal with a phantom menace, and it will truly be a great merit that you have earned. And at that time the Elder Council will naturally reward you greatly, and you would have earned the approval of the entire Yun family. However, if Yun Xinyu is truly innocent, then you will have maliciously accused one of our Yun family disciples. Even if you are my godson, I won't let you off lightly. At that time, you must break all the meridians in your body in penance before all who are present here. Do you dare to give me that promise? If you do not dare, then this profound handle soul search also does not need to happen, to break all of his meridians." This extremely cruel conclusion caused all those who were present to feel a chill radiate throughout their entire body. Originally, many of the Yun family members felt that Yun Qinghang's sudden explosion was to protect Yun Qi. But once he spoke those words, not even a single one still harbored that notion in their minds. They even felt that Yun Qinghang was being unusually cruel with his godson. Even though Yun Qinghang nearly had 100% confidence in Yun Qi, he still left a way out for Yun Qi to break all of one's meridians. In the eyes of any profound practitioner, even if it was a monarch, it would still be an extremely terrifying thing. But he and Mu Yuru had their meridians crippled for over 20 years, and Yun Qi could restore them to full health in the matter of 2 months. Even if he did end up having to break all of his meridians later, it should not take a great deal of effort for him to make a full recovery. "Yes," Yun Qi nodded his head with no hesitation at all, and he declared in a loud voice, "If Yun Xinyu is proven to be innocent under the examination of the profound handle soul search, I will, before all those who are present, break all the meridians in my body. If I show any signs of reneging, any person who is present can take action against me, and I will not resist." Yun Qinghang slowly nodded his head. "Yun Xinyu, now do you still have anything else to say?" Now that the situation had progressed to such a stage, and Yun Qinghang had spoken at length, if Yun Xinyu continued to resist, then it would truly seem abnormal. Yun Xinyu's chest fiercely convulsed, and both of his legs started to tremble slightly. He ground his teeth as he took one step towards the arena, but he could not take the second step, because out of all those who were present, he was the most clear on what the result of the profound soul search would be. "HMPH?" Yun Qinghang's expression morphed into one of fury, and he said in a deep voice, "Enforcement, Elder, in the situation where there no detrimental action is to be taken against the Yun family, how should someone who is determined to go against the order of the Patriarch be dealt with?" The enforcement elder was taken by surprise, but he hurriedly replied, "Reporting to Patriarch, if one is to defy the orders given by the Patriarch, A light punishment would be forced confinement, and a heavy punishment would be to purge that person's body of his profound art and expel him from the family. Yun Xinyu, do you want to become a cripple and then be expelled from the family? Or do you want to enter the sacred cloud arena and prove your innocence? If you can show hesitation even when being asked to make such a simple decision, it simply proves that everything Yun Qi had said were not lies after all. Yun Xinyu still did not move. At this time, his entire spirit was on the verge of collapse, and amidst the chaos and fright which dominated his mind, he could scarcely hear what Yun Qinghong was saying. Since you still refuse to enter the sacred cloud arena, then I can only get someone to help you up on stage. Yun Qinghong faced the three grand elders and he said with a respectful look, Our three grand elders, I regret that this current matter will require your assistance, because it is only if the three grand elders took action personally will everyone present will be satisfied. Yun, Jiang, Yun Zai, and Yun He were all people who had already experienced everything under the sun. So Yun Xinyu's present condition had already clearly clued them in on what was happening. Once Yun Qinghong had finished speaking, Grand Elder Yun Zai took to the air, and he instantly appeared in the space above Yun Xinyu. Before Yun Xinyu could even respond, a profound energy that was as boundless as the sea had enveloped his entire body. He was not even able to make the least bit of resistance before everything grew dark before his eyes, as his consciousness was completely buried. Even his body appeared within the sacred cloud arena in a kneeling position. The Grand Elder's profound energy was so thick and robust that before anyone could see what was happening, Yun Xinyu already appeared in the middle of the sacred cloud arena. His whole body was frozen still, and eyes were opened wide, but his gaze was completely unfocused. It was as if his soul had left his body. With a flash, Grand Elder Yun Zai had reappeared in his seat. He dryly said, His consciousness has already been subjected to the profound Handle soul search. This will persist for the next 15 minutes. Whatever the patriarch wishes to inquire, go ahead and ask him. As he was forced to bear testament to how his son, the apple of his eye, was forced to kneel down like a criminal for all to see, and as he saw how the actions and words of the Grand Elders clearly showed that they were on the side of Yun Qinghong, Yun Waitian's entire body trembled and he roared in fury. Good, good, go ahead and ask, go ahead and ask. My son's innocence does not fear any false accusation. Yun Qinghong, remember your previous words. If my son is innocent, then this Yun Qi must break all of the meridians in his body. And today's insult, I will definitely not forget it. Please keep calm, Great Elder. Presently, are we not going to prove the innocence of your son? You should be even more at ease instead. Yun Qinghong nodded his head towards Yun Qi. Chair, push me up. I want to clearly hear every word that he is about to say. Yes, Yun Qi replied, then jumped off the stage. After that, he carried Yun Qinghong's wheelchair and returned to the sacred cloud arena, landing right in front of Yun Xinyu. Your Highness, what should we do? Behind Duke Huiyi, the venerable stone dragon whispered to him in the softest of voices. Duke Huiyi's face was as inscrutable as still water. His fingers spread out like a fan, and his index finger made a slight hook as it performed an obscure gesture. Great Elder Yubai, please withdraw. And the various elders, will you please keep an eye on the Great Elder? Do not allow him to personally enter the sacred cloud arena. As for Duke Huiyi, please do whatever pleases you. Yun Qinghong said in a steady voice as he looked at Yun Xinyu. HMPH? Duke Huiyi snorted lightly, but he did not leave the sacred cloud arena. Instead, he fixed both his eyes on Yun Qinghong's back as if he could pierce through it with his gaze. Both Mu Yubai and Yun Waitian complied with those words and left the sacred cloud arena. But Yun Waitian said in a furious voice, I do not need anyone to look out for me. My son is definitely innocent. Yun Qinghong, I'll make sure you regret this. Heh heh. Yun Qinghong laughed dryly. Yun Waitian, do not ever think that just because you are his father you understand everything about him. But I am more than willing to believe that whatever things that he has done, you have remained ignorant of it. Chair, the one who accused Yun Xinyu of being involved in the assassination attempt of Xiaor and number 7 under heaven was you. So why don't you personally lead the interrogation? Especially since you are the person who uncovered the clues in the first place, you would know best on what questions should be asked. Understood. Yun Qi nodded his head and his gaze crossed with Yun Qinghong's. Both of them laughed involuntarily as they met each other's gazes. During today's grand meeting, Yun Qinghong had initially maintained his silence, and he was silent to the point that it was easy to forget that he was even present. But from the moment he had opened his mouth, The entire situation had fallen into the palm of his hand. He destroyed the grandeur of Duke Hui Yi, and he rendered Helian Peng utterly speechless. He made every single person from the Yun family hang on his every word and action. He made Yun Xinyu's resentful cries for justice vanish completely. And just a few words from him caused the Grand Elders to personally take action to restrict Yun Xinyu. Yun Qi rarely admired anyone. He originally thought that he would be the star of this Yun family great assembly. But beyond all expectations, the true role of the protagonist was easily taken away by Yun Qinghang. He let out a silent sigh in his heart. No wonder I am so excellent. It's because I actually have such a formidable father. Oh, what he must have been like in his prime. While the Yun family members present were being led by the nose by the practically flawless scenario which unfolded before their eyes, Yun Qinghang had silently seen through it all. When all who were present began to question and ridicule Yun Qi, he chose to believe instead. It had nothing to do with his trust in Yun Qi. It had everything to do with Yun Qinghang being sufficiently wise and farsighted. Yun Qi strode forward, and once he was alongside Yun Qinghang. He wanted to remind Yun Qinghang to be careful of someone making a move to silence Yun Xinyu, but before the words came out of his mouth, he swallowed them instead. He believed that with Yun Qinghang's wisdom and foresight, he basically did not need to remind him of this. "What is your name?" Yun Qi stood before Yun Xinyu and seemed to begin the interrogation in earnest. "Yun Xinyu?" Yun Xinyu spoke in a manner which was slow and lifeless, but it was sufficiently clear for all to hear. "How old are you this year?" 27 years old. As Yun Xinyu spoke, a trail of saliva spilled from the corner of his mouth, then dangled to the floor. "What type of girls do you like the most?" "Ones with big butts." "Oh, I really couldn't tell that the both of us actually would have something in common." Yun Qi opened his eyes wide. "So who was the girl that you slept with most recently?" "Drunken River House's Lady Chrysanthemum." The audience immediately spat their drinks at that answer. "You bastard!" Yun Waitian's was practically standing straight on end, and he pointed at Yun Qi while he scolded vociferously. "What kind of rubbish questions are you asking? You are clearly afraid of being found false, and you are deliberately putting things off." Yun Qi swiftly made a pacifying gesture. "Great Elder Yun, please do not be angry. This is the first time I have ever seen the legendary profound handle soul search being performed. So I just really wanted to test whether the legends were really true and that any question I asked would be answered. Yes, I think I'm about done with testing it out. This profound handle soul search is truly mystical, but it is time for us to truly start the interrogation." But Tusk, to think that the respected son of a Yun family great elder would actually visit a brothel when he wants the companionship of a woman, oh. But at least he would rather visit a brothel, unlike the disciples of some other grand families who would go around raping and dominating innocent women. Ah, truly his actions fill me with admiration for him. It is just that this Lady Chrysanthemum, when I hear this name, I can't help but think that the tastes of the great young Master Yun just seem to be a tad bit on the heavy side. "You!" Yun Waitian's entire body shook uncontrollably, and his gaze filled with violence. He looked as if he hated that he could not rush up on stage and have it out with Yun Qi there and then. "Oh, right away, right away." Yun Qi coughed heavily as he casually shot a glance at the expression of the silent Duke Hui Yi, after which he proceeded to ask in a serious tone, "Yun Xinyu, let me ask you. 2 months ago, how did you know that Yun Xiao and number 7 under heaven would be meeting outside the city?" Yun Qi did not ask whether you knew. Instead he asked, "How did you know?" Yun Waitian gave a cold smirk and he said with utter contempt, "Under the effects of the profound handle soul search, all the words uttered come straight from the depths of the soul, so there can be no deception. Did you think that if you used this sort of guiding question, he would obediently spin a tale for you to hear?" But as Yun Xinyu opened his mouth, Yun Waitian's expression instantly froze in place. "That day, I was strolling past Yun Xiao's courtyard, and I just happened to hear the sound transmission that Yun Xiao had sent to number 7 under heaven, to arrange to meet the next morning at 10 in the morning, at the Rain Cloud Pavilion, which was 35 kilometers away from the city." Yun Xinyu replied in a slow but clear voice. "Oh," Yun Qi nodded his head. "Indeed it was as I expected. You did eavesdrop on Yun Xiao's sound transmission." This, Yun Xiao's tongue seemed to have tied itself into a knot. He remembered that on the first day he met Yun Qi asked him whether he had used sound transmission every time he asked number 7 under heaven on a date. And he also asked if anyone had overheard that particular sound transmission. The sound of tightly packed whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Yun Qi's first legitimate question, and Yun Xinyu's subsequent reply, had caused the people who had already began forming suspicions about Yun Xinyu to immediately smell something funny. Yun Waitian's expression had become ugly in a flash, but he swiftly yelled out, "So what if that is true? Xinyu merely overheard those words by accident. Does it mean that because he unwittingly heard that sound transmission, he is the scoundrel who arranged for their assassination?" "Great Elder Yun, don't be impatient. I am merely asking my first real question. If he's innocent, you'll hear it for yourself soon enough," Yun Qi patiently said. "Yun Xinyu, let me ask you, did you tell this matter to someone else and plot to assassinate Yun Xiao and number 7 under heaven when they were together?" Yun Qi asked in a stern manner. Yun Qi's question was straight to the point. Yun Xinyu only had to give a very simple answer. Yes or no? Yes, Yun Xinyu answered lifelessly. Whoa. Once the word yes came out, the entire Yun family was in an uproar and everyone was stunned. No matter what, they did not dare believe what they had heard with their ears. That was a profound handle soul search, and it was a profound handle soul search personally administered by a grand elder. Under the effects of the profound handle soul search, anything they say would definitely be the truth. The Yun family who possessed the profound handle all completely believed this. The hope of the entire clan, the strongest, most respected, the humble and kind Yun Xinyu of the younger generation. He was actually involved in the attempted assassination of Yun Xiao and number 7 under heaven. The shock his reply caused for the Yun family was earth-shattering. If it were not because he said it personally under the effect of profound handle soul search, they would rather believe that ghosts existed in this world than this fact. How can this be? Yun Xiao's mouth was agape in shock and his eyes lost focus. He was unable to recompose himself for a long while. Yun family's most elite member of the same generation, his most respected person was actually just as Yun Qi said, the person who tried to harm him and number 7 under heaven 2 months ago. Furthermore, when Yun Qi was picking on Yun Xinyu on stage before, he had even stepped out to defend him, shouting that it was impossible. "Boz, Tard!" Number 1 under heaven shouted as he jumped up. His eyes were downcast as he cracked his knuckles. After investigating hard for 2 months, he couldn't find any clues, which caused the anger and hate that had built up to be much more intense. Now that the actual culprit had appeared, he could no longer control it, as it was about to explode. Understandable, since his investigation had yielded no results. Because he never expected that the culprit behind the incident was from the Yun family. "Compose yourself." Unparalleled under heaven patted his shoulder, looked at Yun Xinyu and calmly said, "If it were Yun Xinyu alone, there is no reason for him to harm number 7, and even more so Yun Xiao. This incident isn't so simple. Let's continue watching." Number 1 under heaven gritted his teeth as he controlled himself. The moment Yun Xinyu said yes, Yun Waitian's entire body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he immediately shouted with a trembling voice, Impossible. There must be some reason behind this. It's impossible that my son would do this without a reason. There must be a proper reason." All these years, Yun Waitian has always treated Yun Xinyu as his pride, and until now, he still would not believe that Yun Xinyu was someone that would harbor malicious intent. He was his birth father, clearly the person who understood him the most in this world. "I believe that everyone present here would like to know the reason behind this," Yun Qi said as he looked at Yun Xinyu. Before this, he thought that both Yun Waitian and Yun Xinyu were involved, but looking at Yun Waitian's reactions, he started to believe that he actually did not know anything at all. He could now see how scheming, well-planned, and how of good an actor Yun Xinyu was. "Then, great Elder Yun, you'd better open up your ears and listen to the reason behind this," Yun Qi continued before asking. "Yun Xinyu, answer in detail why you worked together with people outside the family to harm your fellow clansman Yun Xiao and the innocent number 7 under heaven." Yun Xinyu opened his mouth and replied robotically. "Yun family and the under heaven clan are both loyal to the little demon empress, killing number 7 under heaven. While letting Yun Xiao go, under heaven family would be enraged with the Yun family. If the two families clash, even if it isn't mutual destruction, they would not be on the same side together." Yun family plaza was dead silent as everyone listened attentively, afraid they would miss out on a single word. When Yun Xinyu had finished speaking, everyone revealed faces of shock and fear. The three grand elders stood up in unison as expressions of deep shock appeared on their aged faces. Waitian trembled before weakly crashing onto the ground. His eyes stare wide opened, yet his gaze lifeless as incoherent speech escaped from his mouth. Impossible, this is impossible, impossible, this cannot be. The truth behind what Xianxia was simply too appalling. His motive, more accurately speaking, the motive of the people behind this, was to reduce the power of the faction supporting the Little Demon Empress. Little Demon Empress was the highest monarch of the illusory demon realm. Such actions were blatant attempts to revolt. In the face of such a frightening answer, no one in the Yun family dared to utter a word. Never had they ever thought that Xianxia would be the actual culprit who harmed a fellow clansman. What was even more unimaginable was that it actually implicated such a groundbreaking huge matter. If it were not for Yun-Chi lending a hand to Yun-Zio and number 7 under Heaven that day, their plans would have succeeded, and under Heaven family would be enraged with the Yun family, resulting in a huge conflict, and would even cause them to not be able to bear with one another. After all, number 7 under Heaven was not any ordinary member of the Under Heaven clan. She was actually greatest ambition, under Heaven's only daughter. Yun-Zio asking her out was also an indisputable fact. Even more frightening was that today they were all supporting Xianxia to be the next head of the Yun family, and he almost succeeded the position. Whilst thinking about that, the entire family broke out in cold sweat. Yun-Chi sternly said, Xianxia, harming a fellow clansman and finding an opportunity to reduce the power of the faction supporting the Little Demon Empress. This is a heinous crime. You are the son of the great elder, your status is good, and your talent isn't bad either. You are well praised and depended upon by the family who even pushed for you to be the next head of the family. Everything is yours for the taking. Why do you have to do this? Why exactly have you planned this, or were you forced by someone? As Yun-Chi finished speaking, everyone held their breath, especially all the Yun family elders who stood up and stared at Xianxia. An accusation that originally caused them to become enraged had suddenly turned into such a shocking truth. Xianxia's face contorted. Facing these questions from Yun-Chi, his mind suddenly experienced pain. His voice became hoarse, yet he still narrated without hiding anything. 6 years ago, Master poisoned me with the heart-disabling venom. If I follow his instructions, after Master overthrows the Little Demon Empress, I, the new patriarch, would be named with the title of a king. If I were to disobey, I would die without a burial place. Heart-disabling venom. Numerous shocked screams overlapped one another, and the lifeless Waitian, upon hearing Xianxia's answer, lifted his head agitatedly as his whole body trembled. Yun-Chi had never heard of heart-disabling venom before, but the same venom in different places would often have different names. Him not hearing of it before did not mean he did not what venom it was. Just as he was about to use his profound energy on Xianxia's body to investigate what venom it was, an icy cold killing intent came from his rear right side. Although the killing intent was hidden, how could it escape Yun-Chi's sharp senses? He quickly gave up on investigating and walked forward to ask in a quick manner, Tell me, who are those that attempted to assassinate Yun-Zio and who is the owner of yours? The ones who attacked Yun-Zio and number 7 under Heaven is, from the Hellion family, Master, is Duke Huai Palaces. Boom. The stage below their feet was suddenly destroyed, and an earth shard that was vibrating with a dirty yellow profound glow shot up from the ground. Yun-Chi's first reaction was to instantly retreat. At the same time, he using his palm and pushed Xianxia backwards a few steps. However, the energy within the earth shard was too overwhelming, and because Xianxia was not in control of his body whilst under the effects of profound handle soul search, he did not have any chance at avoiding the attack, and was completely pierced through by the shard. Because of that, he was then skewered in midair, and large amounts of blood were sprayed around. Xinyu? Waitian screamed in horror, sprinting towards the sacred Yun stage like a madman. All the elders of the Yun family were shocked as they ran towards the stage, and the scene was instantly a mess. Duke Hui Yi, what is the meaning of this? Yun Qingheng asked in anger. The one who mercilessly attacked Xianxia was the venerable stone dragon who stood behind Duke Hui Yi. Currently, the scales on his arms were still emitting a dull, profound glow. This Xianxia deserves death for maligning my royal father. Duke Hui Yi laughed with a darkened face. And Yun-Chi, the brat who spoiled my plans, must die as well. Kill him. Boom. The entire sacred cloud arena exploded and dust filled the air. A thick, dense yellow radiance shot straight towards Yun Qi's chest. There was only Yun Qinghang beside Yun Qi, as the others were not on the stage yet, so they were unable to intervene at all. Just as the yellow profound light was less than a meter away from Yun Qi, Yun Qinghang, who was sitting on his wheelchair, stretched out his arm. The movement of his arm was very slow, so slow that even a person with no profound cultivation would be able to see the movement of his arm. And yet, with such a slow speed, it instantly appeared in front of Yun Qi, blocking the attack. Rip! A huge lightning barrier appeared from Yun Qinghang's palm, completely blocking the venerable stone dragon's attack. Afterwards, the figure of a person flashed, followed by an instant flash of lightning. Yun Qinghang appeared in front of the venerable stone dragon, and a right palm that was glowing purple struck violently against his chest, knocking the unprepared venerable stone dragon far away. WH what? WH at? Ah. The Yun family's grand elders, disciples, #1 under heaven and unparalleled under heaven, and Hellion Peng, who was about to strike, all of them were stunned. They looked at Yun Qinghang, who had suddenly attacked, with an expression of shock that almost became fear. That was due to the fluctuation caused by his majestic, profound strength that was so strong that even the 3 grand elders were afraid. WH, what exactly was going on here? Yun Qinghang, wasn't he already crippled 22 years ago? Boom, boom, boom. Yun Qinghang and the venerable stone dragon exchanged moves in midair, and every time their attacks met, a deafening noise was produced. Everyone below watched on in their shock, and no one actually went to help out. A fight at the level of monarchs, even within Demon Imperial City, was something rarely seen. The extremely strong, profound fluctuations caused the entire Yun family to tremble intensely. In midair, the mighty venerable stone dragon had been suppressed into defeat by Yun Qinghang's purple cloud art, with barely any chances to retaliate. Spurts of dark-colored dragon blood was spilt continuously, and it nearly became a rain of blood. Gra! In the air, a yellow light flashed, and suddenly, dark clouds surged as deafening noises surrounded the area. A 300-meter-long huge dragon covered in stone scales bellowed and rushed towards Yun Qinghang. In an instant, rocks appeared in midair, covering the whole sky. That's the true form of the venerable stone dragon, one of the Yun family elders uttered in surprise. HMPH? Facing the huge dragon body of the venerable stone dragon that caused others to be shocked, Yun Qinghang merely snorted slightly as his body flashed, and in the next instant, he was on the spinal part of the venerable stone dragon's back, punching down at it. The fist easily split apart the dragon scales, directly smashing against his body. The dragon body of venerable stone dragon began to writhe about in pain. A ball of dense purple lightning started to spread from his back, and in a mere 2 seconds completely engulfed the entire dragon's body, turning the stone dragon into a purple-colored lightning dragon. Scram! Following Yun Qinghang's cold voice, countless rays of lightning on the venerable stone dragon's body exploded. Boom, 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 boom. Countless lightning, profound energy crazily exploded, so dense that it seemed as though it was the anger of the lightning god. The skies above the Yun family household were dyed purple by the lightning profound energy, and every time it exploded, the deafening sound seemed to nearly tear through the skies. In the midst of the thousands profound lightning explosions, the venerable stone dragon let out cries of immense pain as his dragon blood rained down like torrential rain, bang. Following the disappearance of the last bit of lightning, the relieved venerable stone dragon heavily crashed onto the ground. The moment he landed, his dragon body disappeared, and he returned to his human form. He panted as he shakily attempted to stand up, and just as he was about to stand up straight, he vomited out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood before collapsing back onto the ground, unable to stand again. Yun Qinghang slowly descended from the skies as he coldly looked at him. Venerable stone dragon, all these years, I've respected you as a senior and have never disrespected you before. Yet you dare to come to my Yun family's grounds to act so wildly. I'm afraid you're not qualified enough to do so. The sovereign profound realm was the highest realm that could be reached in the profound sky continent, and it was the same in the illusory demon realm. In the illusory demon realm, the strong who had reached sovereign profound realm were mostly from Demon Imperial City. Outside of Demon Imperial City, it was hard to even have one in a few thousand years. And even in Demon Imperial City, very few reached sovereign profound realm. The number of monarchs was the most important factor in determining how strong a family was. And being at the top of the profound, cultivating world, monarchs were also divided into different levels. Even though early stage and mid-stage monarchs were both in the sovereign profound realm, their power levels were worlds apart. In the reputed demon imperial city, the famous venerable stone dragon was a level 2 monarch. But 25 years ago, Yun Qinghang was already a level 5 monarch, a real mid-stage monarch. How could the venerable stone dragon compete with him? Watching the strong, venerable stone dragon being defeated so easily by Yun Qinghang until he couldn't even stand up like he was a dead dog. The Yun family's disciples were all shocked, as if they were in a dream, and the Yun Qinghang who was floating in the air right now in their eyes was just like a god coming down to the mortal world. The elders were all stunned. Those younger generations who called Yun Qinghang the useless patriarch to his back never had respect, never even bowed when they saw him, who even treated him as a joke and the family's shame, lost their voices as if something choked their throats as they couldn't make a single sound. Compared to the power Yun Qinghang had released, they felt like they were minuscule, like dust in the ocean. Number 1 under heaven and unparalleled under heaven were both stunned as well. Looking at the divinely shining Yun Qinghang, they were so shocked that they forgot about all the fury and outrage they had earlier. Mu Yuru didn't have to hide anymore either. She removed the profound sealing buckle that was used to hide her profound energy aura, and a wave of invisible sovereign profound realm profound energy was released. This made a few of the elders' mouths widen even more. Mu Yuru flew into the air and landed next to Yun Qi and asked, "Chair, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yun Qi smiled and shook his head while focusing on Duke Huiyi the whole time. Duke Huiyi's face darkened so much that it looked as though he had just crawled out from under a pot. He looked extremely horrible. At the same time, he was just as shocked as everyone because of Yun Qinghang's sudden burst of mighty prowess. He kept thinking that everything that happened today was a complete nightmare. Even though a Yun family disciple has made a huge mistake, how they will be punished will be decided by us, the Yun family. Others do not get a say in this. Yun Qinghang lowered his eyebrows, looked down at the venerable stone dragon from above, and said in a deep voice, "On behalf of you guarding the little demon emperor for 10 years, I will not kill you today. Take the master you serve now and get out of here before I change my mind." Duke Huiyi had a noble position, and his background was extraordinary. But now knowing his plot and his conspiring against the Yun family, he didn't have to save any face for Duke Huiyi. After all, these two facts were more than enough to become a nemesis against the Yun family. So there was no point for Yun Qinghang to worry about it any longer. The might and pressure coming from Yun Qinghang made the venerable stone dragon's heart have trouble even moving. He had no doubt that if he kept being presumptuous, even if he merely talked tough to keep up appearances, Yun Qinghang would actually kill him, as well as Duke Huiyi. Duke Huiyi didn't know what Yun Qinghang was like before he became crippled, but he knew very clearly. 100 years ago, he was enraged by a duke who was committing serious crimes, and he killed him right on the street, and it was while he knew exactly who that duke was. "Your Highness, let's go." The venerable stone dragon almost crawled under Duke Huiyi's feet, used his eyes to warn him to leave immediately, and to not attempt to try to use his position as a duke to try to fight Yun Qinghang here. Duke Huiyi gnashed his teeth and roared deeply, "Yun Qinghang, wait until you regret this, let's go. When you return, remember to tell your father." Yun Qinghang faced Duke Huiyi's back and said softly, "For the sake of old times, I, Yun Qinghang, advise him to not throw away what he has today because of his greed and prejudice against women and destroy himself. It's not too late to stop now. The little demon empress is much more powerful than what you imagined. As long as the Yun family is alive, we will forever be loyal to the demon emperor's bloodline." Duke Huiyi stopped his steps. His shoulders shook violently as he turned around and said with a ferocious expression, "Yun Qinghang, this duke also has a word from my father. It's not too late for the Yun family to surrender. Don't wait until the family with 10,000 years of history is reduced to dust." Yun Qinghang crossed his arms in front of his chest, not mad at all, and instead smiled in contempt. "Are you done? Then get out of my sight." "You!" A mouthful of blood surged up from Duke Huiyi's chest as he gnashed his teeth. His body trembled and he flew away with haste. At this moment an angry voice yelled, "Helian Peng, where are you going? We haven't set our debts straight yet." Helian Peng's body stopped, turned around, and saw Unparalleled under heaven's darkened face. He laughed coldly and said, "Unparalleled under heaven, since you already know, then I might as well be straight with you. The one our 12 guardian families have been loyal for generations to, is Lord Demon Emperor. The little demon empress is merely a woman, what gives her the right to make us obey her. But now the little demon empress rule is almost at its end, and I will tell you honestly. Within the 12 guardian families, half of them are already leaning towards Duke Huoi. I will give you a friendly word of advice. Shut up, Unparalleled Under Heaven said angrily. You are hypocritical, deceitful, and two-faced, yet you still have the face to make such dignified remarks. Putting your disloyalty aside, your Hellion clan even tried to stab the daughter of our patriarch in the back. You owe us an explanation for this. Want an explanation? Hellion Peng laughed coldly. At Demon Empress Grand Ceremony a month later, I will take you on any time. Want to run? If I don't break your arm today, then I am not called Unparalleled Under Heaven. Watching Hellion Peng leave, Unparalleled Under Heaven roared angrily and chased him like the wind. Number 1 Under Heaven looked toward Yun Qi's direction, hesitated, then quickly followed. Once outside of Yun family's territory, Duke Huiyi wasn't able to walk far before his body swayed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Your Highness, are you all right? The venerable stone dragon asked hurriedly. Yun Qing Hong. Duke Huiyi slowly wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with the expression of hatred. Even though Yun Qinghong didn't aim to hurt him, being pushed down by a mid-stage monarch, how could he endure that? Under Yun Qinghong's gaze and aura, his intestines were almost ripped to shreds. Originally, today was the day we elect Xinyu as the patriarch of the Yun family, so we could control the Yun family, and then use the Yun family to control the Mu family. This would clear 2 obstacles for father, but we didn't expect. Duke Huiyi held his hands in fists and suddenly widened his eyes. It's all that Yun Qi's fault. 2 months ago, he disturbed my affairs, and today it was because of him again. All because of him, we not only did not contain the Yun family and the Under Heaven family. Instead, we raised their alertness and hatred against us. If they tell everything to the little demon empress, the little demon empress might have even more defense and action. Everything is screwed. If father knew, all fault would definitely fall on this duke. Bastard, everything about this is all that Yun Qi's fault. When we return, investigate everything about that Yun Qi. This duke wants his entire clan destroyed. Xinyu. Ah. Why? Yun Waitian held Yun Xinyu's body in his arms and cried loudly. Under the venerable stone dragon's attack, Yun Xinyu's body was pierced through directly, and on top of not having the protection of profound energy, he was as dead as he could be. Yun Waitian went through jubilation and sorrow in a single day. Originally, he was full of joy, preparing to see the son he was so proud get pushed for election by Duke Huiyi, be approved by the Grand Elders with the whole clan's support to become patriarch. But he never thought that, not even an hour had passed, and they were separated by life and death. Even if he made a horrible mistake, he was still his biological son. Yun Qinghong floated down and stood beside Yun Waitian. Watching the family's great elder cry like a child, his mind flashed at the pain of losing a child for all these years. He made a long sigh and said, Great elder, grieve. Even though Yun Xinyu was at fault, he was being forced by others, so it's forgivable. I believe that the people of our clan would also forgive him. 3 days later, we will bury him in Ancestors' Ridge. I will give an order, and not let anyone speak a word of the fault he had in his life. Yun Waitian's body shook slightly. A person who had committed a huge mistake had no right to enter Ancestors' Ridge after death. Yun Xinyu conspired with others to betray his own clan, and almost put the whole Yun family into a crisis that could not be averted. What he committed was a fault that could be cursed and chastised for hundreds of generations, and Yun Qinghong gave him permission to enter Ancestors' Ridge, and would conceal his guilt to the outsiders to protect his reputation. This could be seen as a merciful and magnanimous act. Thank you, Patriarch. Yun Waitian lowered his head and said with a choked throat. He thought about his ignorance and discourtesy against Yun Qinghong after his crippling and felt ashamed. Even though Xinyu is gone, you still have your 2 sons, Xinwen and Xin, and they need your support. Even though Xinyu was at fault, it had nothing to do with you. After today, you are still the Yun family's great elder. If the Yun family wants to rise, it must depend on you. So, for your family and for the entire Yun family, you must not fall. Yun Waitian lifted his head, looked at Yun Qinghong with tears in his eyes and couldn't speak a word. Xior chair, let's go. Yun Qinghong turned around. Patriarch. A lot of voices addressing him came from his back. Yun Qinghong paused his steps, lifted his hands and said, Today's family competition is cancelled. Tidy this place up first. I know you all have a lot of questions, but right now, there's about to be a crisis in Demon Imperial City, and the Yun family must be well prepared. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will have the clan's general assembly as usual. I will explain everything and then discuss the family's affairs. Anyone above middle management cannot be absent. Yes, Patriarch. The sound of their response was loud and clear, especially the word Patriarch. It made many of the elders' eyes glisten with tears. Yun Qinghang and his wife left. The whole Yun family plaza completely lost control and couldn't calm down for a long time. Patriarch has returned. Our Patriarch has really returned. The rise of the Yun family, there's hope. I can't believe we were all rooting for Yun Xinyu to be the next Patriarch. Our eyes really were blind. If it wasn't for Patriarch's wisdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides Patriarch, we need to thank the godson the Patriarch has taken in, Yun Qi. What's ironic is that we were even mocking him before. The Yun family elders gathered in a circle, all talking at once without considering their image. Their faces were all red from being so rowdy. At this moment, Yun Waitian had already stopped crying. He held onto Yun Xinyu's body and knelt there, staring blankly ahead. Second elder Yun Duanshui walked over. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed and said, "Great elder, did you think it was strange that when the Patriarch returned, there were so many people among us that were riled up like this?" Yun Waitian's eyes moved a little. Yun Duanshui said slowly, "After Yun Qinghang became the Patriarch of our Yun family. Even though he was crippled, he is still the Patriarch. We would never let anyone question his position and his power as the Patriarch because of his crippled state. But because of the Patriarch being crippled, and him knowing Yun Xiao wasn't his biological son, he believed that he couldn't take on the responsibilities of being Patriarch. He wanted us to give him up and make you the center, and in the future make you our Yun family Patriarch." Yun Waitian. Patriarch said, "Even though you have ambitions, you also have absolute loyalty to the Yun family and want the clan to rise more than anyone else. His bloodline has ended, but handing the responsibility to the great elder's bloodline is what sets his mind at ease the most. He told us to coordinate and listen to your orders and help you bring up your prestige in the Yun family. As for the Patriarch himself, he strictly commanded us that we cannot even visit him. When the time is right, we would make you the Patriarch." "Ah," Yun Waitian opened his mouth. His whole body was trembling. To be honest, even after more than 20 years, as soon as the Patriarch gives his command, of us 36 main elders of the family, at least 20 people would stand by the Patriarch without any hesitation. Regarding the purpose of today's General Assembly, the Patriarch already knew. Fourth elder and I told the Patriarch together. The Patriarch's response was to let us elect you as the new Patriarch, and us agreeing later on for Yun Xinyu to be the new Patriarch was unexpected. The isolation that Patriarch received after he was crippled was not because we wanted to isolate him. It was him who wanted us to do so. His silence was not because he was giving up on himself, but was to wear down his reputation to raise up yours. Because to Patriarch, the clan's future is far more important than his reputation and honor. He was a great, wise Patriarch. Though he was crippled, we cannot help but still respect him. But the heavens finally favored us, the Yun family. Our Patriarch has returned, and we resolved a family disaster." Yun Duanshui looked at the stunned Yun Waitian and said, "You knew exactly how you treated Patriarch all these years, how serious your son Yun Xinyu's mistake was. But you saw how Patriarch treated you just now. What I'm saying is, I hope that in the future, Great Elder would not disappoint Patriarch and the Yun family." After Yun Duanshui left, Yun Waitian stood there blankly for a long time, as though he was petrified. After an eighth of an hour, his body trembled and he dropped on the ground, crying loudly. "Yuru, brother-in-law, you've both recovered, truly, fully recovered." He was the stately Mu family's future Patriarch, yet currently he was excitedly dancing in joy like a child. In regards to Mu Yubai's temperament, Yun Qi had roughly understood it today. He was someone who wore his emotions on his face, upright and outspoken, and was not one to suppress his feelings. At this moment he was excited and pleasantly surprised, and this completely showed on his face. "We've already fully recovered 10 days ago. During those days, we've always worn the profound sealing buckle to conceal our profound aura," Mu Yuru said with a light laugh. Seeing the man who she had accompanied throughout her entire life stand up from the wheelchair to once more display the great might he possessed back then. After more than 20 years, she couldn't help but want to cry tears of joy. No one else was more clear about these 22 years this prideful man spent whilst handicapped, and how much he suffered every day. Whether it is our body or profound strength, they have all fully recovered, and this is not something short-lived. Yun Qinghang lifted his hand and said with a smile, "All this is because of Chair. He merely used not even 2 months of time. I, Yun Qinghang, have seen and experienced quite a lot of things, but if this did not happen on my person, I still would never dare believe it. All of the genius doctors in the illusory demon realm added up together could barely rival one finger on Chair's hand. I'm afraid that not even the great shifting golden deity of legends could even compare Ho-Ho." This evaluation was no doubt the highest praise beyond limits, and this praise had even come from Yun Qinghang himself. However, Mu Yubai did not feel that it was exaggerated in the least. He was more clear than anyone else about how crippled Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru were originally. Since 20 years ago, in the entire illusory demon realm, not one person believed that they were able to recover. They weren't even able to recover to an ordinary person's state of health. Now that this appeared before his eyes, it was no less than a miracle. And this merely took a short time of not even 2 months. Mu Yubai grabbed Yun Qi's shoulders, widened his eyes, and said with great emotion, "Good kid, Mu Yubai has lived for more than 180 years, and the only person I have ever truly admired is my brother-in-law, Yun Qinghang. But now, I admire you 10 times more than that, so much that I'd prostrate myself in admiration. You saving my brother-in-law means that you have saved the entire Yun family. You saving my little sister Yuru also means that you are our Mu family's benefactor." Amen. Mu Yubai's eyes suddenly lit up. As the hands he used to grab at Yun Qi tightened a bit more, this was a monarch's strength, and it immediately made Yun Qi ache so hard that he gritted his teeth. "Boy, oh no, little brother Yun, how about we become sworn brothers? I'll be your big brother in the future, and you'll be my little brother. Your affairs would also become my affairs. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll smash their brains apart." If this situation of the Mu family's young patriarch requesting to become sworn brothers were to spread out, the entire city would perhaps drop their jaws in shock. If this was in normal circumstances, Yun Qi would definitely gladly agree. With such a great supporter, Yun Qi could most probably walk sideways against the law if he wanted. But once Mu Yubai's words came out, it actually scared Yun Qi to the point where his entire body broke out in cold sweat. He incessantly waved panikedly. "SSS Senior Mu, this cannot be done. My humble self is merely a junior. How could I dare become sworn brothers with Senior Mu?" The difference in seniority wasn't really much of a huge issue. The main point was that this Mu Yubai was his biological uncle. If he became sworn brothers just like that, once he revealed himself, Mu Yubai might even go look for a block of tofu to suicide himself into. Mu Yubai swung an arm. "What junior, senior? That's all rubbish. Even though you are a bit young and your profound strength is a bit low, just with your medical skills and the courage you displayed today would even make me willingly call you big brother. Amen, if you don't want to be my little brother, then me calling you big brother in the future is fine too. That's no problem at all." These few words that Mu Yubai had said truly were not forced out at all. Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru were crippled to such a state, yet they were able to fully recover in 2 months. In Mu Yubai's eyes, Yun Qi could even be called God. If he could make this person into one of his own, no matter how great of a price he had to pay, it would still not be a loss. As a profound practitioner, there was no one who did not fall ill, encounter calamity, never get injured, and never be in danger. With Yun Qi by his side, that would simply be countless numbers of lives under his belt. Even if one were to want to die, it would be hard. Even if one were to be crippled into a dog, they would still fully recover. If Mu Yubai had to pick between 10 monarchs and 1 Yun Qi, Mu Yubai would definitely pick Yun Qi without the slightest hesitation. Yun Qi grimaced. "Senior Mu, this junior is just. Mu Yubai's face immediately fell as he said unhappily, "What, am I Mu Yubai beneath your notice? Do you think that I am not worthy enough to become your sworn brother?" "Of course not." Yun Qi waved. "This junior is naturally beside himself, him delight knowing that Mu Yubai wants to become sworn brothers with this junior. But the problem is that this junior has already become sworn brothers with Yun Xiao. Your sister and brother-in-law are also junior's godfather and godmother. If this junior becomes sworn brothers with you, then the seniority here would be completely messed up. This is not fair to junior, nor is it fair to my godparents. So what? This and that are all not important. It's not as though I don't know you have become sworn brothers with that kiddo, Yun Xiao." Mu Yubai blurted without care as he waved his hand. His heart was just this wide. All right, big brother, don't make things difficult for Chair anymore, Mu Yuru said in amusement. Even if you don't care about seniority matters and want to become sworn brothers with Chair no matter what, you'll have to at least show your sincerity. Who would be as aggressive as you? It'll be a wonder if you didn't scare Chair. Mu Yubai widened his eyes, then slapped his head and said in annoyance, You're right. Look at this brain of mine, randomly telling someone to become my sworn brother. I didn't mean for it to come out that way either. Hey, Yun Chi Boyo. Oh no, little brother Yun, I was rude earlier. Come to my Mu family for a visit someday. I'll definitely let you see my sincerity. I, Mu Yubai, promise you that I am absolutely worthy of becoming your sworn brother. All right, let's talk about this when that time comes. Big brother, go back home and tell father about what happened today. Let him prepare for it as well. Something huge is bound to happen during the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony. After 2 days, I'll go back with King Hong for a visit too, Mu Yuru stated. MN, if the old man knew that you and brother-in-law have recovered completely, I'd reckon he'll be so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days. Oh, when you come back with brother-in-law, make sure to bring this kid, Mu Yubai said with great emphasis. Xiaor, go send your uncle off with your mother, said Yun King Hong. Ah, yes, father. Yun Xiao was still a bit stunned. It was evident that he had not completely taken in and digested everything that had happened today. Mu Yubai glanced at Yun King Hong. He knew why Yun King Hong was letting Mu Yuru and Yun Xiao send him off. He probably had things he wanted to say to Yun Chi alone, so he didn't decline. With a wave of his hand, he left, taking large strides. Father, do you have something you want to tell me? Once they left, only Yun King Hong and Yun Chi remained within the courtyard. Amen. Yun King Hong nodded, then smiled and said, Chair, this is all thanks to you. If not for you, Yun family's 10,000 years of loyalty would be destroyed in one day, even so much that we would be beyond redemption. Yun Chi grinned. Heh, father's too polite. I'm still considered to be half a member of the Yun family. Besides, the one who suppressed everyone is you, father. And with father's wisdom and foresight, even if I wasn't here, you should have seen through everything a long time ago, right? Yun King Hong shook his head and said, In these past years, due to my crippling, I knew that I did not have the power to support the Yun family, so I had always closed my eyes and ears. Even though I was aware of Duke Hui's disloyalty a long time ago, and guessed that he might perhaps already be stretching out his hands into the Yun family, I didn't know where he had stretched in from. Furthermore, if not for the fact that you helped recover our health and profound strength for us, even if I knew everything, I wouldn't have the power to turn it around. Yun Chi thought for a while, then said, Father, I have a speculation. I believe that among the elders of your generation, some have not left because of your crippling. All these years that you have been alone, that was something you did deliberately, right? Yun King Hong laughed and looked at him with praising eyes. Yes, you're right. Even though I really don't want the patriarch position of our patriarchal line given to others, at that time I was completely crippled, and Xiaor was not my biological child. I'd rather given the head position to Yun Waitian than be a burden on the Yun family. After all, even though the honor of our patriarch bloodline is important, how could it possibly compare with our Yun clan's future? Chair, if not for you helping me recover, I originally would have already prepared myself to watch Yun Waitian succeed my position as patriarch. But now that I have recovered, and have enough strength to bear the heavy responsibility of the clan, this position of patriarch absolutely cannot be given to others. Chair, you have truly altered the fate of our entire Yun family. This kind of great favor is enough to let our Yun family remember it for over thousands of generations. The reason why I wanted to be alone with you is to confess something to you. Yun King Hong sucked in a slight breath of air and said somewhat sadly, I deliberately allowed the venerable stone dragon to kill Yun Xingyu. I know. Against Yun King Hong's expectations, Yun Chi actually gave a direct reply which held no hesitation. He continued, With father's strength, as well as the close distance back then, protecting Yun Xingyu against the venerable stone dragon's attack could be said to be as easy as turning one's hand over. Then, do you think that I am too ruthless? No, Yun Chi shook his head. The complete opposite. I fully approve of father's decision. Since Yun Xingyu has already said Hellion and Duke Hui, there is no need to continue asking any further. Even though he had been poisoned and was forced, he still went as far as secretly backstabbing a fellow clansman for the promise of the patriarch position and the title of a king. What's even more despicable is the fact that he didn't hesitate to harm the entire clan. Dying 10,000 times for such a serious crime would not be excessive at all. And if he were to be executed by the clan, even though Waitian won't say anything, he would still bear resentment over this. Him being timely silenced by Duke Hui actually couldn't be even better. On one hand, he would feel hatred toward Duke Hui's clan for killing his son. On the other, he would be moved to tears by father's comfort and forgiveness. Furthermore, the guilt he'll feel then would thereby make him unwaveringly loyal to father and the Yun family. After all, Yun Waitian is Yun family's great elder. Excluding father, he is one of the major pillars of Yun family that must not be lost. This outcome is the most perfect one. Yun Qinghang looked deeply at Yun Qi, then laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, chair, I am still underestimating you. It is hard for me to believe that you are only 22 this year. With your talent and temperament, I would not doubt it even if you say that you have 1,000 years of experience. Yun Qi also laughed along, and lightly sighed in his heart. What I have encountered, the life and death situations, as well as the dangers I've experienced, even if someone else were to pile up their 1,000 years of life experiences, they probably still can't match mine. During the conversation between Yun Qi and Yun Qinghang, two silhouettes flashed past before descending. It was then followed by mild laughter. Ho ho, Yun Qinghang, it's been a long time. That person was unparalleled under heaven, and soon, number one under heaven descended as well. The phrase, "it's been a long time" by unparalleled under heaven contained various meanings, being in the same city, yet it had been a long time since they last met. Brother under heaven, it has indeed been a long time. Yun Qinghang nodded, his expression revealed deep lament. Where's Helian Peng? Did you manage to catch up to him? That bastard fled really quickly, but I still managed to give him a good kick on his ass, enough for him to feel pain from some days. That has at least quelled some of my anger. Ha 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 ha. Unparalleled under heaven laughed. Number one under heaven stepped forward and paid respects as a junior. Patriarch Yun returning to his former glory is a joyous event. With Patriarch Yun family's return to prominence is just around the corner. I hope it is like what you have just said. Yun Qinghang nodded with a smile. Then he became serious again and said, Duke Hui's ambition has already been exposed. The little demon Empress Grand ceremony would definitely not be peaceful. Please pass a message to Elder Brother under heaven that within 5 days, I will personally be going over to visit and discuss some important matters. Patriarch Yun is definitely most welcome to visit. However, I'm afraid that our patriarch will not be able to wait 5 days and come visit you instead after hearing that you have recovered. Unparalleled under heaven laughed. His words were not lies, since all those years back, the person great ambition under heaven would submit to the most was Yun Qinghang. After Yun Qinghang became crippled, even if he did not sigh 1,000 times, there must have at least been 800 times. Patriarch Yun, since a major event just happened within your family, you must be busy. We only returned to bid our farewell, so we shall not stay any longer. I will deliver Patriarch Yun's words in full. When you are free, do come to our Under Heaven clan to visit. Unparalleled under heaven clasped his hands together. Although he was very curious, he did not presumptuously ask Yun Qinghang and his wife just how and when they recovered. Definitely, Yun Qinghang similarly returned his gesture. Brother Yun, there are no words to thank you for your kindness. Number one under heaven nodded strongly towards Yun Qi. Brother under heaven is too kind. We'll meet again in 1 month. Yun Qi said with a smile. Also, pardon me for saying this, but the little demon Empress Grand ceremony is near at hand. At that time, another storm would likely be swept up, therefore, I think that now is not the time to be distracted by the grudge with the Helian family. Priorities must be placed correctly, and personal grudges should be put aside for now as revenge is best served cold. Yun Qi's words did not make them unhappy. Number one under heaven nodded slightly, and unparalleled under heaven even revealed signs of admiration, uttering, Patriarch Yun, your godson is really extraordinary. Farewell. Unparalleled under heaven and number one heaven left. It would not be possible to keep whatever happened in the Yun family today a secret, and perhaps by evening, it would have already spread throughout the city like wildfire. The ambition that Duke Hua had all this time would be largely made public. During this period, Demon Imperial City would certainly be tense, and the 12 guardian families would enter a very nervous state. The little demon Empress Grand ceremony in 1 month's time definitely would not be as simple as a celebration of the demon empress having reigned for a century, and would likely become a turning point for the future of the illusory demon realm. After the two left, Mu Yuru and Yun Zio, who went to send Mu Yubai off, returned. Once Mu Yuru returned, she immediately sprinted beside Yun Qinghong and asked nervously, "What happened with the Patriarch's crest? Where did you get it from?" Yun Qinghong also would like to know where the Patriarch's crest came from. He looked towards Yun Qi and replied, "Chair passed it to me." "Chair?" Mu Yuru turned back in shock, revealing a face of disbelief. "Chair, isn't it about time for you to tell us about this Patriarch's crest? This is your promise from earlier." Yun Qinghong calmly spoke, but his gaze already revealed his anxiousness. Because when this Patriarch's crest was lost 100 years ago, it was on his father, Yun Canghai. As Yun family's most important object, Yun Canghai would have never left it alone. Yun Qi's lips moved for a little as he calmed himself and said, "Let's go in. I will tell you everything you all want to know." "Good." Yun Qinghong nodded. Looking at Yun Qi's expression, he knew that whatever he was going to say would definitely be overwhelming. He held Mu Yuru's hand and they walked towards their room. Yun Zio quickly walked beside Yun Qi, asking with a face of shock, "Big brother, that Patriarch's crest, did you really give it to father?" "Yup," Yun Qi nodded. "I will say in full how I obtained it. It is, after all, a Yun family object." As he finished, he looked at Yun Zio, who looked a little out of sorts, and asked, "Yun Zio, are you still thinking about what happened just now?" Yun Zio lowered his head, speaking half in regret and half self-deprecatingly. "Until now, I still could not accept that the Yun Xinyu, whom I respect the most, is actually such a person. Just now, I still suspected Big Brother because of him. I'm really too foolish. All these years, I worked so hard in order to do something for father and mother. However, when the entire Yun family was in a predicament, I was unable to do anything and foolishly supported a man who nearly caused the death of a fellow clansman. If it wasn't for Big Brother, who knows what would happen to the Yun family from now onwards? Me and Big Brother are of a similar age, but I'm too far behind Big Brother. I'm totally useless. Who knows when I'll be able to be like Big Brother?" Yun Qi stopped walking, turned back, and patted Zio Yun's shoulders as he said seriously, "Don't look down on yourself. You have worked hard in your cultivation for father and mother all these years, withstanding everything that came for them. Your filial piety is more important and precious than anything else. As for Yun Xinyu, weren't those elders who lived for hundreds of years, and some even close to 1,000 years in the dark as well? There's really no need for you to diminish yourself. Oversensitive instincts, predictions, and insights are not something people your age will possess." But Big Brother, you're obviously the same age as me. I'm different." Yun Qi shook his head. "Yun Zio, I would rather you keep your personality forever and be as useless, as you said, than to experience what I have experienced." Yun Zio looked at him perplexedly, unable to comprehend what he just said. Although they talked softly, it was unable to escape Yun Qinghong's ears. Hearing what Yun Qi had said, he stopped for a moment as a complex expression appeared on his face. That's right. Being just 22 and already possessing a maturity and insight that was unlike anyone of the same age. He couldn't comprehend just what had he been through. "Yun Zio, if you really want to mature more quickly, today will be an opportunity," Yun Qi suddenly said. Yun Zio was stunned. "Really? What opportunity? What opportunity? Fate often plays all sorts of pranks on us. Sometimes it is friendly, sometimes it is evil, and other times cruel or even vicious. As a man, if you really want to be indomitable and independent, the first thing you must learn is to calmly face the changes that fate brings about. This requires one to be broad-minded and have enough courage. If you are able to do this, then your life will improve and you will possess more strength for father and mother to rely on, more strength for seventh sister to rely on." "Calmly, face." Yun Zio was still a little shocked, and although he did not really understand the things Yun Qi had said, he felt that it was very powerful. "What's going to happen next will be a test of sorts for you," Yun Qi said in a positive manner. "Let me see whether or not my good brother of a lifetime will be an indomitable man who is not easily defeated by the twist of fate." Even though he still did not completely know what Yun Qi was saying, his words still raised Yun Zio's morale as he strongly said, "I, Yun Zio, do not have such a weak mind. Even if I cannot compare with Big Brother, I will not let Big Brother look down on me." "All right, that's what you said. Let's go in." After they entered the room, they closed the door. Yun Qinghong took out the Patriarch's crest that was glowing purple and felt the unique aura on it. Suppressing his agitation, he anxiously asked, "Chair, tell me, where did you get this?" When the question was asked, Yun Qinghong, Mu Yuru, and Yun Zio all looked straight at him, anxiously and nervously awaiting his reply. Under their gaze, Yun Qi did not reply, but looked towards Yun Qinghong and Mu Yuru and gradually knelt down. Furthermore, he had knelt down on both his knees. "Chair, what are you doing? Hurry and stand up." Mu Yuru panicked and quickly went forward to try and help him up. Yun Qi did not rise but raised his head and looked at them, his own birth parents. Slowly he opened his palm. "Father, mother, do you all still remember this thing?" On Yun Qi's palm was an old-looking copper-colored pendant. The second they saw the pendant, Yun Qinghang and Mu Yunru seemed as though they were struck by lightning as their entire bodies trembled violently. Mu Yuru suddenly rushed forward like a madman and snatched the pendant in Yun Qi's palm, raising it up to her eyes to look at it. Her hands continued to tremble madly. "Mirror of Samsara, it's the mirror of Samsara. It really is the mirror of Samsara." Mu Yuru, who usually spoke gently like water, was currently speaking in a frightening, trembling, hoarse voice. Yun Zio was shocked as he anxiously asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" He turned towards Yun Qinghang, only to realize that his entire face had already distorted. "This mirror of Samsara, where did you get it from?" For the intelligent and proud Yun Qinghang, this short sentence was extremely hard to say. However, a sudden thought flashed past his mind and his body trembled even more violently. "Could it be you?" Yun Qi did not answer. He only raised up his left arm, and on his arm the mark of the profound handle shone vividly. "Ah, profound handle!" Yun Zio screamed in surprise. Even though he did not have the profound handle, being in the Yun family for 20-odd years, how could he not recognize it? Holding the mirror of Samsara in her hand, and looking at the glowing mark of the profound handle, Mu Yuru was stunned. Her hands trembled and even her lips trembled intensely, yet she could not utter a single sound. In an instant, her eyes were flooded with tears and her mind spun before she directly fell backwards. "Mother," Yun Zio rushed forward to support her. "Mother, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Yun Qinghang's eyes were unfocused. His breathing completely stopped and he could no longer feel the existence of his body, which was burning hot. The instant the profound handle shone, blood rushed into his head, causing him to hallucinate. He nearly vomited blood and fainted. Yun Qi's eyes were misty as he softly said, "Before I was 16, my surname was not Yun, but instead Zio. At that time, I was called Zio Qi. I'm not from the illusory demon realm. The place I grew up in was one of the 7 nations of the profound sky continent, called Blue Wind Nation. The city I lived in was Floating Cloud City. My adopted father was called Zio Ying, and my grandfather is Zio Lai." Each and every one of Yun Qi's soft words reverberated in Yun Qinghang's ears like a thunderclap. His upper body violently swayed, and the scene before him became blurry. His brain felt like it was going to explode from the violent rushes of blood assaulting his head. "Child, you are my child, my child." Mu Yuru let out a cry that betrayed her immense heartache as she shrugged off Yun Zio's arm and threw herself violently onto Yun Qi's body. She hugged him as if her life itself depended on it and started bawling like a child. The arms wrapped around him began to tighten, and if this embrace grew any tighter, it would be as though she wanted to draw him into herself. And the mournful and heartbroken sound of her wails seemed to cause the whole world to turn a darker shade of gray. Yun Qinghang stepped forward to extend his arm, but he stopped midway, and the words he wanted to say seemed to be lodged inside his throat, as though something was stuck there, and once he opened his mouth, the tears which he were trying so hard to restrain threatened to burst out. The mirror of Samsara was what they had hung around their son's neck when they were fleeing all those years ago, because they prayed that this sacred artifact, which they had protected for generations on behalf of the illusory demon royal family, and was coveted by the profound sky continent, would show its divine might and protect their newborn son who had no choice but to become a fugitive because of them. And that profound imprint was even more ironclad proof, and the words that he said, a profound sky continent, Blue Wind Nation, Floating Cloud City, and Zio Ying were all names that they had repeated to themselves countless of times. And while he had mentioned these words to Yun Qi when he told him of the origins of Yun Zio, he had definitely never mentioned the name Zio Lai. Moreover, that appearance which closely matched his own when he was young, and that feeling of recognition despite having met for the first time, and that practically unreasonable and irresistible intimacy and trust that he felt towards him. Ah, so it was because of this. No wonder he wanted to come to the Yun family. No wonder he spared no effort, even to the point of fainting due to exhaustion, to ensure that he healed their crippled bodies. No wonder he had treated him and Yuru so well. No wonder he did not hesitate to cross swords with such a strong enemy, just so the calamity awaiting the Yun family could be averted. No wonder he wanted to become sworn brothers with Xianxia. And finally, now that things have come full circle, he understood why Yun-Chi did not want to call them godfather and godmother, but father and mother instead. Because it turned out that he was their son, their very own flesh and blood, the son that they had lost over 20 years ago. The heavens had sent him back to their side. He should have realized this sooner, because in this world, aside from one's own direct relatives, there was no reason to treat another with such care and concern, to the point where he would not spare anything to treat them well. But, even though his heart held countless suspicions towards this situation, how could he have dared to dream of such an impossibly perfect conclusion? My child, my child. Mu Yuru's voice had become completely hoarse. She had wept to the point where her soul seemed to have left her body, and she was no simple woman. She was a strong monarch who was looked up to by all. She was the wife of Yun family patriarch. Her talent was extraordinary, she was nobility, and she was possessed an iron will. In those years, she had ventured forth together with her husband to the profound sky continent that caused everyone's expression to change when it was even mentioned. It was hard to find another person with this kind of courage and determination in the entire illusory demon realm. But today, her tears had formed an ocean. All these years, she was always being tortured by her own thoughts, to the point where she had wept an immeasurable amount of tears. And in this entire world, there was only person who could make this woman, who had dared to brave the profound sky continent without fear, so weak. There was only one person who could cause her to shed so many tears. It was her newborn son, whom she thought was lost to her forever. The front of Yun-Chi's shirt had quickly become drenched in tears, but this wetness was filled with a warmth that pierced him to the heart. It caused his heart to steadily tremble as he slowly raised his hands, supporting her spasming shoulders. He gently said, "Father, mother, this child is unfilial, because for more than 20 years I was unable to be by your side. All is well now that you have returned, all is well." After just saying these few words, Yun Qinghang already had to choke back his emotions, and he did not speak any further. Yun Zio just stood there in a daze, and he was completely dumbstruck. In his mind, there was only one voice that kept circulating in his head. Big brother is father and mother's son, their real flesh and blood son, so, what about me, I guess? I really wasn't father and mother's, flesh and blood after all. He had already known about this fact long ago, and even the entire demon imperial city knew as well. Being unable to wield the power of a profound handle, that was an inescapable truth. But because Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru had never admitted it before, this matter, which everyone knew as fact, had in his own heart been covered with a hazy veil which he did not want to tear away. But today, this final layer had been completely and utterly ripped away. His emotions were in complete chaos. He was at a loss of what to do, and he did not even know if he should still continue to stand in this place. And at this time, his mind suddenly recalled what Yun-Chi had just said to him. Ah, so this is the twist of fate that Big Brother said that I was about to face, he softly murmured. Yun-Chi's words had immediately provoked even louder weeping from Mu Yuru. All these years, what she endured was not only a sense of loss, but also the torment of guilt. Because all those years ago, it was because of them that their son had to become a fugitive even though he was just born. Moreover, it was because she had been stricken by the cold poison when she was pregnant that they had to destroy his profound veins and make him a cripple for life to expel that poison from his body. At that time, she was already filled with so much grief that she wished she was dead, as her guilt threatened to engulf her. And the only thing on her mind was that if she could escape from this situation, she would do all she could to make it up to him and protect him. But when they finally returned to the illusory demon realm, her son had been left in the profound sky continent, a place which they could not return to, and that denied her even of the opportunity to nurture and accompany her child. But now, her child had come back, and his return to her side seemed like a dazzling dream. He harbored no resentment towards them, and did not even utter a single complaint. Instead, he healed her body, gave her a rebirth of sorts, and even helped the Yun family avert a calamity, and in the end, he still knelt before them, saying that he was unfilial. Her own son had not only come back, but had become so excellent, and had also become so kind-hearted. In the past 22 years, she had lost count of how many times she had cursed the heavens, had lost count of all the times she had resented this cruel fate. But right now, she used all her heart and sincerity to piously thank the heavens. Yun-Chi had thought that after he had given himself a 2-month cushion, he would be able to maintain his cool in this situation. But after he had been buried in his mother's embrace, heard his mother's heartfelt cries, and felt her hot tears which flooded over him. His eyes had completely moistened. She had engulfed him in an extremely tight yet oh so warm embrace. And amidst this warmth, the tears which had been dammed up at the corners of his eyes finally burst free. They trickled down his face, tracing little pathways, as a feeling of weakness slowly rose in his heart. All these years, he had suffered too many hardships, had been through too many twists and turns, and even life and death situations. Thus, his will had long ago been hammered into something hard and unyielding. The amount of blood he had shed was 1,000,000 times more than the tears he cried. He had single-handedly gone up against a huge clan and also an entire nation by himself. He had also gone up against an entire continent before, to the point where he was forced to skirt the border between life and death constantly. But he still held his head high with unyielding tenacity back then, and had worn a cold, blood-stained smile that expressed his defiance till the very end. But at this moment, this feeling of weakness was so real and irresistible that it caused him to have the urge to just break down and cry. He knew that this was because he was in his mother's arms. It was only after 2 lives, till this very day, that he knew what a mother's embrace was like. He was finally not a parentless, rootless wanderer covered in sand, and dried blood any longer. Time seemed to have slowed down. No one came to disturb their family reunion, and nothing else seemed to have taken place that day. But in the end, Yun Qinghang was still Yun Qinghang. After some time, he had finally been able to take hold of his emotions as he mutely stared at the mother and son who were still caught in their embrace. Sometimes he laughed, while at other times he closed his eyes. Finally, Mu Yuru's completely hoarse crying had stilled. He gave a small sigh of relief and said in the most relaxed tone he could muster, "Yuru, the heavens have given our son back to us, and it is cause for great joy. But you see, your crying has frightened Chair and Xiaor silly." Mu Yuru raised her head. Her entire face was stained with tears. She lightly sobbed and held Yun Qi's face in both her hands. Her motions were so gentle, it was thought she was holding a delicate treasure that would easily break. She peered at him through misty eyes and softly whispered, "Yes, this is my son, Chair, my son." Her entire body gave a light quiver and she put her face on her son's face. And even though she tried her best to restrain her weeping, the tears in her eyes still rolled down her cheeks. She was unable to stop. The hands which held her son refused to let go, as if she was afraid that once she did let go, he would disappear from her world once more. Her current disheveled state did not even remotely resemble her usual noble and elegant comportment. Yun Qinghang took a step forward, and his hand pressed down on Yun Qi's shoulder. His face bore a faint smile, but when he opened his mouth, he seemed to choke on his words. It was only after a good period of time, with a smile that faintly trembled, he softly said, "Chair, welcome home. We have already waited for you for a very long time in our dreams." Yun Qi quietly wiped the corners of his eyes and raised his head, softly replying, "Father, mother, I am sorry. This child has only come back now, and because of this I have caused both father and mother so many years of pain. You are not late at all." Yun Qinghang laughed as he shook his head. "As long as you have come back to us, all is well." The person before him, who was so excellent that it caused him to exclaim in admiration, who had caused Mu Yubai to disregard his status and seniority in order to become sworn brothers with, was actually his own flesh and blood. The kind of pride, joy, and contentment he felt was intense beyond description. He even felt that even if he had to use his own death to trade for this moment of truth, he would go with a smile on his face. "Yuru, our son has already come back and he is even this big. He won't run away again, so how long do you want to keep hugging him?" Yun Qinghang lovingly patted his wife's back. "Can it be that you want our son, on the day of his return, to kneel there the entire afternoon?" Yun Qinghang's last words had an immediate effect. After she saw that Yun Qi had knelt there motionlessly for nearly half a day, Mu Yuru instantly felt such self-reproach and regret that she almost cried once more. She hurriedly wiped her tears and extended her hand to lift Yun Qi up. "Chair, quickly get up, the floor is cold. Oh, this is all Mother's fault. I had even forgotten that you were kneeling on the ground." Yun Qi stood up as Mu Yuru lightly supported him. He shook his head and said, "This is nothing, Mother. I was unable to be by your side all these years, so the amount of kneeling I owe the both of you, even kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't make up for it." This kind of close intimacy was simply too precious and too warm. He was willing to present his best and most obedient side in order to bring them comfort and joy. At their side, Yun Xiao hesitated for a good long while before coming forward in a rather timid manner, saying, "Father, mother, big brother, Congratulations on finally being able to reunite as a family. It is not a family, it is our family reunion. Yuan-Chi pulled Yun-Zio close. The words you just said sounded like you weren't part of the family at all. But, Yun-Zio softly bit on his lips and looked at a complete loss. He faced Yun Qingheng and Mu Yuru, bowed his head, and said in a lifeless and dazed voice, in the future, can I still call the both of you father and mother? His words caused Yun Qingheng and his wife to be slightly startled, but after that they laughed at the same time. Mu Yuru said in a gentle tone, "You silly child, you have always been father and mother's Xior, the son we watched grow up whom we loved the most. So why would we not let you address us as father and mother?" "Hey, Yun-Zio, what are you saying? We are sworn brothers, you know." Yun-Chi patted him on the head. "When we said our vows to each other when we became sworn brother, we swore that we would be brothers for life, that your parents would be my parents, and my parents would be your parents. It was only 2 months ago, but now you don't even recognize this big brother of yours anymore." "No, it's not. Yun-Zio waved his hand, and his eyes became misty for a short while. At this moment, he suddenly realized why Yun-Chi wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Because his parents were actually Yun-Chi's parents. This was a vow which they could not go back on, and the reason why Yun-Chi had waited 2 months before he had identified himself was because of him. Solely because of him. A warm current which carried far too many emotions flooded over his entire body. Yun-Zio raised his head, his face revealing a dazzling smile. "Sorry, father, mother, big brother, I was just thinking too much. The parents who love me the most has found their other son. My most respected big brother has found his real parents. So the happiest person in the room should actually be me. Father, mother, big brother, congratulations on our family reunion." Yun Qingheng and Mu Yuru looked at each other and laughed. Yun-Chi let out a huge laugh himself. After the tears and the sadness had gone away, all that was left on their faces were warm smiles which emanated from within. "Chair, quickly take a seat." Mu Yuru gently pushed Yun-Chi into a wooden chair. Her pretty face looked as though a shower of rain had fallen upon it, and her hands still continued to gently tremble. She looked at her son, who was right in front of her, and her gaze clung to him. It did not waver for even a single moment. In his hand, he held the mirror of samsara. On his arm, the imprint of the profound handle still faintly glimmered, and his face closely resembled the face of the young Yun Qingheng. All of this was accompanied by the throbbing of her blood vessels that was so clear that it almost had substance. This was her son, her very own flesh and blood. "Chair, my child," Mu Yuru softly murmured, and once again she choked up while saying, "Am I really not having a dream right now?" They had already grown familiar with each other over the last 2 months, and Yun-Chi had normally addressed her as mother. But right now, while facing Yun-Chi, her mental state and emotions had reached a completely different level. Yun-Chi opened his mouth and said softly, "Mother, I am sorry. When I had first seen the both of you, I already knew that you were my birth parents, but I waited until this day to be reconciled with the both of you." Mu Yuru gently shook her head. All of these were not the least bit important to her. At this time and place, nothing else in the world truly mattered to her right now. And all the joy and happiness that she had felt in her life, even when added up together, could not compare to this moment. She softly replied, "Husband, look at this son of ours. He is so good-looking that he looks even better than you when you were young. I won't even be able to count the number of girls who have already lost their hearts to him. And he is still so obedient, so sensible, and so kind-hearted. For over 20 years, not only have we not done anything for him as parents, we also caused him to suffer hardship and homelessness from the time he was born. But our son doesn't even blame us at all, doesn't blame us at all. Moreover, his boldness and intelligence even exceeds my own when I was his age. His medical skills are even unrivaled under heaven. He has only come back for 2 months, yet he helped us escape from this deep abyss, and even caused your big brother, who doesn't admire anyone, to want to become sworn brothers with him. He caused Duke Hua's deliberate and methodical plot to collapse in a single day and gave our Yun family hope once again. This is our son." Yun Qingheng said as he raised his head, his voice brimming with pride and excitement. "Our son," Mu Yuru caressed Yun-Chi's face while covering her lips in one hand. After she had finished crying, she wanted to toughen up, so as to not let her newly returned son only see her tears, but every time she tried, she just couldn't help herself. She said in a dreamlike daze, "I had thought that in this entire life I would never be able to see you again. The heavens have eyes." Yun Qi stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears on his mother's face. "Mother, do not cry, our family has finally come back together again. And the both of you have recovered all that you had lost, so all of those difficulties are now in the past." "Yes, Mother won't cry, won't cry. It is just that Mother is far too happy." Mu Yuru nodded her head. She diligently attempted to wipe away all the traces of her tears. But the amount of tears she had shed was simply too much, and even after attempting to wipe them away, her face was still wet with them. "Chair," Yun Qinghang softly sighed and said in a gentle voice, "All these years, how have you been? And how exactly did you come from the far-off profound sky continent to make your way here?" Yun Qinghang's questions severely plucked at Mu Yuru's heartstrings. She grabbed Yun Qi's hand and asked in an anxious tone, "Yes, Chair, have these years been treating you well? Did you suffer a lot?" Mu Yuru's entire being was focused on her son right now, and she couldn't think of much else. But Yun Qinghang knew that because Yun Qi's temperament completely did not fit his age, that what Yun Qi had suffered was not just simply great suffering. It must have been a torment that normal people would not even be able to endure. Or else, how would he possess such an extraordinary temperament, boldness, insight, and ability? Yun Qi faintly smiled and replied, "All the events that I have lived through, I will definitely tell them to father and mother in detail. But before that," he extended a hand, grabbed Yun Zio, and said, "Father, mother, now is the time to tell your other son of his origins. Yun Zio isn't a little kid anymore, and he has long ago become a true man who is upright and filled with an indomitable spirit. He also has the right to know about the truth behind his birth." Yun Zio went into a short daze, but then his eyes cleared up. He resolutely nodded his head. "Father, mother, please tell me about my origins. I also want to know where I am actually from and who my birth parents are. And please do not worry, father and mother. Even though I am not your real flesh and blood, all these years of nurturing and love that you have given to me were definitely not false. In the future, even if I recognize my ancestors and return home to find my birth parents, the two of you will always be father and mother to me, for life." Before this, Yun Zio still felt bewildered, hesitant, and even slightly despondent. But now that he had said these words, he realized that all the apprehensiveness and bewilderment had melted away, and what replaced those feelings was calmness, relaxation, and a happiness which came from the heart because his family had finally been reunited. Even though he was not the flesh and blood of his parents, in all those years, they had regarded him as their own and had lavished him with care. Just this debt of love alone was already hard for him to repay in this life. His big brother had saved his life, had continually helped and instructed him time and time again. He was so conscientious of his feelings that he had delayed this family reunion by 2 whole months just for his sake, so even though there was no blood relation, they had treated him with a goodness that was heartfelt. So why should he even feel a sense of loss or hopelessness? The parents he loved the most had finally found the son they had worried about for all these years, so he should naturally be happy for his parents. His most respected big brother was able to reunite with his parents, so naturally he should be happy for his big brother as well. At this moment, he clearly felt that he had grown up quite a bit, and it felt like what Yun Qi had described as an elevation of his spirit. Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru shared a look, and they laughed with joy and comfort. Yun Qinghang nodded his head. "Good, good child. Zio, your birth father, and I were sworn brothers as well. Moreover, he is the only confidant I have ever had in my life. So the fathers of you and Chair had always been closer than brothers, and our two families had long ago become as one." "Ah," Yun Zio's mouth gaped open. "Father and my birth father had known each other from the start." "Yes." Yun Qinghang nodded his head and he pulled Yun Zio's arm. "Zio, sit down. Today, your mother and I will tell you everything regarding your origins." In a room which was not spacious, the four sat facing each other. And no matter whether it was Yun Qinghang, Mu Yuru, or Yun Qi, the feeling of family became even clearer than it had ever been before. Yun Qinghang told Yun Zio in a sentimental and appreciative tone the story of the 3 years he and his wife had spent in the profound sky continent. He especially recounted how he had met Zio Ying, and how they had got to know each other, had hit off, and how they became sworn brothers, until the part where he had managed to save their lives by putting together an escape route for them, how he had even swapped his own son with theirs. Yun Zio just sat there and silently listened. Once Yun Qinghang had finished his tale, he sat there in a daze, but after that he said to himself in a lifeless voice, "Oh, so my homeland really is the profound sky continent." The profound sky continent is not as sinister as the illusory demon realm has made it out to be. Only a portion of the people there are truly sinister and vicious. Comparatively, the biggest difference that the illusory demon world has with the profound sky continent is the composition of races. The profound sky continent is a world where humans and beasts rule. There are very few demons there, Xianxia said. In the illusory demon realm, the profound sky continent was a heavily demonized place, and he did not wish for Xianxia to harbor such needless prejudice and internal conflict towards the profound sky continent because of this. Right, Xianxia gently nodded his head. His expression was still a bit dazed. He needed sufficient time to process and accept these things. Zio, so my surname was actually Zio, no wonder. Father and mother gave me the name Xianxia. Ho-ho, because we had always thought of one day letting you go back to the profound sky continent to recognize your ancestors. Yun Qinghang told him while laughing. Big brother, my birth parents, are they still well now? And are they still living in that place called Floating Cloud City? Xianxia asked with a hazy expression on his face. Even though Xianxia had known that this question was unavoidable and made sufficient preparation for it. Once Xianxia asked this question, his expression instantly froze, and he could not make a single sound for the longest of times. Xianxia's expression immediately caused Yun Qinghang's expression to change as well. After he once again thought of all the tribulations that Xianxia must have suffered for all these years, his heart tightened even more. He grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and looked at him directly while asking, "How is Zio Ying right now? In Floating Cloud City, his Zio family was also amongst the elite, so he is definitely living a carefree life now, right?" Xianxia gave a heavy sigh. He did not answer Yun Qinghang's question. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and declared in a solemn tone, "Xianxia, remember what I had said before. A true man must calmly face the trials of fate, and anything that has happened on this earth, whether they be happy or sad. But once they have happened, you can only accept and confront them. How you accept and confront your fate will be a test of your character." Xianxia looked at Xianxia, and both his hands quietly tightened. After a while, his eyes grew determined, and he said, "Big brother, go ahead and say it. No matter what the conclusion, I will face it with calm acceptance." Xianxia nodded his head, closed his eyes, and said in a gentle voice, "Uncle Zio, he already passed away 22 years ago." Yun Qinghang stood up in a hurry. His face had instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. In this world, there were very few things that would be able to provoke such a strong reaction from him. But Zio Ying was the only sworn brother he had in his life, the only true confidant he had ever had. Not only that, Zio Ying was a man he owed his life to, and it was a debt of gratitude that was as heavy as a mountain. All those years ago, if not for him, he and his wife would not have been able to make it back to the illusory demon realm alive. But he had never once thought that he was actually already dead, that he had actually died 22 years ago, and at that time, could it be? How did he die? How did he die? Yun Qinghang said in a quavering voice. Xianxia did not hesitate or try to conceal anything. He said straightforwardly, 22 years ago, after father and mother had escaped from Floating Cloud City, the scoundrels who were chasing after the both of you somehow found out about your interactions with Uncle Zio. They found Uncle Zio and they tried to force him to reveal your whereabouts, but Uncle Zio would rather die than tell them anything, so, as a result, Yun Qinghang's entire body shook violently. After Uncle Zio died, his wife very quickly passed away due to grief and loss, and my grandmother drowned in such sadness that her melancholy quickly turned into malady. After she had given birth to little aunt, who was 1 year younger than me, she passed away as well. I do not even remember how they looked like in life. It was grandfather alone who raised my little aunt and I together. Yun Qinghang's mouth violently trembled, and both his eyes protruded. His entire body suddenly gave a violent heave as a spray of fresh blood violently spurted from his mouth. His entire body collapsed heavily to the ground. "Ah, husband! Father!" Mu Yuru and Xianxia cried out in unison. They hurriedly went to support Yun Qinghang's body. The corner of Yun Qinghang's mouth twitched, and the scarlet-red blood trail was startlingly eye-catching. His gaze lifelessly drifted to the sky, and 2 fierce streams of tears poured from his eyes. It was I who caused Brother Zio to die. It was I who caused the death of his family. It was me. The one who harmed them was me. The debt of gratitude I owe to Brother Zio is as heavy as a mountain, but what I repaid him with was only death and destruction. Yun Qinghang's reaction was even more intense than Xianxia had expected. For a person like Yun Kinghong, even if MT Tai fell in front of him, he would not flinch. However, the words friendship and loyalty were things that were more important to him than his life. How could he accept the fact that his best brother in this life, who had saved his family, died because of him? With even his own family having collapsed, Mu Yuru went to hold Yun Kinghong. In this world, she was the person who understood him the most, and she clearly knew how big of an impact this would have dealt to him. She did not comfort him and merely cried silently along with him. Yun Chi comforted. Father, Uncle Zio has already passed on for 22 years. He might have even reincarnated already and is leading a more perfect life than his previous one, so stop blaming yourself. You are the patriarch of the Yun family, the support of the whole clan, the father of me and Yun Zio. In this world, there is nothing that can knock you down. I'm all right, all right, all right, all right. Yun Kinghong uttered 4 all rights in a row. His eyes unfocused, his face was still pale white, and he did not look one bit all right. Yun Zio bit his lips, went forward, and said loudly, Father, don't act like this. This isn't your fault. Furthermore, you are good brothers with my birth father. Even if he died while saving you, I'm sure he died without any hatred or unwillingness. I believe if the one escaping at that time was my birth father, even if you knew the consequences, you would still make the same choice. Therefore, Father, please don't blame yourself anymore. This is the choice my birth father made. He won't blame you, and neither would anyone else. Father, only if you live on properly and take care of yourself would you allow my birth father to rest in peace. Even though Zio Ying was Yun Zio's birth father, he had never seen him before, nor had his name appeared in his memory before. It was only today that he had found out about his existence. Thus, other than blood relations, he did not hold any feelings towards his birth father. Hearing that he was no longer in the living world, other than feeling an intense pain and emptiness deep within his veins, he did not feel too much sadness. Or, at least, it was not as overwhelming as what Yun Kinghong felt. And towards Yun Kinghong, there was the gratitude of bringing him up for more than 20 years. Yun Chi did not expect that Yun Zio would be so calm and actually console Yun Kinghong. For Yun Kinghong, Yun Zio's consoling would triumph over any words others said to him, because Yun Zio was Zio Ying's descendant and was of his bloodline. His gratitude and remorse towards Zio Ying could be repaid and placed onto Yun Zio. And from his consoling, what he received was the same as Zio family's forgiveness. Focus slowly returned to Yun Kinghong's eyes. He looked straight at Yun Zio, then his arms suddenly reached out, strongly clasping Yun Zio's shoulders. Zio, you really don't blame me? I was the one who caused you to lose your birth parents. I don't. Yun Zio shook his head without hesitation. Even though I did lose my parents, the heavens were kind to me and gave me 2 loving parents. Towards father and mother, I only have respect and gratitude. Why would I blame you too? My birth parents in heaven would also not blame the 2 of you either. Instead, using one's own life to exchange for the life of a good brother could only bring about satisfaction and happiness. For instance, if one day Big Brother encounters any danger and I am able to save him using my life, I would do so without hesitation. Yun Zio, Yun Chi mumbled. Good child. Yun Kinghong patted his shoulder heavily, raised his head, and suddenly laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, it's no wonder you're my son, no wonder you're Zio Ying's son. Brother Zio, if you can hear this from above, you must be laughing heartily as you look upon the son you had. Brother Zio, your son is my son. Rest assured that as long as I, Yun Kinghong, still have one breath, I will not let anyone bully our son. Zio, thank you, Mu Yurus gently said. She knew that if Yun Zio had not said those words, Yun Kinghong, who viewed loyalty and friendship above his life, would not be able to accept it so quickly. Chair, is the grandfather Zio who brought you up still fine? Yun Kinghong asked. Grandfather is doing well, he's still very healthy. Sadness flashed past Yun Chi's eyes. It's just that he has been living bitterly all these years. The pain of losing his son, the sadness of losing his wife, he still needed to withstand all of this while bringing me and little aunt up. Furthermore, my profound veins were crippled since I was young. I was unable to cultivate the profound and became the family, even the whole floating cloud city's laughingstock. This caused grandfather to be ridiculed as well, causing his position within the Zio family to drop drastically. However, even though he was burdened with all of this, grandfather had never shown any bit of hatred towards me. The culprit behind all of these, and instead showed me the same amount of love and care he showed little aunt. He brought me up, shielded me from rain and storm, taught me life lessons, and continuously consoled me, who was constantly ridiculed and bullied all this time. He searched for the culprit who harmed Uncle Xiao while also constantly looking for famous doctors who could mend my profound veins. To be able to bring up a child like Xiao Ying, Yun Qingheng did not even think for an instant that Xiao Lai was not a great father. He sighed in deep regret. Chair, we must always remember Xiao family's kindness in our hearts and never forget it. The grandfather Xiao who raised you will forever be your grandfather. In the future, no matter how strong you become, how much achievements you obtain, you must never forget all of these. Amen. Yun Qi nodded heavily. He turned towards Yun Xiao and said, Yun Xiao, even though your birth parents are no longer here with us, you still have grandfather. He's a very benevolent and noble grandfather. A few years back, when I obtained some achievements, he was finally relieved and started having thoughts of passing on. However, when I told him that you were most likely to still be alive, he finally found hope, and all his negative thoughts disappeared. If I am able to find a way to return to the profound sky continent one day, I must bring you along to let grandfather see you. He'll definitely be happy. You still have a little aunt who, even though is 1 year younger, is still your blood-related aunt. She's mischievous and kind, and when you see her, you'll definitely be elated to have such a relative also. You still have a prenatal betrothal, Prenatal betrothal. Yun Xiao widened his eyes. Yun Qi was a little agitated, unconsciously blurting out the matter regarding Yun Xiao and Xiao Qingyu's child marriage. Once he said it, he was perplexed, and upon seeing Yun Xiao's innocent expression, he could only smile out of embarrassment and said, Father, mother, I have something I forgot to tell you too. During my time in the profound sky continent, I have already gotten married. 2 times, in fact. Oh, Yun Qingheng's face revealed signs of a smile. Really? Mu Yuru uttered in shock, her expression agitated yet at the same time nervous. Does that mean I have a daughter-in-law already? Then, how old is she? Whose child is she? Is she pretty? How's her temper? Is she obedient? Is she nice to you? Mu Yuru's string of questions caused Yun Qi to scratch his head and reply with a little embarrassment. When I was 16, I had already gotten married. Furthermore, actually, the person I married, her father and Uncle Xiao had decided on their marriage before she and Yun Xiao were even born, and in the end, she married me. If it were not for what happened, the person who would have married Xia Qingyu should have been Yun Xiao. Even though Yun Qi did not know of this back then, he still stole Yun Xiao's fiancé. He asked, slightly perturbed, Yun Xiao, you wouldn't blame me for snatching your, child bride, right? Yun Xiao stared blankly for a while before finally understanding what Yun Qi said. He hurriedly waved it off, his face even revealing signs of panic. No, I won't. I definitely won't. I already have 7th sister. It's good that big brother married her. It's good. Yun Xiao actually looked a bit relieved, and when he finished speaking, he even suppressed his voice to whisper to Yun Qi. Big brother, the fact I actually had a fiancé, please don't tell 7th sister about it. Otherwise, she might even get angry. Oh, of course I won't tell, Yun Qi hurriedly said. He was worried for nothing. Anyway, my child bride. Oh no, I meant sister-in-law, what's her name? Is she pretty? Yun Xiao asked carefully. Even though Yun Xiao was definitely not interested in any other woman, he was curious towards something like a child bride. Yun Qi rubbed his chin and replied, She's called Xia Qingyu. She's the same age as us. She looks pretty, but her personality is a bit cold. Her biggest desire is the pursuit of profound power, and other than cultivating, she has no other interests. A few days after marrying me, she entered her sect, and after that, for the next few years, I did not see her much. She has most likely forgot me by now. Oh, Yun Xiao nodded, his mind immediately conjuring up the image of a woman with lifeless eyes, a rigid face, and a cold expression. As he thought about it, he secretly shrank away. His heart heaved a deep sigh of relief. Phew. Good thing big brother married her. If I really married such a woman, it would be so boring. 7th sister is still the best, with her cute voice, her cute eyes, her cute temper. She's even cute when she's angry. MN looks pretty. Even if she was, how could she compare in looks to my 7th sister? Yun Xiao resolutely thought. A person that was able to let Xiao Ying arrange a prenatal betrothal would definitely not be any bit lacking. Tears welled in Mu Yuru's eyes once more. I never thought that my son has already made a family. Yun Qi's lips trembled, but he still did not say the fact that he already had 2 wives. Furthermore, he also did not talk about having a child with a woman who was not his wife, because saying those would be causing them to be even more concerned. Chair, what happened to your profound veins? Who cured them for you? Yun Qinghang asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. Yun Qi replied, I have two masters. One of them taught me medical arts. The other helped me reconstruct my profound veins and trained me when I was 16. Yun Qinghang was deeply moved. At the age of 22, your medical skills already far exceed the best doctor in illusory demon realm. And if you reconstructed your profound veins at the age of 16, then you have only cultivated for 6 years. You reached the sky profound realm with 6 years of cultivation, yet can easily defeat an early stage overlord. Your teachers must be extraordinary geniuses. His medical saint master was indeed an extraordinary genius. But as for Jasmine, she was simply an incomprehensible monster. My two masters both changed my destiny. Without them, I might not even be alive now, Yun Qi sighed with emotion. After lamenting, he remembered the most important thing he should tell his parents, and he said promptly, Father, Mother, didn't you ask me where the patriarch's crest came from? When I was in the profound sky continent, I saw Grandfather. Yun Qi's words gave Yun Qinghang a shock. He shuddered violently and his voice cracked. Grandfather? Which grandfather? Which grandfather? My biological grandfather, your father, the illusory demon realm's demon king, Yun Qinghai. Grandfather gave me the patriarch's crest and told me to bring it back to the Yun family one day. Ah! Mu Yuru gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. Whoosh! The air in front of Yun Qi shifted violently as Yun Qinghang rushed to him as though he had teleported. Yun Qinghang couldn't take into consideration of his strength because of how on edge he was. He grabbed Yun Qi's arms so tightly that he almost snapped them. You really saw your grandfather. Where did you see him? Where is he now? How is he doing? Xiao Ying's death made his mind chaotic, and now he suddenly heard news about his father. Yun Qinghang's soul had probably never had such extreme ups and downs in his life. 100 years. For 100 years, he had never seen his father again. He didn't even know if his father was dead or alive. Yun Qi knew that Yun Qinghang must have wanted to know of his father's whereabouts and well-being even in his dreams. When Yun Qi thought about the 16 months he spent under the sword management terrace at Heavenly Sword Villa, he felt embittered in his heart, and he narrated slowly. Not long after my profound veins were reborn, and I started to cultivate profound energy. I joined Blue Wind Nation's Blue Wind Profound Palace and represented the Blue Wind Imperial family for the ranking tournament among the large forces in the nation, and this Blue Wind ranking tournament was precisely held in Heavenly Sword Villa. Heavenly Sword Villa. This was a place Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru would never forget even if they die. Back then, they risked their lives, used the profound handle soul search on a person from mighty Heavenly Sword region, and found out that Yun Qinghai was not dead, but was actually being imprisoned. The location of where he was being held was in Blue Wind Nation, Heavenly Sword Villa. Yun Qi immediately retold the whole story, how he joined the ranking tournament, how after it ended he was brought to see the demon sealing ritual by Ling Kun, who was from mighty Heavenly Sword region, how the demon went crazy because of Ling Kun's provocation, how Xia Yuanba was in danger, and how he was sealed under the sword management terrace with the demon because he wanted to save Xia Yuanba. Back then, I never would have imagined that the demon was actually my grandfather. Grandfather's body was bound by the meteorite chain. His profound strength was suppressed by the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation. Under such harsh restrictions, he could only control his profound handle, and he was further sealed underground where there was no daylight at all by a sword called Heaven's Punishment. I got beaten up by Grandfather until I was half dead. After I healed, I kept training myself just so I could kill Grandfather and get out of there until one day, Grandfather recognized the mirror of samsara that I took out. Then he forced out my profound handle, and we conducted the blood paternity test. That was when I knew he was my grandfather. Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru stared absent-mindedly into space for a long time. More than 20 years ago, even though they found out where Yun Qinghai was, they almost lost their lives without even being able to get close, let alone to see him. They could not imagine what Yun Qi did to find him, and now they heard the answer, the whole story. It was all so bizarre, so odd that they couldn't believe it. Heaven's will, it must be Heaven's will. The heavens are not blind. They arranged the two of you to meet in a strange, faraway realm. Yun Qinghang was so excited that his eyes were full of tears. On one hand, there was the son who was drifting in the profound sky continent, and on the other hand, there was the father who was imprisoned in the profound sky continent. Neither of them knew about one another's existence, but it was so coincidental and bizarre that they found each other. Destiny. It really was destiny. Yun-Chi continued speaking. After I met my grandfather, he told me my biological parents' names and a lot of things about the illusory demon realm. In the time that we spent together, he instructed me in my cultivation and used his profound handle to fight with me day and night. In the end, he even risked using all of his strength to awaken my profound handle and gave me the thing that he was protecting with his life for 100 years, to bring back to the illusory demon realm. What happened after that? If you escaped, did your grandfather escape with you? Where is he now? Yun Qinghang asked impatiently. Yun-Chi's face grew dark. He looked down and said softly, "The place where grandfather and I were held was suppressed by the heaven's punishment sword. We could not break out relying solely on my strength back then. The meteorite chain that was on grandfather, the heaven's punishment sword, and the heaven's might soul-suppressing formation were all bound to grandfather. After grandfather gave me the thing he was protecting with his life, he killed himself to set me free." Yun Qinghang was so shocked, he fell back a couple of steps as if he was struck by lightning. Mu Yuru closed her eyes and covered her mouth as tears silently trickled down her face. Just as well, Yun Qinghang murmured soullessly. He was imprisoned in a place without daylight for 100 years. He had suffered too much just as well. Now, he doesn't have to suffer anymore. He is free, he can rest in peace. Before his death, he was able to find a trustworthy person to pass on his mission, see his own grandson, and he saved his grandson's life with his own life. When my father passed away, he must have been smiling. Yes, Yun-Chi nodded his head. Grandfather died while smiling. Amen. Yun Qinghang closed his eyes as tears rolled down across his cheeks, leaving a watery trail. Died while smiling, this was the only thing that could ease his sorrow. I brought back grandfather's body. Yun-Chi backed away a little. Following the sky-poisoned pearl's flicker of light, the coffin of eternity appeared before them. After acquiring the coffin of eternity, where Hunger was asleep for however many years, he put Yun Kanghai's body in it. Because he was laying in the coffin of eternity, even if thousands and millions of years passed by, nothing would be damaged or changed. The second it closed up, it was as though the time inside was eternally frozen. For a long while, Yun Qinghang lost his focus as he stood beside the coffin of eternity. He pressed his hand on the cold body and fell down slowly until he kneeled on the ground heavily. In his memory, his father was a prestigious demon king of the illusory demon realm. He was a vigorous spirit that shined so brightly. There was never evidence of him growing old, and he always liked to keep himself at his youngest state. When they stood together as father and son, they looked just like brothers around the same age. But inside the coffin of eternity laid an old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave, as skinny as a bag of bones. Face was dry and withered. His hair, beard, and eyebrows were all messy and white. He looked just like a ferocious devil. If it weren't for the contour of his face, he could never believe that this was his father. But what he couldn't imagine more was how much suffering he had gone through for him to become like this. Father! Yun Qinghang's whole body was shivering as he said the word father. It was as painful as fresh blood. Yun-Chi looked up and said quietly, "Bringing him back to his homeland must also be one of grandfather's wishes, but please endure your son's stubbornness and delay grandfather's burial. I can't let grandfather die for nothing. Even more so, I can't let grandfather die with criminal accusations still on his back." Yun Qinghang kept his head low as his entire body trembled. He bit his teeth together so clearly and loudly it was hard to listen to. Sigh. Yun-Chi's chest felt heavy. "Father, if you want to cry, just cry. Only your family is here. You are my father, and Yun Zio's father, but also grandfather's son." Yun-Chi's words collapsed the front-line defense Yun Qinghang had been trying to hold up. The extremely sorrowful, grieving cry that came from the Yun patriarch resounded loudly. From birth to now, this was the first time he cried so carelessly. Yun-Chi grabbed Yun Zio and walked outside. From walking into walking out, it felt like a complete different world. "Are you unsettled?" Yun-Chi looked at him and asked. Yun Zio just shook his head and said, "I knew from the beginning that this day would come eventually. I always thought that when this day came, I wouldn't know what to do at all, but now I feel like I'm even more safe and settled." "Me too," Yun-Chi smiled and said, "The reason is simple. Even though we both used to have a home, our hearts do not belong there. But now, I feel like I found my home. And as for you, you found out about your background and you didn't lose the parents who raised you for over 20 years. Of course, you feel more safe and settled. The only thing that I didn't think of is that things would get so complicated. It feels like I'm listening to a bizarre story." Yun Zio sighed with emotion. Life in many cases is far more bizarre and remarkable than made-up stories. Yun Qi looked at him and suddenly said, Yun Zio, since you found out about your background, you should change your name. How about Zio Yun? Ah, Yun Zio paused for a second and agreed right away. All right, from now on my name is Zio Yun. Even when I'm in public, I will call myself Zio Yun. Or else my parents who are looking at me from above the heavens would scold me for being unfilial. Ha ha ha, Yun Qi laughed loudly. After this entire day of fateful twists and mental breakdowns, he truly felt that Yun Zio had matured a lot. Perhaps it was because after knowing where he came from, he released the stress, the worry, and the confusion that he always carried, and found a clear-cut life goal. The two of them stood at the entrance of the backyard, just in case someone would get close and disturb Yun Qinghang. They stayed silent for a while. Suddenly, Yun Qi asked, Zio Yun, have you ever seen the little demon empress? Yes, I have. Zio Yun nodded. Actually, all these years, the little demon empress came and visited father a lot of times, and she came alone and quietly every time. No one else knows about this. It seems like the little demon empress trusts and respects father greatly. And father also seems to be very loyal to the little demon empress, or rather, the demon emperor clan, Yun Qi muttered. What kind of person is the little demon empress? How should I put this? Zio Yun thought seriously for a while and said with hesitation, Actually, I've only seen the little demon empress for a few times, and I've never really looked at her directly because every time I face her, I feel a bit scared. Scared? Yun Qi's eyebrow raised. The little demon empress aura is really scary, Yun Zio described. Even when I was far away from her, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Her eyes were even scarier. I never had the guts to look into her eyes directly. Even if she merely glanced at me, I would feel chills go through my entire body. Her facial expression was also the same. No one seemed to have ever seen her smile. Her whole face was like it was frozen. Oh, that horrifying? Yun Qi's eyes widened. Zio Yun tried very hard to think of more information about the little demon empress and said, The little demon empress was always in gray clothing, not light gray, but the kind of gray that was very dark and dead. When father and I talked about the little demon empress, he mentioned that she was very cruel. Hundreds of years ago, when the little demon empress got her position, a lot of people were against her because she was a female. Many of those people were killed, and a bunch of those people were killed by her. After that, everyone shivers when they see her, and no one dared to disobey her anymore. That does sound cruel. Yun Qi's eyes slightly widened, and his brain was painting the image as Zio Yun described the little demon empress. Her stares were like a knive's, her terrifying appearance. She might even be ugly with no emotions on her face. Her aura was so cold that it could pierce your bones, and she was in a dead gray robe, a middle-aged woman. After he finished imagining, Yun Qi couldn't help but shiver, because he thought about those reanimated ghouls of legends. They were so similar that they were almost 90% alike. Back when Yun Qi listened to Yun Qinghang talk about the stories of the past, he remembered that he clearly mentioned that the little demon emperor disappeared the night he married the little demon empress. He thought that it was strange back then, even if the little demon emperor was desperate to save his father and his heart was bitter. Would it kill him to leave 2 or 3 days later? He just had to run away to profound sky continent at this crucial time for a suicide mission. Now he suddenly understood. Not having the desire to get married when he didn't know if his father was dead or alive was just an excuse. His real intention was to run away. If I were married to this woman who was that scary even just hearing about her, I would run away too. Amen. That's not right. The little demon emperor was the demon emperor's heir, the master of the illusory demon realm. With his identity, all of illusory demon realm's women should be free pickings. What kind of woman couldn't he find? Why did he choose some scary woman who sounded like a reanimated ghoul as his demon empress? Could it be that the little demon empress was from a prominent family? But that still doesn't make sense. In illusory demon realm, what family background could be greater than the illusory demon royal family? And the little demon emperor was the illusory demon royal family's first chair. No matter what, he shouldn't have to tolerate this. Zio Yun, what is the family background of the little demon empress? Why did the little demon emperor marry her back then? Yun Qi asked out of curiosity from his heart. It's because the little demon emperor can only marry her. Zio Yun's answer stunned Yun Qi. Can only marry her? What does that mean? Big brother, I can't believe you didn't know that. Oh, Zio Yun suddenly realized. Right. I subconsciously forgot it again. Big brother, you are from the profound sky continent. Here in illusory demon realm, no one would ever ask a question like that. Xiao Yun started explaining. The demon emperor can have multiple wives, but the demon empress was set ahead of time for him. Because the demon emperor's bloodline must be preserved as complete and perfect. The demon empress who marries the demon emperor must also have the purest demon emperor's bloodline. So their offspring would continue to have the most complete demon emperor's bloodline and inherit the demon emperor position. This is a basic principle that the demon emperor's bloodline had which could never be broken. As for the children that were born by other wives, they would be bestowed the title of duke and can intermarry with other families, but can never inherit the position of the emperor. But I heard father said that the demon emperor's bloodline would consciously not let the bloodline outflow. So in the recent thousands of years, the previous demon emperors rarely married other wives besides the demon empress, and even if they married, they would purposely not have any children with them. So now the illusory demon royal family does not have a grand prince anymore. The Duke Huiyi that we saw today and his father Duke Huoi are dukes who have the closest relationship with the demon emperor's bloodline. However, even though that is so, the demon emperor's bloodline in their veins are just too light. Xiao Yun's explained very clearly, but Yun Qi, who was listening, was stunned. He asked while trying to sound out, if what I know is correct, the demon emperor's bloodline seems to only have one bloodline. If this bloodline were to be kept pure, then the demon empress must also have the purest demon emperor's bloodline. So does that mean the little demon emperor and the little demon empress are? Oh, the little demon empress is the little demon emperor's older sister, Xiao Yun said casually. Yun Qi, at number $%. Big brother, what's wrong? Your face suddenly became so strange. Xiao Yun seemed to not really understand why Yun Qi's face was twitching like that. The demon emperor's bloodline has been like this for generations. When Yun Qi spoke, even wind was coming out from the gaps in his teeth. Yeah, Xiao Yun nodded like it was something normal. His facial expression was as normal as ever. Each generation of demon emperor and demon empress would give birth to a son and a daughter, and those son and daughter would become the next generation's demon emperor and demon empress. There are a lot of other families like this, especially those that can pass down their bloodline power. To prevent the bloodline power from passing on to outsiders, it is forbidden to intermarry with another family. The inheritance of the patriarch must not mix. That is the clan's greatest taboo. We, the Yun family, are not as strict, because the men can pass down the profound handle to the next generation, but not the women. So women in the Yun family can intermarry another family, but men cannot leave the Yun family and marry into another family. Yun Qi stared straight at Xiao Yun for a long while and said slowly, in the profound sky continent, blood relatives cannot marry each other. Why? Xiao Yun's eyes widened. Marrying the person closest to you can make sure that the offspring also has the purest bloodline. The profound sky continent is so strange. From the view of the people of profound sky continent, you are the strange ones. Yun Qi gnashed his teeth and thought. This is called cultural differences. That's right, a real-life example of cultural differences. No wonder the little demon emperor would marry the terrifying little demon empress. It's because he didn't have a choice. Seems like it's also not easy being the illusory demon emperor. Now that the little demon emperor is dead, the one who has the purest bloodline in the whole illusory demon realm would be the little demon empress. It is impossible for the little demon empress to give birth to the next generation alone, that means. Starting from the next generation after the little demon empress, the pure demon emperor's bloodline would not exist anymore. Yun Qi mumbled and said, on top of that, with the little demon empress being a woman, no wonder those dukes would spawn disloyalty, with even some of the guardian family's loyalty are starting to collapse. Yes, that's right. Xiao Yun nodded. Father said this is the biggest crisis the demon emperor's clan has faced since 1,000,000 years ago. The little demon emperor was too rash. His eagerness to save his father and take back the demon emperor's seal was understandable. But he should know that the safety of his life determines the whole demon emperor's clan's heir and future. If he died, the illusory demon realm would no longer have a pure demon emperor's bloodline. The demon emperor died in profound sky continent. My grandfather and Yun family's top 10 fighters also died there. He should have known that he would surely die if he went to profound sky continent alone. If he really wanted to suicide, at least wait until the little demon empress bore a son and a daughter. Rather than being rash, it was more like being stupid. Qi's eyebrow suddenly raised. Wait, when he first arrived at the illusory demon realm, it didn't take effort for him to think about the serious and irreparable consequence. So how could the little demon emperor not think of it? Being the heir to the demon emperor's bloodline, the little demon emperor should naturally value passing down the bloodline more than anyone else. That was something more important than himself, and 1,000,000,000 times more important than his father's life. Then why did he go and suicide so stupidly? A possibility flashed across Qi's mind. Is it possible that the little demon emperor went to profound sky continent for some other hidden reason? Or, he didn't actually die in profound sky continent? Is the knowledge that everyone has in illusory demon realm all fake because someone made it up to cover something up? After all, the little demon emperor disappeared on their newly wedded night and left a note informing people that he departed for the profound sky continent. But no one actually saw him leave the profound sky continent. No one even saw with their own eyes if he actually left. If the little demon emperor was not a complete moron, then there was a huge possibility that there was something hidden, or some conspiracy. Qi's eyebrows tightened and thought back to when he was first at Heavenly Sword Villa. Back then, when Ling Kun used his words to provoke grandfather Yun Kanghai, he seemed to have mentioned the little demon emperor. Qi closed his eyes and concentrated on remembering what Ling Kun said back then. It's no harm for me to tell you again that your demon emperor had already died a long time ago. Died under hands of our mighty Heavenly Sword Region's Sword Master and Sun Moon Divine Hall's Heavenly Monarch. Your pitiful demon emperor who had just ascended to the throne overestimated his own abilities and wanted to take revenge for his father. Tusk, his cries were so pitiful when dying. Right now, the entire illusory demon realm is supported by a little demon empress, Qian. Qian had an extremely strong memory. When he focused and thought back, he could make sure he didn't miss a single word. Ling Kun talked about the little demon emperor's pitiful death, but he didn't mention where he died or how, at least. He never said he died in the profound sky continent. Xiao Yun didn't notice Qi's sudden facial changes. He nodded and said, "The little demon emperor was really too rash. I heard that the day he was married, he drank a lot of alcohol and he didn't use his profound strength to resolve his drunkenness, so he lost his mind after he drank and acted rashly. That could be because he didn't know how to face the little demon empress on their wedding night. I heard my father said that the little demon emperor was actually very afraid of the little demon empress." "Afraid? To be accurate, it should be respectful and afraid," Xiao Yun said. "I heard father say that the little demon emperor had an air of arrogance but was also really compassionate. As soon as he was born, he had a fearless personality. Even the previous demon emperor couldn't control him, but the only person he was scared of was his sister, who was also the little demon empress. Little demon empress' profound energy cultivation was always stronger than his, and from youth, she was domineering person. Every time the little demon emperor didn't behave himself, she would beat him up until he obeyed. Even when the little demon emperor saw the previous demon emperor, he would be bossy and tyrannical. But when he saw his sister, he would be docile and obedient, and wouldn't even dare to breathe. Even our father would also be well-behaved in front of the little demon empress. I heard from mother once that back then, father and the little demon emperor went to the northern passes on the spur of the moment, and disappeared for a month without a word. When they came back, the little demon emperor was beaten up by the little demon empress, and father was beaten up along as well, with more than 30 bones broken, and had to lie in bed for half a month. So cruel. Qi listened with his heart jumping and his skin crawling. But even though the little demon empress was always dominant, her personality wasn't extreme, and it was hard not to respect and approve of her. When she was about 20 years old, she took over the illusory demon royal family's affairs, and almost everything was taken care of perfectly. Even the 12 guardian family's patriarchs were respectful to her, until the news of the death of the previous demon emperor broke out. And after little demon emperor passed away, her personality changed completely. Her aura, the expressions in her eyes, her actions, all became terrifying. Whenever she appeared, everyone became silent, and it seemed like during these past few hundred years, she had never smiled again. Having just lost her father and her brother, Amen, or husband, it would be strange if she didn't resent or get mad. Qian thought and said, "Her family is dead. Left alone with the purest demon emperor's bloodline, she not only bore the pain of losing her family, but also bore all the responsibility. At the same time, she is a woman. to inherit the position of emperor and be pressured by a number of rejections, by political pressure, by gossip. That could not be easy. In that situation, if she wasn't strong and malicious, let alone 100 years, she wouldn't even have lasted for 10 years. Amen, amen, Xiao Yun nodded. Father said the same thing. Father rarely compliments anyone, but these years, Father complimented the little demon empress many times. At the same time, he also worried many times for the demon emperor clan's future. After all, after the little demon empress, there would never be another one with the demon emperor's pure bloodline. Whatever, that's the little demon empress problem. Not mentioning the future, it's uncertain that she would still be the little demon empress even a month from now. That Duke Hua was not afraid to run rampant, and he also doesn't seem to be afraid of the little demon empress knowing about it. Seems like he is not only ambitious, but also very confident. Yun Qi said, curling his lips. 1 month later at the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony, I should be able to see the legendary little Demon Empress. Yun Qi lowered his eyebrows and muttered, your attitude will determine whether or not I return that item to you or else. Even though this is grandfather's dying wish, I will disobey. I hope you will not disappoint me. The big secret that grandfather wanted me to tell you, I will have to see if you have the ability to make me want to tell you myself. As for the Mirror of Samsara, sorry, I'm not going to return it to your Demon Emperor clan, because that already belongs to me. The Yun family that had been noisy the entire day finally quietened down, but every Yun family member's state of mind was still at a hard-to-calm, excited state. Night quietly fell. The quiet within Demon Imperial City's night was still the same as ever, seeming to not have been affected by the great matter, which happened in Yun family. Yet news of Yun Qinghang and his wife having fully recovered their profound strength had already spread throughout the entire Demon Imperial City in the evening, causing great waves to occur in all the great clans and powers. From the second day onward, Yun family's gate became exceedingly lively, as an endless stream of people came to express their wishes to pay Yun Qinghang a visit. And every single person who came was possessed of a startling pedigree, yet every single one of them were politely declined. They were informed that the patriarch would not be entertaining any guests for 3 days, and the clan assembly, which was supposed to be convened on the second day, was pushed to after the third day on orders from Yun Qinghang, because this was the period of 3 days where Yun Qinghang knelt by Yun Kanghai's body, watching over it. And for the entirety of 3 days, he did not eat nor drink, did not move nor sleep. And Mu Yuru was by his side, accompanying him in kneeling and watching over Yun Kanghai's body. She did not leave his side at any moment. If it was not for the important matter at hand, Yun Qinghang would have knelt for a month, or maybe even longer than that. However, the fact that Yun Kanghai's remains had been returned was not made public. Besides the 4 of them, no one else knew. And 3 days later, the coffin of eternity which held Yun Kanghai's remains was retrieved by Yun Qi and put into the sky poison pearl. Yun Qinghang did not object, because even though he did not know what Yun Qi wanted to do, he believed in Yun Qi. He believed in his own son. As for the Mirror of Samsara, upon Yun Qi stating that he was not willing to return it to the Demon Emperor clan, Yun Qinghang only had a brief moment of hesitation. After that, he simply handed the Mirror of Samsara back to Yun Qi. His son had recently returned, and his joy, comfort, and contentment, coupled with the guilt and the debt he felt he owed Yun Qi for the past 20+ years. All of this manifested itself as him and Mu Yuru not being willing to reject anything Yun Qi wanted, no matter how overboard he went, even if it was to the point of violating some of their own principles. And as for the fact that Yun Qi was actually a scion of the Yun family, this was only known by the 4 of them as well, because once this matter had spread out, it would invariably lead to people connecting matters to the profound sky continent, and this would lead to unpredictable trouble or even danger for the Yun Qi who had just arrived at this time. They would rather the people who had marked Yun Qi and went to check on his background come up with nothing. So their hearts would be filled with misgivings and apprehension, and they would act with caution and prudence so as to not cause unwarranted damage. And as the person who had rendered extraordinary service to the Yun family, by eradicating the root of their impending calamity, coupled with his status as the patriarch's godson, Yun Qi's approval rating within the Yun family had risen exponentially. Even if the elders of the Yun family saw him, they would greet him with faint smiles and display expressions filled with praise. There were even some who lavished him with generous praise when they saw him. The night deepened, and all was silent. In the past few days, Yun-Chi did not go out much. He spent the majority of his time in the training room, concentrating on cultivating the extreme mirage lightning movement skill while getting used to the weight of the heaven-smiting Devil Slayer sword. "It's about time to see the fruits of my training," Yun-Chi mumbled to himself. Bang! The frozen-end illusory mirror was shattered by him. Yun-Chi exhaled lightly, and the aura of profound energy that was emanating from his body began to swiftly recede. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if all the energy that had been emanating outwards had disappeared. Forget about profound energy field. Even the sound of his breathing and the beating of his heart seemed to have completely disappeared. If a person had his back faced towards Yun-Chi, he would not even be able to detect his presence at all. Upon the activation of the skill, Hidden Flowing Lightning, a considerable amount of profound energy was used to rigidly lock up his aura within his body. When he let the skill persist, it required a set amount of profound energy to continue functioning. But this amount of profound energy was so small that it could not even catch up to Yun-Chi's profound energy recovery rate that was boosted by the Great Way of the Buddha. He maintained the concealed state bestowed by Hidden Flowing Lightning and changed into a set of black clothes. He exited the practice room, jumped onto the rooftop, and started moving after he had randomly chosen a direction. Moreover, his current status in the Yun family had received a huge boost, so even if he was discovered by other people, it would not be a huge deal. But what filled him with joy was that even though he had flown through a good half of the Yun family grounds, not a single person had noticed his presence. And this place was not some random ramshackle slum. It was filled with a countless number of strong individuals who stood at the peak of power. Even if you randomly picked one of them, that person was a member of the Yun clan who could send shockwaves through the entire illusory demon realm. In normal circumstances, the aura of a Sky Profound Realm practitioner could not even be hidden from an Emperor Profound Realm practitioner. So it was needless to say that an overlord could do so as well. Everywhere else, overlords were as rare as phoenix feathers and Killin horns, but in Demon Imperial City, they practically littered the streets. And especially in the Yun family, they were a dime a dozen. Yet Yun-Chi had circled the entire Yun family holdings, and not a single person had discovered his presence. Yun-Chi had been on the run countless of times, and his ability to conceal his presence was already extremely strong. Now, with the aid of Hidden Flowing Lightning, the results had exceeded even his own expectations. Because even if Yun Qinghang wanted to tour around the Yun family holdings without being detected and without arousing any attention, it was practically impossible. If I had learned this Hidden Flowing Lightning when I was in the Azure Cloud continent, I would not have had to endure the misery of having to constantly be on the run. Yun-Chi vented within his mind. After that, he directly exited the Yun family holdings and entered Demon Imperial City, which was shrouded in night. Even though Yun-Chi had been in the Demon Imperial City for 2 months, he spent practically all of this time helping Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru make a full recovery, so he had never actually properly visited Demon Imperial City. Even within the pitch black of night, it was naturally hard to affect the vision of a strong, profound practitioner. As Yun-Chi traveled north, he did not move at too fast of a pace, so he could maintain the greatest degree of concealment. On the journey, he felt the presences of many strong individuals, but not one of these strong individuals had discovered him. And after he had run his eyes over the Demon Imperial City, which was submerged in the curtain of night, Yun-Chi finally could not resist testing out the power of extreme mirage lightning. He fiercely exhaled, not caring that this would very likely cause others to perceive him. His body instantly seemed to have morphed into a bolt of lightning, and he flew forward at great speed. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared into the night. If you were to consider instantaneous movement speed, extreme mirage lightning naturally could not compete with Star God's Broken Shadow, but not many profound movement skills could compare with it anyways. However, in terms of continuous movement speed, Star God's Broken Shadow was also definitively outclassed by extreme mirage lightning. As he flew, it was really as if he had become the image of lightning itself. Before he could even react, he had already moved past more than 350 meters of distance. And in comparison to the speed that Hua Minghai had displayed to him while running away, his current speed had actually surpassed the standard that had been set back then. After all, Yun-Chi's current profound energy was far richer than Hua Minghai's profound energy at that time. Yun-Chi could not help but think. Hua Minghai had relied on the two skills Extreme Mirage Lightning and Hidden Flowing Lightning to become known as the #1 thief in the profound sky. So now the current him, had he not surpassed Hua Minghai to become the new #1 thief? No, that's not right. I am definitely not some thief. Even though Yun Qi had been cultivating extreme mirage lightning for more than a month, because he did not want to attract any attention while he was in the Yun family before this, he did not dare act indiscriminately, so even if he had performed the skill, it was only within the confines of the practice room. Now that he wantonly displayed its full capability, he unexpectedly needed a good long while to get used to the extreme speed that was produced. But under this extreme speed, it was as though he had become a gale of wind. The feeling that he had left the entire world eating his dust was incomparably refreshing. So Yun Qi unwittingly stirred his profound energy and kept increasing the speed at which he was moving. Whoosh! Under the blanket of darkness, an old man who was walking along the streets of Demon Imperial City suddenly heard the sound of a violently rushing wind echo in the skies above. He raised his head, but that sound had already trailed off into the distance. He did not even see hide nor hair of the person who had just passed by. What a fast speed! Could it be that it is a monarch from one of the big families? The old man breathed excitedly. Not only was the speed displayed by extreme mirage lightning shocking beyond compare, the expenditure of profound energy was also far less than what he had expected. Yun Qi had unknowingly already traveled more than 150 kilometers, and this entire process was done under the fastest speed he could travel. However, he did not feel the least bit tired, nor was he even short of breath. Yun Qi had finally come to a stop, but just as he was about to return, he suddenly realized that what laid in front of him was actually the tall city gates of Demon Imperial City. According to the direction he had flown, this place was actually the northern gates of Demon Imperial City. After roughly estimating the current time, Yun Qi had become somewhat flabbergasted. Just this little time and effort, and he was actually already at the outskirts of Demon Imperial City. The speed of extreme mirage lightning was simply akin to that of galloping lightning. It was fast to the point of being incomprehensible, and his own profound energy level was only at the peak of the sky-profound realm. But to be able to rush from the Yun family household all the way to the northern gates of the Demon Imperial City within such a short span of time, this feat was only achievable by someone who, at the very least, had to be at the peak of the tyrant profound realm. When he had come to Demon Imperial City, he entered from the southern gates, and this place was at the other end of Demon Imperial City. Yun Qi lapsed into thought, and then decided to abandon the notion of returning home. He decided to continue flying forward, and very soon he flew out of the city limits, leaving Demon Imperial City. "Where are you going?" The moment Yun Qi had activated extreme mirage lightning to move as swiftly as lightning, Jasmine had been startled awake from her sleep. "Whoa, where is this place? It's so black." Hunger had also been jostled awake, but Hunger's ability to sleep was far greater than Jasmine's. Jasmine, in order to suppress the devilish poison within her body, had to sleep for around 10 hours each day. But Hunger had to sleep for at least 20 hours a day, and if she wasn't woken up by her hunger, she could even sleep the entire day away. Xiao Yun had mentioned before that Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was directly north of Demon Imperial City, so if I keep traveling north from here, I might even be able to catch a glimpse of that place. Yun Qi replied, "You want to go to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley? That place is known as the most important location in the entire illusory demon realm, and even the 12 guardian families are not normally allowed to enter. There will definitely be extremely strong guardians or restrictions lying in wait, so even if you can find it, what can you do? I am only curious as to what sort of place it is exactly." After Xiao Yun had described it as being so mystical, it being the reason that there is such a big gap between the young generation of the Yun family and the rest of the guardian families, all because the Yun family was barred from entering it for 100 years? I am only speaking casually. I don't really want to find out the location of that place, and even if I do find it, I will not try to enter. Because even if I want to enter, I want to enter that place with my head held up high, and go in together with father, mother, and Xiao Yun. As he was speaking, Yun Qi had unexpectedly already traversed over 50 kilometers. The clouds in the night sky had already vanished without him noticing, and a bright, shining half-moon hung in the night sky, with the radiance of the moonlight dispelling a good part of the darkness. Underneath Yun Qi was a plain of rolling green grass, and he could hardly sense the presence of any people, demons, or beasts. When he looked ahead, he only saw a vast, spacious emptiness. Strange, this place isn't too far from Demon Imperial City, It isn't remote nor wild, yet there isn't a single person or demon to be found. Xianxia said in a mystified voice. After that he came to a realization. Could it be that because Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was in this direction, no one is allowed to be in the vicinity? After chewing on this for a while, it ended up seeming to be the most suitable explanation. Master, quick look, that place is shiny. Is there something nice to eat there? Honger's excited and coquettish voice rang out. Xianxia looked down, and below him was indeed something that sparkled brilliantly. He said with a helpless expression on his face, "That is a small lake, it's not something shiny, and it's definitely not something delicious for you to eat." The surface of the lake reflected the moonlight, and under the curtain of night it shone with an exceptional brilliance. For Honger, there were only two types of food. One was swords and the other was precious stones which shone with all kinds of light. And after Honger understood just what kind of food she liked to eat, by her definition, anything that was shiny was definitely something nice to eat. Small lake, oh! Honger's voice fell and her previous excitement completely died down. Xianxia, go down there and take a look, Jasmine said suddenly. Xianxia's body stopped. What did you discover? That little lake, there seems to be a very special aura emanating from it, Jasmine said slowly, and it is similar to an aura that I am familiar with. In fact, it seems to slightly resemble the aura of the Golden Crow. Golden Crow. You have come in contact with the aura of the Golden Crow before? Xianxia asked reflexively. That isn't important right now. Even though it is very faint, it is extremely unusual for a lake to be able to exude an aura which is similar to that of the Golden Crow. Go down and confirm it. The power of the Golden Crow belonged to the element of fire, but a lake would naturally be filled with water, so it did sound extremely unusual. After Xianxia confirmed that there was no one else in the surrounding area, he complied with Jasmine's words. He drifted down and landed on the side of the lake. This was a very small lake. In fact, it was not much bigger than a pond, and with just a glance, you could see its limit. However, the water in the lake was exceptionally clear. Even under the hazy moonlight, one could still see directly to the bottom of the lake. The area that was 70 meters beyond the lake was covered in a thick swathe of uneven and wild foliage. But the plants that grew there were not a healthy green. Instead, they seemed to be dry and withered. Within that circle of 70 meters surrounding the lake, an area which should have been most suitable for plants to grow, there was not even a single blade of grass which grew there. It was just flat ground. The night wind drifted up from the lake's surface, and this night wind, which should have carried along with it the cool and refreshing feeling of lake water, instead caused Xianxia to experience a distinct feeling of dry heat, which was extremely bizarre. His heart skipped a beat and he crouched down, dipping his hand into the lake. The water was not cool. It was instead practically at body temperature. Demon Imperial City was already located to the north of the illusory demon realm, so it should have been a cold region. Right now, it was nighttime, so the lake water should be cool to the point of being icy cold. It definitely should not even be anywhere near this warm. Within the waters of the lake lies an aura which is definitely similar to the aura given off by the Golden Crow's flames. However, I cannot confirm that it is actually the Golden Crow's flame energy, Jasmine said evenly. Xianxia muttered under his breath, stood up, and said in an uncertain tone, "Could it be because this place is in such a state because it is close to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley?" "No," Jasmine retorted. "Take a look at your surroundings. Only the small area which is near the lake is devoid of any sort of plant life. It's as if everything around the lake had been burned up completely. Yet once it gets further away from the lake, you can see that a thick undergrowth has sprung up all around this area. If it was really due to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, then it should have happened to this entire region. If I am not wrong, there is someone who is releasing the Golden Crow's flame energy into the lake, and from the looks of it, it wasn't too long ago that this happened. Only 2 or 3 days ago at most. Releasing flame energy into the lake water? Why? Xianxia asked in a mystified tone. Perhaps it wasn't done on purpose, but it was the Golden Crow's flame energy within the person's body that was left behind after the person had been submerged in the lake for some time. But it is far more likely that someone cannot completely control the Golden Crow's flame energy within his body. So that person relied on the lake's water to help calm it down. This alternative is the far more likely one, because the flames of the Golden Crow are incomparably fierce and explosive. If you do not cultivate the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, and you just rely on profound energy alone to try to control the Golden Crow's flame energy like a normal profound flame, that would basically be impossible. Also, the purer your Golden Crow bloodline is, the more true that statement becomes. So that's it. Xianxia slowly nodded his head. The illusory demon royal family all possessed of some measure of the Golden Crow bloodline, and the bloodline of the demon emperors possessed the purest strain of this Golden Crow bloodline. Could it be that someone from the illusory demon royal family had bathed in this lake? But there didn't seem to be any value in investigating any further. If he wanted to witness the Golden Crow's flame energy, he could simply do so by entering Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. That place was somewhere he definitely could not miss out on. However, this place was blanketed in a sea of stillness, and there was no one around to disturb him, so Xianxia felt that it was a good place to practice his sword skills. The night is still young. Since I have traveled so far, I might as well put myself through the paces and practice my sword skills. Xianxia extended his arm. Hunger, you're not allowed to sleep. Prepare to... Wait, Jasmine suddenly shouted. Hide your presence and conceal yourself immediately. Someone's coming, and this person is an extremely powerful individual. To be able to be described as extremely powerful by Jasmine, this was definitely no laughing matter. The person who was coming was at the very least someone he definitely had no way to deal with. And if it happened to be an enemy or a villain, he could not even call for help in this remote place, which was so far from the demon imperial city. Xianxia swiftly used hidden flowing lightning to conceal his presence, and after that, he soundlessly submerged himself into the wild undergrowth behind him. The foliage was not very tall, but it was extremely dense, so it could cover up Xianxia's entire body. Not long after he hid, a vague figure appeared in the sky directly within his field of vision. After that, in just a fraction of a second, the figure seemed to slip through the night sky like flowing light, approaching until it was only 100 meters away from Xianxia. So fast. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, he quickly ducked his head to prevent the other party from noticing his gaze. Once your spiritual perception had achieved a certain degree of acuteness, even if you did not use your eyes, you would definitely notice it if you were being watched, and Xianxia had this kind of ability. The other person's astounding speed was a manifestation of an incomparably strong strength. This person's strength might not even lose to his father, Yun Qinghang. Right after Xianxia had even made his gaze inconspicuous, he suddenly realized that the other person's speed had noticeably slowed. After that, the other party came to a stop not far from where he was, still hovering in midair. Xianxia suddenly froze. Could it be that I have been discovered? Shit. How could this hidden flowing lightning suddenly become useless at the most critical juncture? Or maybe, the other person's profound energy is simply too strong, so even after I used hidden flowing lightning, I am still unable to escape his spiritual perception. But after a short while, Xianxia breathed a silent sigh of relief, because even though the other person had come to a stop, he did not notice any gaze being directed towards himself. A profound energy aura was released from this person's body, and it swept across the surrounding area. It also swept across Xianxia's position, but it continued without any interruptions, so this was proof that Xianxia still had not been detected yet. But once that profound energy aura had swept through his body, it caused his entire body to violently stiffen, while the organs in his body tightened up suddenly. A bone-piercing chill filled him entirely, even seeping into his blood. This person, what a terrifying aura! Xianxia was completely convinced that the strength of this profound energy aura was not inferior to Yun Qinghang's in any way. The strength of this profound energy aura was actually secondary to the fact that it also clearly carried with it an exceedingly heavy feeling of suppression. The strength of this suppression made Xianxia feel like all the blood in his body was going to congeal. And if Xianxia was affected to this extent, then if it was someone else, it was possible that under this oppressive feeling, that person would directly kneel on the ground while trembling all over. What kind of individual is this? He did not discover my presence, but he stopped here anyways. This meant that this person was going to come here all along. A sovereign profound realm expert. What was someone like that doing here in the middle of the night? That person floated in midair for a good long while, and after confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, that person withdrew his spiritual perception. At the same time, Xianxia raised his head with the utmost caution to look in that person's direction, because in the relatively clear moonlight, he could clearly see this person's features. And after he did, his expression instantly became stunned, someone who was possessed of such a strong, profound energy and emitted such a shocking feeling of oppressiveness. Xianxia had expected to see an old person who had a grand and mighty visage, or perhaps a middle-aged person with a severe and reserved countenance. Or at least, even if it was someone who seemed to look very young, he would not have been so flabbergasted. But directly in his field of vision there was clearly a little girl. Xianxia tightly shut his eyes, then opened them again, and what he saw was still a little girl. The girl looked to be very young, at most 14 to 15 years of age. She even looked younger than the initial appearance of Feng Zhuo all those years ago. She was wearing an ill-fitting, ugly gray long dress. No, it could not be called a dress. It was instead an unornamented, dark gray robe. The girl's figure was extremely small and delicate, and even these robes, which were not too big, could not show her figure. Instead, as it was billowing in the night wind, the hem of the robe had nearly engulfed the girl's ankles. This girl was dressed really strangely. But this strangely dressed little girl had an exceedingly beautiful and delicate face. Her complexion was also exquisite. At least for the Xianxia who had seen far too many outstanding beauties in his life, after he saw her face, even he felt like he could not breathe for a while. It was practically on par with the impact he had felt when he had first seen Feng Zhuo. Xia Qingyu had a kind of pure and cold beauty. Feng Zhuo possessed an illusory and ethereal beauty, and Jasmine had a bewitching, enchanting beauty, while this girl also had a beauty that was incomparably strange and bewitching. But the bewitching feeling she gave off was different from Jasmine's. It was a kind of sinister and dangerous feeling of enchantment. It caused Xianxia to unwittingly feel like he was staring at a cold-blooded, emotionless death god when he looked at her, and it made him feel like if he came near her or made contact with her, he would die a terrible death. Even though she looked like she was only a young girl, her features were already at the pinnacle of beauty. However, the sinister and bone-chilling cold she emanated was even more extreme than that. Xianxia definitely believed that when people faced her, the first thing they would notice was not her breathtaking beauty, but would first feel pure terror because of her aura and gaze. While floating in the middle of the night sky, her eyes were also an unusual gloomy black, and they gleamed with a dull black light under the moonlight. After noticing those pair of eyes, Xianxia felt like he had been drawn into a boundlessly deep night sky, one which had no limits. And once he fell into that gaze, it was as though he had been consigned into an eternal abyss of pure darkness, never to escape. He practically averted his gaze instantly while a chill ran down his spine. This little girl, who exactly was she? Moreover, a young girl who looked like she was only 14 or 15, yet actually possessed the profound strength of a monarch, and she should even be a mid-stage monarch. Monarch. This was a term that represented the pinnacle of the profound world. Within the profound sky seven nations, it was an existence that was akin to myths. But in this place, father was a monarch, mother was a monarch, uncle was a monarch, and even a 14 or 15-year-old girl had the strength of a monarch. This grand term monarch, just when did it seem like this title had become worth so little? This person, what a heavy vicious aura she is emitting, looks like she has killed her fair share of people, Jasmine said in a bland voice. With her capabilities, she would naturally not be frightened by this little girl. She should belong the illusory demon royal family. How did you know? Because she has the presence of the Golden Crow bloodline within her body. Jasmine warned Xianxia, you better hide as best as you can and pray that you don't get discovered. Based on the vicious aura she is emitting, if she discovers your existence, she will slaughter you with no hesitation whatsoever. Xianxia, she came all the way here by herself in the middle of the night. What is she intending to do? Could it be that she is waiting for someone? After Xianxia had finished speaking to Jasmine, the girl who had been still for a long while suddenly moved, and her body slowly descended to the ground. Her hair was very long, and it grew all the way to below her hips. It was as pitch black as a starless night sky. The night wind brushed her hair across a face which was like white jade. Once the soles of her feet touched the heart of the lake, she stopped there and lightly closed her eyes. In the instant she closed her eyes, the heavy, sinister, and icy-cold aura that was emanating from her vanished without a trace, as the oppressive feeling that weighed on Xianxia's body and mind vanished as well. The young girl quietly stood in the heart of the lake, her expression serene, while her black hair lightly danced in the wind. It painted a picture of ethereal beauty that no one would want to disturb. Xianxia just stared at her in a daze, to the point where he even suspected that his previous perception of her was all a misperception. Slowly the girl spread out both her arms, and a pair of small white hands that were as tender and translucent as jade porcelain peeked out from under her broad sleeves. Following that, her body continued to descend, until her calves submerged in the lake. At this time, a cluster of scorching flames sprang forth from her body. The flames were dull, but they spread rapidly, and soon they engulfed her entire body. In the midst of the flames, her black hair began to dance wildly. But it was not the wildly dancing hair which grabbed Xianxia's attention, because as the fire began to burn on her body, her gray robe quickly turned into gray ashes. Once the fire died out, a snow-white, delicate, fine jade body which would move the heart of anyone revealed itself proudly as the night wind blew, and it also appeared directly before Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia's eyes widened while his mouth completely gaped open. If his self-control was not good enough, a sound would have definitely escaped from his throat. He had only acted on a fancy today to use extreme mirage lightning to go for a spin, and then conveniently practice his sword skills. Little did he know that in this isolated and desolate place, a terrifying, sovereign, profound realm individual would show up in the dead of night. If it was only this, he could still cope. But it was clear this individual had an extremely bad temper, so he had no choice but to hide. And this bad-tempered individual was actually a young girl, and to top it off, this young girl, before his very eyes, burned all her clothes to a crisp, and was as naked as the day she was born. What the heck was going on? If it was only an ordinary girl, it would not be the least bit exaggerated to say that given her perfect looks, she held the title of the #1 beauty in the illusory demon realm. So Xianxia would definitely feast his eyes on this delicate morsel. But the problem here was that this little lady's profound strength and the aura she projected was simply too terrifying. If he was discovered before this, since there was no prior hatred or animosity, she might just let him off the hook. But right now, if she discovers him, even he would have felt that it was abnormal if she did not rip him to shreds. Xianxia shut his eyes with lightning speed, and his heart violently jumped in his chest. But immediately, a self-righteous voice resounded in his head. "What are you nervous and guilty about? It's not like you deliberately wanted to peep on her. You were here first." The little lady came after. She was the one who burned up her clothes. To be honest, this means that she took the initiative to let you take a look. It has nothing to do with you at all. Moreover, this little lady is so beautiful. If you don't look, it will literally be a waste to have eyes, a waste of your own life. This self-righteous voice immediately restored the balance in Xianxia's heart, and he opened his eyes once more. His eyes verily sparkled as he stared unblinkingly at the girl in the heart of the lake. That's right. It was she who suddenly burned up all her clothes. It's not like I was peeking at her on purpose. It has got nothing to do with me at all. It'd be an absolute waste if I don't look. After being previously startled by this young girl's shocking aura, Xianxia did not dare to take a good look at her. But now that he had realigned his mental state, coupled with the fact that the girl had also withdrawn her aura, he gazed directly at her, and his gaze drank in the magnificence of her natural state. The two people were separated by tens of meters, but this kind of a distance was nothing at all. Given Xianxia's current visual acuity, it would have been no different if she was standing right in front of him. As he stared at the girl, Xianxia gradually went into a daze, and he was unwilling to blink even once. He even forgot the scary and sinister feeling that this young girl had given to him before. The girl's body was very delicate, and it could even be described as rather petite. Narrow, snowy shoulders, a slender waist, small buttocks, and even her breasts swelled slightly on her chest. Her skin was as snow-white and delicate as a newborn baby's. It was like jade, pure and smooth without blemish. It was to the extent that it even began to resemble the sparkling, translucent, and limpid qualities of white jade. One could even see the faint outlines of blue veins being traced along her skin, and this was especially apparent on her slim and slender snowy thighs, where it was snow-white and tender to the point of being transparent. If one hugged such an exquisite and delicate body, it would feel as light as air. That fine and narrow waist looked like it could be grasped within the palm of one hand, and on the front of her chest, her two gently swelling snowy mounds were adorned with two flawless light red jade pearls. And this was the most enchanting ornament which crowned itself on her snow-white body, to the point where it took one's breath away. At least for Xianxia, he had already found it hard to breathe long ago. A sense of regret and vigilance was birthed in his heart, because he believed that if he looked any longer, there was a possibility that he would let down his guard, but even though he was alerted to this, he was still unwilling to avert his gaze. Was this little girl a demoness? Profound Sky Continent's #1 beauty was Feng Zuer. And the girl in front of him, she could definitely bear the glory of being crowned illusory demon realm's #1 beauty. As Xianxia was still caught in his stupor, threads of steam began to rise from under the girl's feet, and these threads of steam quickly intertwined, becoming thick columns. In the blink of an eye, the entire surface of the lake became enwreathed in steam. At this moment, following a gurgling sound which rang out, a spray of water churned to the surface of the lake. This spray of water seemed to have sparked a wildfire as the entire surface of the lake lurched and churned as it began to seethe and boil. No, it was the entire contents of the lake. It was really boiling. Steam ascended to the heavens while the water in the lake violently thrashed about. A sense of heat assaulted Xianxia, and it was only now that he noticed that all the water in the lake had shockingly become a pool of boiling water. The girl still remained fixated in place, not moving an inch as the churning lake water drenched her body. And this jade body that had been covered with dewdrops seemed to sparkle, making it even more tender and lovely than before, causing an intense urge to uncontrollably well up within Xianxia. However, every single water droplet did not remain on her body for long as they quickly evaporated into vapor. Both of her eyes remained shut, but her delicate and lovely face would sometimes appear to tremble, as if she was in some kind of pain. "It was as I thought," Jasmine said. "My guess was right. She has the Golden Crow bloodline, but she does not have the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. So as the Golden Crow's flame energy within her body gradually matures, she will inevitably find it harder and harder to control, which is why she has to use this kind of method to pacify it. Threads and strands of cold energy exist 1,000 meters below this lake, which means that this lake was previously a natural cold spring, which possessed extremely dense cold energy. This cold spring was used by her to suppress the Golden Crow's flame energy, which was running riot in her body. And it is obvious that she has come here many times, because this cold spring has already become a hot spring because of her." Xianxia. The water in the lake continued to boil as thick steam covered the sky. At this rate, all the water in the lake would evaporate before long. The girl still continued to stand there, not making a sound. Amidst the fleeting mist under the dazzling moonlight, with her jade-white delicate body being sprayed with dewdrops, she seemed to be a little fairy wreathed in celestial fog. A fairy who was cleansing her celestial robes in the waters of the jade lake, as if she needed to cleanse away all the dust of the vulgar world from her person. Xianxia's gaze remained fixated on her, and even he did not know how much time had passed, until his throat uncontrollably made a small movement, and an extremely soft swallowing sound was heard. This swallowing sound was so soft that even if an ordinary person was extremely close, they would not be able to hear. This was especially so, as the boiling lake water completely engulfed the sound that he had just made. But Xianxia broke out into cold sweat once he made that sound. He instantly recovered his mental faculties and then inwardly said, "Oh shit." It was in this exact instant that he saw the girl in the middle of the lake open her eyes. A cold, sinister gaze that seemed to come from a death god shot directly in his direction as a cold, killing intent, which seemed to be composed of countless icy blades, instantly filled the night sky. Xianxia's eyes widened into saucers, and he did not waste any time thinking. He swiftly opened purgatory and began to frantically circulate all the profound energy in his body. He activated extreme mirage lightning, and using the most extreme speed he could achieve, he desperately fled towards the west. Boom! The sound of an explosion came, and all the water in the lake rushed towards the heavens as they engulfed the girl's jade body. Once the lake water had fallen back to the earth, the young girl's figure was already nowhere to be found. Only a fast disappearing afterimage remained. The afterimage of the girl was no longer that of her naked, but an afterimage of her dressed in the exact same gray robes that she had worn before. When Xianxia borrowed the power of extreme mirage lightning, the speed in which he could achieve was comparable to a late-stage overlord, or even an early-stage monarch. However, it was definitely not able to compare to that of a mid-stage monarch. Even after he had made a mad dash, fleeing away from the place with all his might, in only the span of a few breaths, the air suddenly shimmered with light, and a gray and delicate figure seemed to have teleported right in front of him. Xianxia's eyes flared. He fiercely grit his teeth, and then used all his might to bring his body to a halt. After he managed to come to a stop with much difficulty, he was only less than 30 meters away from the girl, and if he did not use all his effort to stop his movement, he would have definitely barreled headfirst into the body of the girl. Those eyes, which were as black as night, silently glared at him, carving his features into their memory. And under her gaze, Xianxia's heart suddenly stopped as all the nerves in his body were pulled taut. This may be a girl who was as beautiful as a fairy, but she was also a death god who could take his life at whim. when Yun Qi's urge to kill was provoked by rage. The heaviness of his killing intent was enough to make even enemies who were 10 times stronger than him shudder with fear. But this was the first time in his life that he had felt a terrifying killing intent coming from another person that could nearly compare with his own. To possess such a killing intent, this girl must have killed countless people, and she must regard life as though it were grass. If she were to kill him, she would do so without batting a single eyelid. This young master was really only out for a breath of fresh air. Even though I did take huge advantages of you with my eyes, it's not enough for me to pay with my life, is it? Yun Qi forcefully stabilized himself and assumed a completely innocent and harmless posture. He said in a most earnest voice, "Ah, little sister, let me just say this in advance. Before you had arrived, I was already at this place, so I definitely did not peek on you on purpose. Even though I did look, but that was because you stripped yourself for me to see. It has nothing to do with me. Ah, but of course, I am a good man with first-rate morals. So if you definitely want me to take responsibility, I will sincerely consider." At this moment, and at this time, the only thing Yun Qi could think of to save himself from this predicament was to rely on his good looks. "You idiot!" Jasmine roared furiously. "What are you doing still standing there for? Hurry up and run, are you waiting for death?" At number percent. As Jasmine's voice fell, Yun Qi's body already shimmered and he violently fled away like a light wisp of smoke. But where exactly could he run to? Even if he had cultivated extreme mirage lightning to its highest level, this girl could catch up to him in the span of a few breaths. She was, after all, a mid-stage monarch who was not the least bit inferior to Yun Qinghang. But this time the girl did not pursue him. She simply floated there and stared straight at Yun Qi's fleeing figure. She slowly extended a delicate palm which was like snow jade and said, "Unforgivable." This word pierced the heart, and an extremely chilling, cold sensation spread over Yun Qi's entire body. He swiftly looked back and discovered that sky around him had turned into a sea of red. Boom. It was like a volcano had suddenly erupted into life. The entire earth seemed to overturn instantly. The ground fractured, and a blood-red flame shot out in a straight line, covering a distance of more than 3 kilometers, coloring the entire night sky red. Under the roiling thick smoke and the sand which seemed to cover the sky, a huge crater that was tens of meters deep had appeared in the location where Yun Qi was at. In a 3-kilometer radius around that crater, everything had been ground into dust. Not even a blade of grass or a small pebble remained. Countless fires raged around this enormous crater, refusing to die down. Even the skies above were stained with the light of the raging flames, as though the whole sky had begun to burn. The girl remained at her original spot. It seemed as though she was the only thing that remained in this world. Everything else around her seemed to have disappeared, and even Yun Qi's figure had seemingly vanished into thin air. This terrifying attack was a manifestation of the young girl's violent urge to kill and absolute fury. Such a horrifying power was enough to instantly burn an overlord into ashes, much less someone who only emitted the aura of the sky-profound realm. But this girl was clearly someone who was meticulous and prudent to the extreme. Even though she could see the devastation she wrought, she did not immediately leave the place. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings, probing to see if there was any presence she could detect. At this moment, a few faint presences could be felt coming from the direction of Demon Imperial City, and they seemed to be approaching swiftly. Clearly, the heaven-shaking commotion from before had alerted several strong individuals in Demon Imperial City. The girl was not able to continue searching for any traces or signs of life. Her eyes sank and she spun around. The red light around her body flashed, and she seemed to turn into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into the night. After many breaths had passed in silence, a mound of dirt broke in the middle of the huge crater, and Yun Qi jumped out, landing on his butt as he pathetically spat out dirt. After that, he began taking huge breaths, desperately inhaling air. Looking at the deep crater that surrounded him, which nearly stretched to where the eye could not see, Yun Qi could not help but shudder. This little lady, she really went too far. This kind of power is enough to extinguish an overlord like he was a plaything. I am only at the sky-profound realm, for heaven's sake. That strange little girl's profound strength was way too scary. She could definitely instant kill an overlord effortlessly. But with her power from before, even if it wasn't fire, she couldn't instantly kill Yun Qi. The hell-like 18 months that he spent on the primordial profound arc refining himself in the spatial storms wasn't for nothing. Even Jasmine said that with Yun Qi's body now, in terms of strength, He wasn't weaker than a low-level monarch, and even his recovery rate far surpassed that of a monarch. But couldn't instantly kill didn't mean could not kill. With the large difference between their powers, if she wanted to kill Yun-Chi, it would be as easy as pie. The energy was fire profound strength, so naturally it was impossible for it to threaten Yun-Chi's life. When the sea of flame fell onto him, he hid himself within the fire, concealed his scent with hidden flowing lightning before the fire went down, went underground, and made it out by a thread. If it weren't for hidden flowing lightning, even if he had 100 lives, he would still be dead. "There's someone coming from the south, more than 10 people. If you don't want any trouble, leave here immediately," Jasmine warned. Yun-Chi stood up, dusted himself off, and felt a little afraid. 3 more days, and it would be the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony. Originally, he wanted to warm up his body and get used to extreme mirage lightning, but he almost lost his life because of it. He still had something important that he wanted to do at the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony. If he died just like that, he would die without justice. Yun-Chi concealed himself, avoided the people who came to check the situation, and went back to Demon Imperial City. On his way back, he was cautious, so his speed was slow. When he finally returned to the Yun family, the sky was already starting to brighten. At this time, a few people among the Yun family were already busy working. It was almost the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony. The Yun family treated the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony very seriously, because it most likely would determine the future of the Yun family, so they had to prepare thoroughly. Yun-Chi went back to the Yun family and immediately passed out. He didn't mention any of his exciting adventure to anyone. After all, he went out in the middle of the night and saw a little girl completely naked. It was not something he wanted to describe to someone else. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. There was nothing different about today's Demon Imperial City. It was just more crowded. But even normal people who didn't have profound strength could feel a different scent in the atmosphere. Today, the little Demon Empress had been on the throne for a full 100 years. In the past, every Demon Emperor was on the throne for 1,000 years with no exceptions. On the throne for 100 years meant that it was merely a tenth of the time. However, what was different about this time was, even though she was the illusory Demon Emperor, her title was not Demon Emperor, but Little Demon Empress. Decades ago, before the Little Demon Empress' 100-year reign, there had already been an unusual atmosphere in the illusory demon royal family. Everyone guessed that today might perhaps be the day the secret movements within the dark would explode. The 100-year grand ceremony was the perfect timing. Today in Demon Imperial City, there was a great possibility that something serious would happen. Yun-Chi woke up very early, pushed open the door, and saw Yun Qinghang already standing in the courtyard, silently facing those withered grape arbors. Hearing the door being pushed open, he didn't turn around and said in a calm voice, "Chair, you're awake." Yun Qinghang was covered in heavy morning dew, obviously having stood there for a long time. From the shadow of his back, Yun-Chi saw his burden and seriousness. These days, he had been preparing for the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony day and night. The shadow of his back told Yun-Chi that he was not confident with what was going to happen today. He was even a little pessimistic about it. Yun-Chi's footsteps paused, and after a short hesitation, he said, "Father, I have a question that I always wanted to ask." Yun Qinghang turned around and looked at him. "Did you want to ask why I, your father, would be willing to be this loyal to the Demon Emperor's clan?" "Yes and no," Yun-Chi replied. "The Yun family is one of the 12 guardian families, loyal to the Demon Emperor's clan. It is a mission that has been passed down from our ancestors. Grandfather and the previous Demon Emperor were like brothers. The little Demon Emperor and father also called each other brothers. From this, we could see that the Demon Emperor's clan had always valued us, the Yun family. But after the little Demon Empress inherited the throne, she placed guilt on our Yun family several times. On top of losing grandfather and losing the 10 great cornerstones of the Yun family, it made it even worse. The younger generation also fell behind the other guardian families because of it. Even more so, today's Yun family is mocked as unqualified to stay in the 12 guardian families. The little Demon Empress has been on the throne for 100 years, and we, the Yun family, had been guilty for 100 years and could not lift our heads and rise. This is the main reason why the Yun family has been falling so speedily. And in the days that father controlled the Yun family, most of the preparations were for the little Demon Empress, and the preparations for the family were secondary. The little Demon Empress treated the Yun family like this, but father not only held his tongue without any thoughts of betrayal, and you still put in all of your efforts. I don't really understand. Blaming the Yun family wasn't what the little demon empress wanted, Yun Qinghang sighed and said. She blamed the Yun family out of helplessness. And in this situation, a large part of this was caused by our own Yun family. Because grandfather lost the illusory demon royal family's demon emperor's seal? Yun Qi asked. That was only the cause, Yun Qinghang answered. The illusory demon royal family ruled all the souls in illusory demon realm and have the 12 families' loyal protection. As of today, it has been 10,000 years. In this past 10,000 years, because the Yun family was backed by the profound handle, our overall power had always been above the other guardian families and had never been surpassed. And because of this, our Yun family had been valued the most by the illusory demon emperor. During your grandfather's generation, he had been given the title of the demon king, and the demon emperor even announced that your grandfather would have equal footing to him. In reality, that position is even higher than that of dukes. He was below one person, but above all the others. Chair, if you were from the other guardian families, yet there was someone always above you, how would you feel? There would be envy. Originally, the positions were on the same level, but a member of the Yun family received the title of Demon King, glory and honor that the other guardian families all longed for. It also made the position of our whole family immediately surpass that of the other families. How would you feel then? It would be easy to feel envious and imbalanced, and there would be a lot of hatred. Could it be that, 100 years ago, the other guardian families joined together and pressured the little demon empress? That's right, Yun Qinghang replied, closing his eyes. Your grandfather was the Yun family's core, and the 10 grand elders were the Yun family's cornerstone. Losing any one of them was a huge blow to the Yun family. But over the course of one night, we lost your grandfather and all 10 grand elders. The highest and most important level of the Yun family's skill immediately fell behind. In addition, the demon emperor's seal was also lost in the profound sky continent. Those guardian families who were envious of the Yun family all those years finally got their chance, and made people in the demon imperial city broadcast the Yun family's unforgivable crime to the whole illusory demon realm. The whole illusory demon realm was filled with denunciation against the Yun family, until it was so bad that there had to be some heavy punishment to calm everyone down. And that was led by the Hellion family, with over half of the guardian families involved. The families that I am sure that didn't participate were your mother's Mu family and the Under Heaven clan that doesn't like to make trouble. Led by Duke Huey, various royal clans also criticized our Yun family, saying that the Yun family was unforgivable, and if it weren't for the hard work and protection of 10,000 years, killing the whole clan wouldn't be too much. It must have been at that time that Duke Huey's bloodline became disloyal. After all, the Demon Emperor's bloodline was bound to go extinct, and he hoped to replace it. Back then, the little Demon Empress had just taken over the throne, so it wasn't stable, and she was a woman. After her, there would not be any more pure Demon Emperor's bloodline. And on top of that, due to the loss of the Demon Emperor's seal, she cannot cultivate in the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, and receive the power only Demon Emperors possess. Under the heavy pressure, as though she was walking on thin ice, she couldn't help but blame the Yun family. However, she never killed anyone from the Yun family. She only cut the resources of the Yun family for 100 years, and forbade us from entering Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, making this generation of the Yun family poor in resources, and seriously weak. However, this kind of weakness was a shield for our Yun family. When we were so weak that we couldn't even be a threat, our enemies left us in peace. I see. Yun Qi nodded his head slowly. Chair, you have to remember, Yun Qinghang said seriously. The first Demon Emperor was a savior to our Yun family's ancestor. If it weren't for the first Demon Emperor's actions, our clan would have gone extinct 10,000 years ago. We swore that as long as the Demon Emperor's clan existed, the Yun family would protect them. These past 10,000 years, the Yun family never had the thought of betrayal, and from this day forward, we will continue to keep our word. But what we're protecting is the Demon Emperor's clan, the inheritor of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, and not those impure dukes who only have some of the Demon Emperor's bloodline. Even though the little Demon Empress is a woman, she has a complete Demon Emperor's bloodline. Since she is on the throne, she is the real Demon Emperor. As long as she is still on the throne, our Yun family will do everything we can to protect her loyally. But Yun Qinghang's voice deepened, and his eyes turned cold. If she was really forced off the throne and some other impure duke became the demon emperor, then the Yun family's mission to protect ends there. At that time, leaving the 12 guardian families would actually be something we want. We don't need a title given by the royal families. Yun Qinghang was serious. From his eyes, Yun Qi saw determination. Yun Qi nodded deeply. Father, I understand. Even though I didn't grow up in the family, the blood of the Yun clan flows in my veins, and even more so, it is the patriarch bloodline's blood. I will not disobey Yun family's will. Amen. Yun Qinghang nodded and smiled, even his locked eyebrows relaxed. Yun Qi looked at his expression, hesitated a little, but asked anyways, that Duke Huai, is he really that powerful? From father's expression, it looks like you're worrying a lot. Yun Qinghang sighed softly. A month ago, you should have already noticed their presumptuous and insidious behavior. That day, Helian Peng said personally that half of the guardian families have already fallen on Duke Huai's side. Among the royal clans, more than 60% united with Duke Huai as the leader. They gathered a large amount of experts from the royal families and recruited strong practitioners from remote areas in the illusory demon realm. Controlling these powers, Duke Huai was naturally able to do whatever he wanted. But the little demon empress is not an indecisive person. She never took any actions towards Duke Huai's well-known ambitions. It was not that she didn't want to or didn't dare to, but because she couldn't do it. If she really did take action, it would have had difficulty succeeding. In turn, it would give Duke Huai a suitable excuse to pressure her and attack her. On the other hand, even though Duke Huai has enough power, he hasn't taken action yet, and the main reason is also because he didn't have an excuse to do so. Yun Qi, Patriarch, all of us are prepared. We are just awaiting Patriarch's order. Outside of the large door, a respectful, serious voice sounded. This voice belonged to Great Elder Yun Waitian. Yun Qinghang slanted his eyes and said, Okay, everyone gather in the main hall. We will leave for the Demon Imperial Hall in 15 minutes. Yes, Patriarch. Chair, go wake Xiaor. We should set off. Yun Qinghang looked up into the sky as if he wanted to predict heaven's will for today. This time, 100 people from the Yun family came to the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony. Amongst them, about half were young disciples. Out of the 36 core elders, 29 of them came along, and the 3 grand elders were also amongst them. None of the 3 grand elders stayed behind. All of them came along. Looks like Father is really going all out this time. Xiao Yun approached Yun Qi and said quietly. Yun Qi nodded. The other guardian families would probably bring their best along with them as well. Speaking of which, is each family only allowed to bring 100 people? Amen. At this Demon Empress Grand Ceremony, the top forces and leaders from each the major regions in illusory demon realm were invited. But usually they could only bring a maximum of 3 people. Even those with top skills cannot have more than 10 people. Only us, the 12 guardian families, and each major duke palace can bring that many people, Xiao Yun explained. The Demon Empress Grand Ceremony had been at the center of worldwide attention for a while, so naturally he had some level of understanding about it. After all, the 12 guardian families were the most powerful forces within illusory demon realm. Their position was equal to that of the profound sky continent's 4 great sacred grounds, and their existence was meant to protect the Demon Emperor's clan, so the special treatment came naturally. How many people would be at the grand ceremony? Yun Qi asked again. I don't know, Xiao Yun said as he scratched his forehead. This is also the first time I attended the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony. There would be about 100,000 people, Yun Qinghang, who was walking ahead of the answered. Out of these 100,000 people, none of them are ordinary. This included mayors from major cities, aristocrats, sect masters, profound palace chiefs, and the kings of different races, as well as the young generations that they brought with them. They'll most likely be a young master or their #1 genius. Demon Imperial City is the head of the illusory demon realm, but even though their skills may not be on the same level as the 12 families, they cannot be underestimated. 100,000 people. The scale was close to what Yun Qi had expected. This was the first large event that happened after the reign of the little demon empress, and it gathered almost all of the top beings in the whole illusory demon realm. Yun Qi thought for a while and asked, how many duke palaces are in the illusory demon royal family? How are their strengths? There are 103 duke palaces, and the most powerful one is Duke Huai Palace. Yun Qinghang squinted his eyes and said, all of these royal families more or less have some of the demon emperor's bloodline. With such natural talent, their cultivating speeds are a lot faster than those of normal beings. In addition, having the most abundant resources and the opportunity to enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley improved them greatly. Because of this, no one in the royal family is mediocre. They are all strong practitioners, especially the illusory Demon 7 scions of each generation. Their names are well known all over the world. Each Duke Palace has a shocking amount of strong practitioners, but the scale is still far behind the 12 guardian families. However, over the years, Duke Huai tried to win over all of the other dukes secretly. All of the powers from each major Duke Palace have gathered towards Duke Huai Palace, and on top of that, they used high prices to buy strong practitioners from each clan. Currently, the strength of Duke Huai Palace is unfathomable. Even the guardian families are leaning towards Duke Huai Palace, especially the Hellion clan. They're clearly on Duke Huai Palace's side. If Duke Huai really rose in revolt today, the situation would be unfavorable for the little demon empress side. But even though the little demon empress is a woman, she will not go down that easily. What will happen at today's Demon Empress Grand Ceremony is unpredictable. Demon Imperial Palace laid precisely at Demon Imperial City's center. Before even entering the range of the Demon Imperial Palace, an enormous hall so tall that it was covered by the clouds emerged before their eyes. This hall was so huge that it was almost the size of the entire Yun family. This Demon Imperial Hall was exactly where the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony was to be held. Above the hall, a large crow with its head up high, standing on 3 legs with golden feathers covering the sky was there, receiving the whole Demon Imperial City's veneration and worship. Seeing Yunqi staring straight at the golden crow overhead, Xiao Yun explained, "That is the golden crow divine beast's golden sculpture. The illusory demon royal family's demon emperor's bloodline is in reference to the golden crow's bloodline. The golden crow symbolizes the highest beliefs in illusory demon realm." It was still early. The Yun family's party wasn't moving fast when they were about to enter the main entrance of the Demon Imperial Palace. A group of merely 10 or so people was coming over from the other direction. When they reached their destination, all of the guards in front of the palace welcomed and knelt before them. The leader of that party was dressed luxuriously. His expression revealed an imposingness which came from someone who was naturally born above others. From his eyes there was arrogance, as if nothing on this world was good enough for him to look at. Seeing the Yun family's group, his eyes squinted and his mouth slightly grinned as he said with a joyous expression, "Oh, big brother Yun, is it really you?" Yun Qinghang's footsteps stuttered. He turned around to look at him and said softly, "Duke Huai, it's been a long time." Duke Huai. These 2 words quickly made Yunqi look to the direction of the person speaking. Everyone in Demon Imperial City knew about Duke Huai Palace's ambitions. His schemes were endless, so much so that he was reckless and fearless, and seemed to not be afraid of the little demon empress knowing. Yunqi thought that the Duke Huai would be someone without any manners, but the person who Yun Qinghang called Duke Huai was someone with a smile on his face, who looked harmless and gentle. It was hard to imagine him as someone with ambition that wanted to take over the Demon Emperor's throne, except for his eyes, which were deep like the dark night and proud like a lone eagle. "Ha ha ha ha!" Duke Huai laughed loudly as he walked over. "Big brother Yun, it really has been a long time. 2 months ago, I suddenly heard that you and sister-in-law's body magically healed." This duke was overjoyed. "Unfortunately, I had to prepare for today's grand ceremony, so didn't have spare time to come and visit. I feel ashamed to appear before Big Brother Yun. I hope Big Brother Yun wouldn't be offended." 2 months ago, not only had Yun Qinghang insulted his son, Duke Hui Yi, he also personally beat up the venerable stone dragon into serious injury. The venerable stone dragon probably didn't come along today because he hadn't healed yet, and with that injury, it would most likely take more than half a year to recover completely. At the same time, Duke Huai Palace sending the Hellion family to assassinate Xiao Yun and number 7 under heaven had been exposed. But when this Duke Huai saw Yun Qinghang, he didn't bring it up at all, as if it had never happened. He even called Yun Qinghang Big Brother, so intimately, as if they were brothers through life and death who hadn't seen each other for many years. What a smiley poisonous snake! Yunqi laughed coldly to himself. Since Duke Huai had that thought, how could this Yun offended? Yun Qinghang said without emotion. "AI?" Duke Huai swung his hand, said with dissatisfaction, "Big brother Yun, don't call me Duke Huai like a stranger, call me brother Huai like the old days. I miss the old days when we brothers drank together. How about After the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony, Big Brother Yun come to my shabby Duke Palace as a guest, and we as brothers could drink together. How about that? Duke Hui, I accept your good intentions, but I'll pass on the drinking. Yun Qingheng laughed lightly. The people are the same from back then, but the purpose is not the same as back then. As for the taste of the alcohol, it's naturally different as well. It has become hard to swallow, so it's better to not drink it. But Duke Hui wasn't mad at all towards Yun Qingheng's mockery. Is Big Brother Yun mad at this Duke? Sigh, no wonder. This little brat from this Duke's family doesn't let people stop worrying. Yer, come over here. Duke Hui came out from the rear and stood beside Duke Hui. A cold gaze brushed upon Yun Qi's face. Duke Hui said, I heard that this Duke's good-for-nothing son disrespected Big Brother that day. Sigh, you've really humiliated our Duke Hui palace. Yer, hurry up and apologize to your Uncle Yun. Duke Hui gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said, Uncle Yun, Hui's was immature that day, please forgive me. Yun Qingheng calmly accepted it and said softly, Since you know your own fault, I will not hold a grudge against a junior. Duke Hui, I scolded your son and embarrassed him in front of everyone that day. I hope Duke Hui wouldn't mind. Don't mention it, Big Brother Yun. Duke Hui waved his arm in a forthright manner. My good-for-nothing son was out there with his reckless behavior, disrespected elders, and caused so much trouble. Big Brother Yun, as his senior, teaching him a lesson is a matter of course. This Duke can't thank you enough, why would I mind? Next time, if this brat disrespects you again, don't waste your tongue, just beat him up and throw him out. Yun Qi smiled enigmatically. Big Brother, look at the person behind Duke Hui Yi. Xiao Yun came over, said while lowering his voice. Yun Qi gave a sidelong glance behind Duke Hui Yi. Standing there was a tall, muscular young man. Hui Yi could be considered fair-skinned, handsome, and elegant, while this young man was fierce-looking with sharp aquiline eyes and large muscles on his body. Just looking at him would make one feel the frightening power hidden within the muscles. The young man appeared to have felt Yun Qi and Xiao Yun's gaze as he suddenly stared straight at them. However, his eyes left Yun Qi and Xiao Yun after one glance, then he scoffed loudly. His gaze was filled with extreme disdain, as though Yun Qi and Xiao Yun didn't even qualify for him to take another look. This man is Duke Hui's oldest son, Hui Ran, head of this generation's illusory Demon 7 scions. Whether it was the 12 guardian families or the illusory demon royal families, none under the age of 35 was his match, and he had a brutal nature. Those who fought him were either seriously injured or died a horrible death, Xiao Yun said in a low voice. From his voice, Yun Qi could hear his deep fear. Yun Qi nodded slightly and stopped looking at him. Yet at this moment, he realized that Duke Hui's gaze had suddenly landed on his person. Could this be the godson Big Brother Yun had adopted? If this Duke remembered correctly, his name should be Yun Qi, Duke Hui said while smiling. His gaze scanned Yun Qi from head to toe, then he slowly nodded his head. As expected, his bearing is extraordinary. It is no wonder such a character like Big Brother Yun would adopt him as godson. How could he be someone common? At least from the looks of him, he's probably even stronger than the biological son. Xiao Yun stepped forward, kept a straight face, and said, Big Brother is indeed stronger than me. With a big brother like this as an example, I am confident that I will improve myself even faster. At the very least, I would not embarrass my parents. Yun Qingheng nodded his head slightly. His expression was full of approval. Good ha-ha-ha-ha. Duke Hui laughed loudly and cupped his hands towards Yun Qingheng. I forgot to congratulate Big Brother Yun for receiving a godson. However, Big Brother Yun's adopted son is quite mysterious. This Duke had wanted to get to know him a little more these past days, but even with this Duke's eyes and ears, this Duke still couldn't get any information. It really triggers this Duke's curiosity. Duke Hui exposed the fact that he looked into Yun Qi with a straight face and didn't even try to hide it. After saying that, he put his arms down and said, The grand ceremony is about to start. This Duke will leave first. When there comes a time that this Duke sends an invitation, I hope that Big Brother Yun will not reject me. Let's go. Duke Hui revealed a meaningful smile towards Yun Qingheng, then he strode to the entrance of the Demon Imperial Palace. When he had one foot in the palace gate, he suddenly stopped, looked toward his front, and sighed with his back towards Yun Qingheng. Aside from you, Yun Qingheng, within the 12 guardian families, there are no others that this Duke has yet been willing to call Big Brother. If there's one person who this Duke doesn't want to be an enemy against the most, it would also be you, Yun Qingheng. Today, this Duke still calls you Big Brother Yun, And from this day forward, is Big Brother Yun willing to be on an equal footing with this duke and call each other brothers? Or heh? The results will naturally be decided by Big Brother. Duke Huai's remarks stunned the Yun family and the members of Duke Huai Palace. The legs of the guards who were guarding in front of the palace were trembling as they kept their heads down, pretending to have heard nothing. Duke Huai laughed softly and stepped into the palace, with Hui Ran and Hui Yi following closely behind. Royal Father, why did you show so much courtesy towards that Yun King Hung, and even making the promise of having equal footing afterwards? How is he qualified? Duke Hui Yi asked in confusion. Heh. Duke Huai smiled lightly and said with deep emotion, the Yun King Hung that you know about had always been a useless cripple. But the Yun King Hung from before you were born was the real Yun King Hung. If you were born a few decades earlier, you wouldn't have asked this question. The previous Demon Emperor gave Yun Kanghai the title of Demon King back then, and even allowed him to have equal footing as him. The little Demon Emperor even saw Yun King Hung as an example since he was young, and called him Big Brother. Even I, your father, was required back then by your grandfather to set Yun King Hung as a goal. Ah! Duke Hui Yi was stunned, and couldn't say a word. HMPH? Hui Ran scoffed in disdain. Royal Father, you are being too serious. Even if he's that strong with his age, he could be a mid-stage monarch at most. So the Yun family has another mid-stage monarch. How much of a threat can he be? There was no need for Royal Father to bribe him with equal footing. Duke Huai paused in a brief silence and said, probably because the image of him is too deep in this duke's heart. Everything is prepared and this duke's heart is extremely assured. But the thought of him having already recovered, there's an uneasy feeling. This feeling makes this duke feel extremely unpleasant. After entering Demon Imperial Palace, Yun Qi followed Yun King Hung and sprinted straight for Demon Imperial Hall. Decorated with glass tiles and golden domes, the atmosphere was extremely grand and majestic. This was the first time Yun Qi entered the Demon Imperial Hall, and he was deeply astonished. He did not feel like he entered a massive palace, but instead felt like he had stepped into another world. Even Phoenix City of Divine Phoenix Empire paled in comparison to this. The Yun clan has arrived. The seats in Demon Imperial Hall were nearly filled, and those prideful rulers of their respective territories all acted cautiously within Demon Imperial City, not daring to even talk too loudly. They had arrived many days ago, and they had even come here many hours before the start of the ceremony, when the sun had not even risen. Only the top powers within Demon Imperial City would come just before the ceremony started. Following the shout from the guard in front of the hall, the noise within the Demon Imperial Hall quickly quieted as numerous gazes shot towards the main entrance of the hall. The Yun family has always been the leading family among the 12 guardian families, and even though they had fallen to last place, they were still in existence admired by the masses. The arrival of the Yun clan caused all focus to shift onto them, as all kinds of expressions and gazes appeared on people's faces. Numerous people revealed an expectant expression, as though they hoped a good show would happen because the seats and positions arranged for the Yun family was vastly different from the past. A grand ceremony of this magnitude only happened once every 100 years. The 12 guardian families who possessed esteemed status were naturally given golden seats. In the past, Yun family, being the head of the 12 guardian families while also possessing the greatest strength at the same time, were the most highly regarded family by the different every demon emperor. Therefore, they were always given the leading seat closest to the demon emperor. It had always been his case, no matter if it was the little demon emperor's succession ceremony 100 years ago, or the little demon empress succession ceremony which soon followed. That seat had belonged to the Yun family for the past 10,000 of years, and had always been the pride of the Yun family. Today, however, that seat was not labeled Yun, but instead the word Hellion. Although the seats of the Yun family were still at the center of the hall, its seats were now the last of the 12 families and were placed at the very end. Even the word Yun was smaller than that of the other families. For 10,000 years, the seating area of the Yun family had never been changed before. Now it was not only changed, it was shifted from first to the last place, as though declaring and mocking Yun family's great downfall to everyone present, as well as the entire illusory demon realm. Even an idiot could tell with one look that this was intentionally done by someone to mock the Yun family. It was also obvious who it was that did this, because the arrangement of the entire ceremony was planned by the royal families. When the Yun family saw their seats, the looks on all their faces changed. Simply outrageous? Great Elder Yun Waitian clenched his fists, as he thought about his son who had been administered with venom by people from Duke Huai Palace, and then eventually died under the hands of Duke Hui Yi. The anger within him caused his body to tremble and glare with hatred. This is too much. Are they really treating our Yun family as a nobody? Second Elder Yun Duanshui said with a face full of anger. Let's enter our seats. Yun Qinghong replied plainly, then he kept quiet. His face was as calm as always. He did not show any signs of anger or displeasure, not even a slight frown. With uniform gait, he looked straight at the sign of Yun and walked towards the seats. In an instant, everyone who were hoping to watch a good show were sorely disappointed. Some could not even help but come to admire Yun Qinghong or even respect him. As calm as the clouds, indifferent even when humiliated or favored. The underhanded blow that the members of the royal family whom possessed ulterior motives had set were not only unable to insult the Yun family one bit, it instead showed the world the superb demeanor of the Yun family patriarch in such a short amount of time. With such a patriarch, even if the Yun family had fallen temporarily, no one would dare to belittle them. 3 grand elders, please. Arriving at the seats, Yun Qinghong did not sit down immediately, and instead paid respects as a junior to invite the 3 grand elders, Yun Jiang, Yun He, Yun Zai, into their seats first. The 3 grand elders acknowledged him with a slight smile and entered their seats at the same time. Only after that did Yun Qinghong enter his seat. The seats for the various major duke palaces were similarly golden, and the various duke palaces surrounded the Duke Huai Palace like stars crowding around the moon. From the moment Yun Qinghong walked in, Duke Huai's gaze never shifted away from him. Only until Yun Qinghong had sat down did he look down slightly. Even his chest seemed to rise and fall obviously as he said quietly, Yun Qinghong is undoubted still Yun Qinghong. Are you worried that this Yun Qinghong will thwart our plans? Beside him, a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man with a clean white face asked with a grin. However, from how he dressed, he was obviously not a part of Duke Huai Palace. After hearing news of Yun Qinghong's sudden recovery, this duke's heart became unsettled, and it was inevitable that this duke would be worried. Duke Huai said, Doesn't Duke Zhang agree? Duke Huai is being oversensitive. The person called Duke Zhang smiled as though he did not care. He only returned to being Yun Qinghong from a crippled person, and it's at most only another person that is an obstacle. Yun Qinghong is only 170 years old, and even if he were 1,700 years old and reached late-stage monarch, what can he do? He would at most be an obstacle that is a little troublesome. He wouldn't even be capable to cause any changes to our plans. With strength that we have gathered for so long in this world, is there really anyone that exists who can thwart our plans? I hope it really is this Duke just being too oversensitive. Duke Huai said faintly after closing his eyes. The tolerance Yun Qinghong displayed caused everyone to be impressed. The members of the Yun family could also clearly feel the changes in everyone's looks around them, and only then did the sense of shame they felt get greatly reduced. Although everyone from the Yun family entered their seats, their faces were extremely unpleasant, especially the younger disciples, whom all revealed faces of anguish, as they lowered their heads, unwilling to interact with any other members of the guardian families, especially the members of the Hellion family who were now sitting at the leading center seat, looking at them with gazes of contempt and ridicule. Dropping from the center seat to the seat at the end, such a feeling was hard to bear. Yun Qinghong swept his gaze toward his back. When he stopped, he said plainly, What? Is sitting here such an embarrassing thing? The disciples of the Yun family looked up in shock, uncertain how to answer. If just a seat could make you guys feel so discouraged and embarrassed, or if your pride needs to be satisfied by the position of the seat, then continue lowering your heads and let everyone present see your good-for-nothing look of grievance and humiliation. A truly strong person, a real man, would not kneel even if his feet were being crippled, nor would he lower his head even if his neck was being snapped apart. If it were our family ancestors that shook the world, forget about seats being placed towards the end. Even if they were being pressured into the mud, they would stick their chest out proudly and act with pride, because this is strength and pride that was etched in one's bones. No matter what kind of seats we're sitting on, it is not embarrassing. How you are all acting right now is the true embarrassment. Yun Qinghong's words were like a timely wake-up call that violently rang within the heart and soul of every Yun family disciples. In an instant, they felt as though a fire had started to burn within their chest, and all the blood in their body, along with the pride and strength hidden deep within it, had been ignited. Every one of them raised their heads and looked up. The weak gaze they had previously was replaced by a determination as they looked at everyone else proudly. Patriarch, we are not good-for-nothings. As disciples of the Yun family, we will not lose to anyone. A young Yun family disciple said out loud, and the other disciples quick echoed, as a sense of excitement and pride that was suddenly ignited filled the entire Yun family seats, completely swallowing the previous lifelessness in an instant. Good, Yun Qinghang nodded slowly. Now these are my Yun family men. If you yourselves feel that you aren't equal to others, then our Yun family will never prosper again. If you think that you are strong, our Yun family will be strong. Yes, Patriarch, the entire Yun family echoed in unison. Each of the short 2 words was deafening, nearly shattering the roof of the hall as it directly broke into the skies. Seeing Yun Qinghang's back, great elder Yun Waitian was stunned a while before he muttered to himself. All the experience I've obtained all these years, I thought that if I had become the Patriarch, I would not pale in comparison to the current Patriarch. It is only now that I know my thinking was simply a joke. Second elder Yun Duanshui smiled slightly, speaking with deep lament. Every generation of our Patriarch inherits not only their bloodline, but also the spirit that allows us to prosper generation after generation. The Mu clan has arrived. Following a shout that came from outside the hall, the Mu family of the 12 guardian families also entered the hall. Leading them was an authoritative-looking elder. Even though he was old, his face did not have one bit of wrinkle, and his hair and beard were all black. Only from his slightly bent eyebrows, long beard, and plain clothes did he actually look like he was an elder. On his right was the young master of the Mu family, Mu Yubai. The identity of this elder was obvious. "It's Grandpa!" Xiao Yun exclaimed in excitement. He was very familiar with this elder, but this was the first time Yun Qi had ever seen this person, his biological grandfather. Mu family's current patriarch, Mu Feiyan. The Mu family seat was just on the right of the Yun family, just adjacent to one another. Mu Feiyan gaze swept in front of him as he walked with big strides, and when he arrived at the Yun family seats, his brows quivered ferociously. Unconcerned with the presence of everyone that gathered, he scolded in rage. "Bastard things, they actually put your Yun family at the end." Yun Qinghang stood up and replied with a smile. "Calm down, father-in-law. Even though our family has been married for generations, we had never been next to each other before during a ceremony. Today, this will no longer be a regret and can be considered something to rejoice about." Hearing this, old Master Mu, who was exhaling heavily and staring widely, instantly slapped Yun Qinghang's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Good son-in-law, I knew that such a small matter is so insignificant that you will not put it to heart. Oh, is this kid that godson of yours?" Mu Yuru pulled Yun Qi and Xiao Yun out together, then said with a smile, "Chair, this is my father. You can call him grandfather, just like Xiaor." "Grandfather." Yun Qi respectfully called out without hesitation, because the elder standing in front him now was his grandfather, and he had a quarter of his blood. "Amen, good kid. I can tell that you're different with just a glance. Especially your eyes, they look like Qinghang's when he was young." Mu Feiyan examined Yun Qi for a while and praised. "Yubai usually does not praise anyone, but he speaks about you nearly every day during these past few days. I've heard so much that calluses are about to grow out of my ears." In his admiring glance were signs of deep gratitude. He knew that Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru's full recovery was all thanks to Yun Qi. With his vast experience, he obviously knew that such matters could not be revealed in public, or else troubles would be invited. "I thank grandfather for the praise," Yun Qi replied with a full smile. "These 3 are all my elder brothers. In the future, you can call them uncle like Xiaor." Mu Yuru pointed at the 3 brothers who looked alike and were standing behind Mu Feiyan. "That's your third uncle, Mu Yuking, and that's your second uncle, Mu Yukong." Yun Qi greets second and third uncle. Yun Qi greeted with respect. Only Yun Qinghang, Mu Yuru, Xiao Yun, and Yun Qi knew of Yun Qi's true identity because he said that he did not want to reveal it yet, and Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru agreed to his request. However, Mu Yuru obviously could not control her urge to let her precious son reunite with his uncles. Mu Yuking looked exceptionally young. He received Yun Qi's greeting with a smile, not forgetting to praise him. "No wonder even brother-in-law is willing to accept you as his godson. Let's not talk about anything else, but just his looks alone are already not below me in my prime." Mu Yukong slapped his forehead and replied helplessly. "Old 3 suddenly gaining a nephew has indeed caused him to get carried away. Amen, Yun Qi, your address of second uncle won't be for nothing. Next time when you visit our Mew family, I'll definitely supplement you with a gift. This is your great-uncle. Chair, you've seen him before already. Mew Yuru pointed to Mew Yubai and said. Yun Qi went forward and greeted in all seriousness. Great-uncle! Uncle, your sister! Mew Yubai waved his hand and yelled in dissatisfaction. Didn't we agree to be sworn brothers earlier? Are you going back on your word? Or do you think I, Mew Yubai, am not fit to be your sworn brother? There was no doubt that Mew Yubai was a prideful person. This was the first time in his life that he had wanted to become sworn brothers with someone else, and he was even willing to lower his own seniority to do so with someone who was in his early 20s. If he were to still be rejected, it would mean that he would have lost all the face that he had earned in his life thus far. Therefore, since he had already said it, he had to get this brother. It had to happen no matter what. Yun Qinghong, Mew Yuru, and Xiao Yun's faces changed drastically. 1 month ago, Mew Yubai said he wanted to become sworn brothers with Yun Qi, and although they thought that their ages weren't really suitable, there were no major problems. Now, however, knowing that Mew Yubai was Yun Qi's blood-related uncle, if it really were to happen, it would become a huge joke. Yun Qi laughed awkwardly and said, Of course it's not that I'm not unwilling. How about this? If Senior still wants to become sworn brothers with me after today's grand ceremony, I would definitely not refuse. Good! Just as Yun Qi finished speaking, Mew Yubai quickly shouted in reply, as though he was afraid Yun Qi would go back on his word. He valiantly continued, A real man never goes back on his word. I, Mew Yubai, will never go back on anything I say. Even in death, we will go through the ceremony tomorrow. Whoever goes back on his word would be the son of a turtle. All of you are going to be witnesses. This, Xiao Yun scratched his head as he looked away, not daring to look at Mew Yubai. Ho ho ho! Yun Qinghong laughed in a weird and shady manner. Mew Yuru grinned until her eyes became 2 lines. Big brother, this is what you said yourself. None of us forced you to. The 3 weird expressions caused Mew Yubai to have a sense of unease. He stared widely and asked in caution, What's going on? Are you guys hiding something from me? Enter your seats quickly. The ceremony is going to start in an hour. Today is not the day for you to fool around. Already nearly 200 years old and you still haven't given me a grandson. What kind of man are you? HMPH. Mew Feiyan said with disdain as he walked with big strides towards the Mew family seats. The word grandson immediately silenced his 3 sons. They moved behind the old man, not daring to even utter another word. Mew Feiyan had 3 sons and 1 daughter, but even though his daughter had married Yun Qinghong, his 3 sons were still single until now, not providing him any signs of the arrival of a grandson. Whenever Patriarch Mew becomes angry at home, it was because of this matter 9 times out of 10. This was also why he had not yet given the patriarch position to Mew Yubai. He could only blame his 3 sons whose fear of marriage was etched deep within their bones. Normally, they were casual and unrestrained, but when they thought about being controlled by a woman when they got married, they would shrink away. The fact that Mew Yubai was persistent about making Yun Qi his sworn brother was a sign of just how carefree a person he was. As for the responsibility of giving old man Mew a grandson, the 3 brothers always pushed around the responsibilities. Many times, old man Mew would get so enraged that he would beat up the 3 brothers. Even so, not one of them had gotten married. The Under-Heaven clan has arrived. The Under-Heaven family was led by Patriarch Greatest Ambition Under Heaven, and Yun Qi could see Unparalleled Under Heaven in the group. Slightly behind him, he could see number 1 Under Heaven. There was also number 3 Under Heaven and number 6 Under Heaven whom he had met 3 months ago, and the others elves who were in line with them were probably number 2 Under Heaven, number 4 Under Heaven, and number 5 Under Heaven. At their center was the elf girl who caused Xiao Yun's bottom to leave the seat with a scraping sound as he said agitatedly, 7th sister, it's 7th sister. As a clan of the elven race, not only did the Under Heaven family possess eye-catching long ears and diaphanous wings, a distinct aura of nature energy could be felt emanating from their bodies. When they arrived, it seemed as though a cool breeze had just blown through the entire hall, causing everyone to feel refreshed. Seeing where the Yun family were seated, Greatest Ambition Under Heaven was stunned for a moment. When he went past the Yun family seats, he nodded towards Yun Qinghong, but did not say anything. Number 1 Under Heaven also nodded towards Yun Qi. Number 7 Under Heaven secretly stole a glance at Xiao Yun before lowering her head and biting her lips. She had not seen him for 3 months, and in 3 months, The thing she understood the most was that her chance of meeting Xiao Yun was become slimmer and slimmer. The Under Heaven family seats were adjacent to the Mu family seats. Xiao Yun's eyes followed number 7 Under Heaven, and only when she sat down did he look away. His eyes were not focused, he was lifeless, and his face covered with dejection. Yun Qi looked at his expression, and sighed silently. He knew Xiao Yun's eyes were downcast. He was not Yun Qinghong's real son, and the fact that he was from the profound sky continent was already a given. This caused the original obstacles between him and number 7 Under Heaven to increase tremendously. The backgrounds of the two of them were of two completely different worlds. "Given up already?" Yun Qi asked with a faint smile. Xiao Yun shook his head. "I would never be willing to give up on 7th Sis, but now I really don't know what to do." "Then don't think about this for now. A favorable turn of events often happens when one least expects it to," Yun Qi said with a smile before his tone turned more serious. "Xiao Yun, the 12 families are almost all here. Give me a brief introduction of them, especially the leaders and the elites of the young generation." "Oh, all right," Xiao Yun nodded. The 12 families were the strongest existence in illusory demon realm, so their leaders and the rising stars below the age of 35 were naturally names that shook the world. Xiao Yun, having been Yun family's young patriarch for the past 20 years, was naturally familiar with these people. He pointed directly opposite at a seat that was labeled with the word Xiao and said, "That is the Xiao family of the 12 families. Their original form is the Howling Heaven Pegasus, and their family profound skill allows them to control tempests. Their patriarch is Xiao Zifeng, and rumor has it that he is in the 2nd level of the sovereign profound realm. For the young generation, the strongest is also their young patriarch, the person in blue, standing beside Xiao Zifeng. His name is Xiao Donglai, and even though he is 25 this year, which is 2 years younger than Yun Xinyu, he is at the same profound level as Yun Xinyu, 4th level of the tyrant profound realm." Yun Qi nodded, remembering every word he said. Xiao Yun pointed to the seats on the right of the Xiao family, which were labeled Jiyufang. "That is the Jiyufang family. They are of the demon race, and their original form is the 9-headed flood dragon. Their family profound art is a frighteningly deadly poison technique, and they have a very deep relationship with the Hellion family. There would be marriages between the families nearly every generation. The current patriarch is Jiyufang Qi, and the person beside him is young patriarch Jiyufang Yu. He is 30 this year, and his profound strength also seemed to be in the 4th level of the tyrant profound realm. However, it is rumored that he possesses a rare innate flood dragon poison, the 9 Emperor Venom body, that only appears within the Jiyufang family once every 4,000 years. If one is poisoned by it, it is said that even a low-level monarch would find it hard to dispel. The Lin clan is a clan of human-demon hybrids. Their patriarch is Lin Guiyan, and the strongest of the young generation is the person sitting directly being Lin Guiyan, Lin Hanchuan, 29 years old, 5th level of the tyrant profound realm. Nangong family, human race. They are called the strongest sword users of the illusory demon realm and use dual blades as their main weapon. Their patriarch is Nangong Zhai, and strongest of the young generation is the youngest son of the 8th elder, Nangong Yan. "The Qiang clan has arrived," a loud shout interrupted Xiao Yun's narration. Yun Qi turned to look at the main door where a scarlet family was entering while bringing along a heat wave. Members of this family were fully dressed in red, and even their hair and eyebrows were scarlet. As they entered, the temperature rose drastically. Some of the weaker, profound practitioners who hailed from more distant regions, who were on the weak side, were caught off guard as their skins burned with a burst of acute pain. Only when they hurriedly channeled their profound energy did they barely withstand it. That is the Qiang family. Their original form is the scorching sulfur dragon. They are a race of true dragons and are very strong. Their combined strength only loses out to the Hellion family and the Su family. They possess the scorching sun dragon body, and the speed at which they practice profound cultivation and learn profound skills is much faster than normal humans and demons. Their current patriarch is Qiang Bailey, and the strongest of the young generation. It's that girl." In the direction Xiao Yun pointed, Yun Qi could see a young woman standing beside Qiang Bailey. She looked pretty, was tall, had scarlet hair, and a tinge of scarlet came from her wheat-colored skin. The most eye-catching thing about her were the scarlet-colored tight leather clothes that she wore. The scarlet leather shirt was short and wrapped around her voluptuous breasts, yet it revealed her flat stomach and navel. Her shorts were an even shorter pair of red tight leather waist pants that only barely held her butt, and completely revealed her slender, long legs. Hanging on the pants was a coiled scarlet whip, and unorganized lines of fire flickered about continuously upon it. It only took one look to evidently see that this was not a normal artifact. This wild and hot look immediately drew the gaze of countless young men. Each one of them eyes shone brightly. Salivating, however, it was obvious that she was already used to this kind of attention as she walked with her head held high. The elegance and pride clearly shone on her face. "This appearance is too bold. If my wife dares to dress like this, I would definitely divorce her," Xianxia said with a crooked mouth, then immediately added, "If it's only to show me alone, then it would be different." Cough, she's called Xianxia. It is said that her affinity with fire is almost equal to her ancestors from the ancient era. Her talent is frightening, and although she is only 24, she is already at the peak of the 5th level of the Tyrant Profound realm, about to advance to the 6th level. However, Xiao Yun lowered his voice and continued, "This Xianxia has a reputation in illusory demon realm for being very prideful, and it's said that no man has made her look at him straight in the eye before. Among the 12 guardian families, there is actually a family whose strongest practitioner in the young generation is a woman. This is interesting." Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "Actually, it is not only the Qiang family that has a female as their strongest in the young generation." Xiao Yun pointed to the family who was labeled Bai and said, "That is the Bai family who are also of the demon race. Their original form is the cloud-winged white tiger. Their patriarch is Bai Yi, and the strongest of their young generation is the girl on his left, Bai Jai, 30 years old, 5th level of the Tyrant Profound realm." "Oh," Xianxia nodded gradually before his brows twitched. Bai Jai, does Big Brother know her?" Xiao Yun asked in shock. No, I definitely don't." Xianxia shook his head. "It's probably the first time I've heard that name, but why do I find it so familiar? Never mind. Tell me about Hellion family." Author's note, 12 family seating arrangement. East north to south, Hellion Qiang Bai Nangong Lin Jiufeng Xiao. West north to south, Su under Heaven Yan Mu. Yun summary note. The Xiao Chinese letter family of illusory demons 12 families is a different character from Xiao Yun's Xiao Chinese letter. Over the Ranbo note, regarding the Bai Jai thing at the end, there is a mature adult novel named Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Or Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Aka lustful young MILF Bai Jai. Mars Gravity basically made a reference as a joke. Don't worry about it being significant to the plot or anything, haha. The Hellion family are of the 9-headed demon snake race. Their current patriarch is Hellion Quang, and that Hellion Peng Big Brother saw 2 months ago is his younger brother. The strongest of the Hellion family's young generation is that person sitting next to Hellion Peng, Hellion Ba. He and the Su family's Su Zhizhen are the strongest among all the juniors from the 12 guardian families. However, Hellion Ba is 31 years old this year, while Su Zhizhen is only 27, so in terms of innate talent, Su Zhizhen is slightly superior to Hellion Ba. Su family? Xianxia swept his eyes over the seating arrangements of the 12 families. The 12 families were split into 2, one side east and the other west. The Hellion, Qiang, Bai, Nangong, Lin, Jiufeng, and Xiao families were seated on the east side, while their own Yun family, Mu family, and Under Heaven clan were seated on the west side. And the northernmost seats on the west side were labeled with the word Su, but the seats were still empty as the Su family had not arrived yet. "The Su clan has arrived." Just at the moment Xianxia was looking in the direction of the Su family seats, a loud, clear voice rang out from the front of the main hall. The 100 members of the Su family entered as one body, and they directly marched over to where their seats were. The middle-aged man who led the group came to a stop once he passed by the Yun family. He cupped his hands towards Yun Qinghang. "Brother Yun, I hope you've been well." Yun Qinghang stood up and faintly smiled. "Everything has been splendid. Big Brother Su's profound strength seems to have once again risen significantly. Congratulations on this great news." "Haha, I am still far off compared to the freakish talent that is Brother Yun." The middle-aged man laughed in a free and easy manner. "Zhizhen, hurry up and greet Uncle Yun." Zhizhen greets Uncle Yun. The youth who stood beside the middle-aged man made Junior's courtesy. His expression was filled with respect, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was of uncommon bearing, but after Xianxia saw his eyes, he had a feeling that this fellow was also someone who was filled with conceit, but that was to be expected. because all these absolute geniuses from the best families had grown up amidst the constant admiration and astonishment of others. It would be even more abnormal if they did not possess any arrogance whatsoever. After they had said their greetings to the Yun family, Mu family, and the Under Heaven family, the Su family took their seats. Xiao Yun resumed his introductions without missing a beat. The person who greeted Father just now is the current patriarch of the Su family, Su Xiangnan, and the young man was the aforementioned Su Zhizhen. The current strength of the Su family is only inferior to that of the Hellion clan, but Su Zhizhen will definitely not lose to Hellion Ba. Both of them are at the 6th level of Tyrant Profound Realm, but if they were the same age, Su Zhizhen would definitely be the superior one. The Su family is the same as our Yun family, in that both families are all humans, so the relationship between both our families have been in good standing for generations. Patriarch Su is also Father's longtime friend. In the years that Father was crippled, he personally came to visit many times. Xiao Yun explained in detail. Yun Qi slowly nodded his head. Moreover, from the looks that Yun Qinghong and Su Xiangnan had exchanged just now, he could surmise that the Su family was definitely not an enemy. That Yan family to the right of the Su family, are they also humans? Yun Qi pointed at the position the Yan clan was seated. Yes, Xiao Yun nodded his head. The Yan family are called the Divine Spear Clan, and all the members of that family use the spear as their weapon. They also had a pretty good relationship with our Yun family all this while. 100 years ago, the Yan family was basically considered the weakest of the 12 guardian families, but now it is a title our Yun family ignominiously bears. The Yan family's patriarch is called Yan Zijing, and their young patriarch is Yan Chengkong, 26 years old, 3rd level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. The Under Heaven clan are of the Elven race, and their weapon of choice are profound bows and arrows. The patriarch is 7th sister's father, greatest ambition under heaven, and the young patriarch is 7th sister's eldest brother, number 1 under heaven. The one who is representing their young generation is 7th sister's 6th brother. He should be 28 this year, 4th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. After Xiao Yun's introduction, Yun Qi now had a good grasp of the basic information regarding the 12 families. Xiao Yun, what kind of level are Duke Huai Palace's Huiran and Huiyi at? At the mention of these two names, Xiao Yun's expression clearly became a lot more nervous. Huiyi is at the 6th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, and he is the 3rd amongst the illusory demon 7 scions. And that Huiran, I heard that he is already at the 8th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. Yun Qi's brows twitched. A late-stage overlord. The 12 families are already considered the pinnacle of power in the illusory demon realm, so why is their young generation so lacking in comparison? The various great duke palaces of the illusory demon royal family have always been small in number, so their combined power will not be as strong as the 12 families. But in the end, they are still royalty, so they have access to the best resources. Thus, the elites they produce, especially those elites from the young generation, had extra advantages which far outstripped what was available to the 12 families. Every generation's illusory demon 7 scions will be, on a whole, stronger than the 12's prodigies from the guardian families. But they won't be that much stronger. This Huiran is a rare monster. His innate talent is so high that it's bizarre. Moreover, Duke Huai Palace has definitely spared no expense in using an extreme amount of resources on his body to allow him to have an abnormal strength that far surpasses his age. I heard from Mother that when Father was 30 years old, he was also at the 8th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, so this Duke Huiran is as strong as Father was when he was young. Xiao Yun said in a rather dissatisfied tone. This was because, at least where the Yun family was concerned, Duke Huai Palace was an evil adversary. Oh, these two cases are very different to me. Yun Qi faintly shook his head. Father had an innate potential which distinguished itself from the rest, whereas this Huiran had access to extra resources that far exceeded what our father ever had in his youth. He may be comparable to Father when they were both this age, but once you look to the future, he definitely will not have the qualifications to be compared with Father at all. Amen. Well said, big brother, Xiao Yun said in a voice filled with agreement. Yun Qinghong glanced at this set of brothers and he gave a dry laugh. After that, he looked forward and kept silent, not uttering a single word. It was only 15 minutes away from the official start of the grand ceremony, so at this moment, the Demon Imperial Hall was already filled to the brim. The various dignitaries, hegemons, main powers within the Demon Imperial City, 12 families and the great Duke palaces had all assembled. Yun Qi turned his head, and he was just about to ask Yun Qinghang some questions regarding the little demon empress when he suddenly noticed that Yun Qinghang's expression was far more grave now as compared to when they had first entered. Yun Qi furrowed his brows. His eyes swept across the crowd, but they began to slowly relax a bit. The center of the Demon Imperial Hall was directly north, and it was where the Demon Emperor would be seated. The two core seating arrangements which were closest to the Demon Emperor were divided into an east and west wing, and these core seats were where the various great Duke palaces and 12 families were seated. The Su family, Yan family, Under Heaven family, Mu family, and Yun family were arrayed from north to south on the west wing, whereas the Hellion family, Qiang family, Bai family, Nangong family, Lin family, Jiufang family, and Xiao family were arrayed from north to south on the east wing. The west wing, where the Yun family was seated, had a total of 5 guardian families, whereas the east wing had a total of 7 guardian families. The specific seating arrangement was east wing, north to south, Hellion Qiang Bai Nangong Lin Jiufang Xiao, middle north, Little Demon Empress, west wing north to south, Su Yan Under Heaven Mu Yun. The 2 wings were exactly the same, but the 12 guardian families had not split themselves up equally. So this ended up with one wing having 5 while the other had 7, and this presented an uncomfortable asymmetry. And this asymmetry, during a grand ceremony where all the heroes of the land had gathered, definitely had to have some meaning. And the same imbalance occurred with regards to where the Duke palaces had seated themselves. There were also more royalty seated in the east wing than in the west wing. This even created a gap in the golden seats that were originally reserved for the royal family. Some aristocrats and nobility who were not from the Demon Imperial City were arranged to be seated there instead, causing their expressions to be terrified as this excessive, unexpected good favor left them restless. "Father, the seating arrangements seem extremely problematic this time," Yun Qi asked in a low voice. Yun Qinghang slowly nodded his head. "The situation is much worse than I thought it would be, far, far worse. This seating arrangement could be said to be drawing a clear line." That's right, this was indeed drawing a clear line. For those who were not from Demon Imperial City, they naturally could not tell what was happening. But as for those who lived in the Demon Imperial City, especially the members of the 12 guardian families and the royal family, they could tell with a single glance that the guardian families and royalty sitting in the east wing were either aligned towards Duke Huoi, or had even completely defected to his side. On the west wing, there was no one who was aligned with Duke Huoi. They were all still loyal to the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, and as such, they were also loyal to the Little Demon Empress. At first, Yun Qi was still rather unclear as to which of the 12 guardian families had thrown in with Duke Huoi, but now it was clear as day. And this was clearly deliberate on Duke Huoi's part. He was showing to all those assembled that the power that he held was already this great, and it was a power that already completely suppressed those who were still loyal to the Little Demon Empress. Such a seating arrangement, such brazen and unscrupulous behavior, Duke Huoi's intentions and desires were made abundantly clear during this grand ceremony. The various patriarchs and elders of the Su family, Yan family, Under Heaven family, Mu family, and Yun family exchanged glances, and their expressions became incomparably grave. None of them had predicted that the situation would be quite so severe, that the power Duke Huoi had been gathering covertly all these years would actually be so terrifying. "Is it really so unbearable to have a woman as a ruler?" Yun Qi said with lamentation in his voice. The image of Kang Yue immediately appeared in his mind, and it warmed his heart. He said to himself, "Thank goodness I healed that disease of my royal father-in-law so he can spawn a whole new nest of little princes. Because if there is a situation where he has no choice but to pass his position to Zuruo, then my princess wife will be in for a bad time. She'll be tired to death." To these powerhouses who stand at the peak of the illusory demon realm, women have always only been viewed as an accessory or even a toy for men. Thus, having to swear loyalty to a woman will indeed cause conflict to arise in their heart, but it should definitely not be a reason for them to betray the bloodline of the Demon Emperor. The greatest reason is actually their own greed. Duke Huoi Palace had definitely peppered them with a copious amount of treats and enticements. But I just never expected that the 2 great families of Qiyu and Nangong would actually be aligned with Duke Huoi. This is absolutely preposterous. Yun Qi could hear a deep pain emanating from Yun Qinghang's voice. What moves do you think Duke Hua will actually make during this grand ceremony? Yunqi asked. And why would he choose this particular occasion? Because this is where all the heroes of the realm are gathered. Yun Qinghong said as his brows sank. All the various district rulers, lords of the big cities in the illusory demon realm, hegemons and the leaders of all the main races, and even the leading figures hailing from the every field of mercantilism, medicine, and craftsmanship were invited as well. Almost every single person among the 100,000 who are within this great hall is an individual who has a great deal of influence over a place, profession, or even over the entire illusory demon realm. It could be said that the 70 billion citizens of the illusory demon realm are completely represented by the 100,000 people present. When today's grand ceremony ends, these people will go back to their respective territories, and they will disseminate all that has happened here today to every nook and cranny of the illusory demon realm. Once Yun Qinghong had finished speaking, Yun Qi immediately understood what was going on. So that is to say that this time, Duke Huai wants the people to know that the little demon empress no longer holds the highest power and prestige in the realm, that the strength he possesses now is more than enough to suppress her, after which he will force the little demon empress to abdicate in front of everyone here. No, you have only gotten one part of it correct. Yun Qinghong shook his head as he replied. He definitely wants to borrow this occasion to fulfill his meticulous and methodical plans, but he definitely won't use that method, because that method will produce a result that is contrary to what he desires. It would produce the opposite of his desired result, Yun Qi asked in shock. Yun Qinghong's eyes grew distant, and he slowly began to recount. 10,000 years ago, the illusory demon realm was a sea of chaos. The human and demon races were locked in battle, and the fire of war had spread to the four corners of the realm. This left the people in dire straits. But after that, the Demon Emperor clan inherited the legacy of the Golden Crow and received a great power. Henceforth, they led the 12 families and began a campaign that lasted several hundred years before they finally conquered the illusory demon realm. Under the brilliant leadership of the Demon Emperor, both the human and demon races stopped fighting. After that, he gradually began to eliminate the conflict between the races and brought peace to the realm. This has persisted to this day. And the primordial divine beast, the Golden Crow, became something that the people of the illusory demon realm have put their utmost faith in for the last 10,000 years. As such, the Demon Emperor became a figure that has been loved and revered by the citizens of the illusory demon realm through the generations. If Duke Huai forces the little demon empress to abdicate so he can take her place, then there would be rejoicing throughout the land only if the Demon Emperor bloodline had always led the people to calamity and caused them to undergo unspeakable hardships. But it just so happens that it is the opposite of that scenario. So if Duke Huai truly did that, all he would invite would be the wrath, rebellion, and rebuke of the people of the illusory demon realm, even if the power that Duke Huai holds is 1,000 times what he has right now. How could he afford to provoke the burning wrath of the 70 billion citizens of the illusory demon realm? This is the main reason Duke Huai has never dared to make any hasty moves. Ah, so this is how it is, Yun Qi said as he lapsed into a momentary daze. So what action will Duke Huai actually take? He will definitely create a reason that is sufficiently adequate, a reason that will cause all the people to be convinced during this grand ceremony. Yun Qinghong said with a grave expression. The little demon empress has always been very clear about Duke Huai's disloyalty, but she has never taken any actions against him because she does not want to give him something that he can use, like saying her nature is brutal and vicious, and that she harmed other members of the royalty for no rhyme or reason. So during today's events, the reason that he will concoct will be fairly simple. For example, he will implicate the little demon empress in a few rumors that would cause all the people to rise up in fury. Scandals that he himself has created, of course, and they will be the most vicious and evil of rumors possible, such as promiscuity, harming her loyal citizens, and even feasting on the innards of children. Yun Qi's eyebrows slanted fiercely, and he said in a low voice, and if these kinds of rumors were to be shouted out by a single person, no one would pay any attention. But if half of the guardian families and half of the royalty support these rumors and join their voices to rebuke the little demon empress, then all these people who have arrived from all over the illusory demon realm won't have a reason to doubt such lies. Furthermore, the public opinion will be manipulated in such a way that it will create universal fury throughout the lands. Thus, the little demon empress reputation would be completely swept away, and she would even become a villain in the eyes of the public. Once that happens, it would only be logical that Duke Huai succeeds the position, and it will even be done with the full support of the people. That's right, Yun Qinghang said as he nodded his head with a heavy expression. Because once he noticed the strange seating arrangements, he immediately saw through all of Duke Huai's thoughts. So does father have a plan to help the little demon empress avert this calamity? Yun Qi asked in a serious voice. Yun Qinghang lapsed into a momentary silence and then slowly said, "The plan is actually fairly simple, but now that 7 guardian families and the majority the royalty have sided with Duke Huai, it will be even harder to realize it, nearly impossible in fact." "What is the plan?" Yun Qi asked swiftly. "The plan is that we incline the hearts of the heroes gathered towards the little demon empress before Duke Huai can begin his scheme, so as to not allow his people to voice out the accusations they had already prepared." As Yun Qinghang finished speaking, he gave a long exhalation and he shut his eyes. It was clear that he was bitterly pondering how he should face and deal with the coming scenario. Yun Qi silently considered Yun Qinghang's words, and he was also drawn into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Father, once the grand ceremony starts, no matter what I do, I hope that father does not stop me." Yun Qinghang opened his eyes and gazed at him deeply. But he did not ask what he was going to do exactly. Instead, he simply nodded his head silently. And in the midst of those eyes, which were as deep as the sea, lay the trust that a father had in his son, a trust that needed no reasons. "The little demon empress has arrived." At that moment, a reverberating, ear-splitting voice filled the demon imperial hall, and the originally noisy grand hall immediately fell into a hush. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of pin dropping. Every single person raised their head to the skies and gazed at the sky above the grand hall.